Recording in progress.
Hello? Hello? Good morning. The meeting is about to start. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you.
子瑜把你的那个语言换成应对中。你先把你的字幕投屏关掉。对，投屏先，字幕投屏关。好，就先到这样。现在就把录制按开了。
喂。
Palo Alto， 这源于西班牙语。印第安语的意思是高大的树。这个拥有7万人的小城镇成为后现代的黄金城，有人确信这就是世界的中心。1869年，中央太平洋铁路公司连接上第一条横跨美国东岸到西岸的铁路。工人们在修建铁路时，同时架设了电报线路，使得美国接成了一个单一的媒体环境。铁路的创办人 Amasa Leland Stanford 后来成为加州第一个民选州长，开设了斯坦福大学。这里是未来计算机的产房。
已经退到最高。
冷战时期，它既是军工综合体的资助对象，又是青年得到自由的场所。在北边的伯克莱大学，则在曼哈顿计划之后成为了反叛的孩子，成为反文化运动的滥觞。
Now, what had happened in my absence at the beginning of October was the beginning of the free speech movement. And this has shaped almost everything I've done since then. They formed a working group. They decided to go, not just set up tables where they were currently, but to go into the university in front of the administration building and set up a table there. We only wanted our tables, but what we got was the counterculture.
Turns out not to be true. Two very different ways of doing protests. One in Berkeley, the New Left, really seeking to do politics, form parties to change a political system. The other, the New Communalists, based in San Francisco and then on the communes, they didn't want to do politics at all. They thought they should just get technology, get their LSD, get their music, and get their heads together, have a new consciousness, and that would be the future.
Arrived to study at the University of California, Berkeley in 1963. He staged a solitary protest against the draft on campus, and he was thrown out of campus. And he went on to become active in the draft resistance movement. Stuart Brand had started the Whole Earth Catalog on the Peninsula in Menlo Park, and it became this tremendous success. There was a generation of young Americans who basically were fascinated by these tools, who wanted to go back to the country and become more self-dependent.
If we plan it well, the chances are wonderful.
He started as a nonprofit but was making millions of dollars.
Strung out about how to use money. They don't know. If we don't know, then we can't really complain about them the way we're used to doing. So we're into frontier territory here. And like on any other frontier, we've got to get together and deal with it.
They had this party at that night, and that one night in 1972, and he decided that he was going to give away $20,000 as a sort of surprise at the end of the night. But there was a catch. People had to come to a consensus. Fred Moore, he had no money. He had $2 to his name. And he stood up and he said, really, money is evil. And he burned one of his dollars. They argued all night, and then they couldn't come to an agreement. They couldn't come to a consensus, and so they gave up. And at the end, they gave the money to the guy who didn't believe in it. So it was richly ironic that the guy who didn't believe in money ended up being a banker for this social movement. Fred Moore, because he was fascinated by technology, believed that if he had access to computing, he would be a more effective activist. He was doing organizing work in the Mid-Peninsula. And so he ended up with an engineer starting a club called the Homebrew Computer Club. in 1975. And so it was, the term is serendipity. It had this unexpected outcome. The Homebrew Computer Club was meant to be just for hobbyists, but it attracted a rich mix of people who were interested in getting access to personal computers. They saw them as new kinds of paintbrushes, new tools that would allow them to do interesting things. And there were people like Steve Wozniak, who just wanted to build a computer to share with his friends, and Steve Jobs, who understood there might be a market for these things. It started as a hobbyist club. And but more than 24 companies, including Apple Computer, came out of the Homebrew Club. And so Fred Moore was the unlikely spark for one of the world's largest industries.
So this is the early 70s. The personal computer is still more of a thought. So these are some of the computers coming out of the homebrew movement. Here's an Apple I. So both Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak were members of Homebrew. Lee Felsenstein was basically the moderator, organizer of a lot of it later on. And you had a bunch of people building these kind of in their garage computers. Because the Bay Area had so much of the chip industry, the semiconductor industry, there were lots of places you could go and buy used electronic parts. Huge warehouses full of anything you could imagine that was electronic.
We started and ran a community computer center. Now that's a collection of people and took toys and books and documents, which was available for kids to come to after school, and they could buy computer time. For a quarter, you could get an hour of a share, PDP-8, and people did that. And older people came too.
So this is the Osborne 1. This is a version you can actually pick up. It is heavy. It is 11 kilograms. That I have this idea that I want to pursue. I want to try to be able to create lists of what people have to offer and have people who want to make connections, do things, who need things, make contact through that same means. I knew I was trying to do that all along. I just didn't know the technology. And now I was there with the technology, and I was halfway trained in how to use it. So I brought more people in. We created a project. We called it the Community Memory Project.
1967年1月14日，人们涌入旧金山的金门公园。Timothy Leary 发表了他的口号 ：“Turn on, tune in, drop out。”这句话表达并塑造嬉皮反文化、实验迷幻药物、共同生活、政治分权和退出社会。1967年的夏天，有多达10万年轻嬉皮士头戴花朵。聚集在旧金山的 Haight-Ashbury 社区，这是爱之夏。
Stuart Brand and his community, they were trying to live out a dream that actually came from the middle of the military-industrial world. And the dream was one where we could do away with politics, do away with hierarchy, and instead become literally like computers. We could share information, we could share data, we could see that the world...
1963年，仙童是第一家把组装外移到亚洲的半导体公司。德州仪器、摩托罗拉以及其他企业迅速跟进。10年内，几乎所有美国晶片制造商都在国外设有组装厂。当时，香港每小时25美分的工资仅为美国的1/10，却是亚洲最高的。据2017年的统计，光是苹果、脸书、谷歌市值共接近2万亿美元，但这个区域曾有高达1万名无家可归者露宿街头。在2016年，一群富有的科技人士赞助了一项公民提案，这项提案较为通过。2017年，警察开始清理街头上的人。
We have, I think last time we checked, we had 17 billionaires just in Silicon Valley. So we might call it the beautiful valley of radical inequality and ubiquitous pollution. It's a lot of words. You know, before Silicon Valley was called the Valley of Heart's Delight.
The Internet Archive is a direct descendant from those hippie projects to go and take back the power for the people. The Internet Archive lives within a culture of the mega corporations. But we're kind of the old San Francisco hippies, right? We're the old, let's find ways to give it away. Let's find ways to connect people without necessarily having everybody pay for everything. Everything doesn't have to be monetized.
So we had another little bit of everybody had to build a house to get rid of the house, and then it had to be out of sight of the other houses. So we built 15 houses over here, and some of them didn't last this long, but most of them did good. I didn't hesitate because I didn't have any money. So what am I doing? I got to come out here and start this incredible thing without any money.
Well, who is the first one to do the door?
Yeah, it's right from New York City.
This thing lights up too.
Before that.
Yeah.
You're interested in lighting.
Yeah, I can't find it.
You just said.
Is this coin?
Mexican. Yeah, they're Mexican coin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the long wait. Welcome to the 9th Network Society Annual Conference, Polyphonic Global South, the Spaces of Technological Communication. My name is Maya, and it's my honor to be the moderator for this panel. This morning, we'll continue with panel 3, Societal Media, and we have 3 speakers for this panel, with each having 40 minutes for speech and 20 minutes for Q&A. And for our audience, you can scan the first, sorry, we don't have that QR code, but that's fine. Okay, thank you. And we have the first QR code for the basic information of this conference, the second for to raise your questions anonymously. And for the third and the fourth one are like online live stream channel of YouTube and Bilibili. Okay, so now let's cut to the chase and start with our first panel speaker, Liao Xueting, Sarah Liao, joining us online. Please allow me to briefly introduce Sarah Liao. Sarah Liao is an assistant professor of media studies at Pennsylvania State University. She is a media scholar and feminist, researching the intersectional area of digital media, feminism, globalization, and East Asia popular culture. She is currently working on theorizing and writing about digital feminist activism and the culture of misogyny in China. And the topic of her speech today is digital activism and the populist surge of the men's rights movement. Now let's welcome Dr. Sarah Liao. Hello, Dr. Sarah Liao.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Can I be heard?
Yeah, I can hear clearly.
Yes, thank you for joining us, and you may start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone, and thanks for the invitation from the Institute of Network Society, which gives me an opportunity here to share with you. It is a pity that I cannot join in person the conference. As I watched the live stream yesterday, I believe it sparked many interesting and insightful conversations. So my talk today will focus on the phenomenon of men's rights advocacy, or you can briefly consider as men's rights movement, MRM. And I have to be honest, this is not a complete research. Rather, the talk is about some of my observations and thoughts as I am reflecting and writing about digital activism and the culture of misogyny in China. So many of these ideas here are very preliminary, and there will be some parts that I might not really think through well. So I would be really appreciate if you have any feedback, comments, and suggestions that will help me move forward and think deeper about the issues that will be discussed here. So I would like to begin with a very recent event that caught the nationwide attention in China. China has like the largest e-commerce sale event, which is known as Double 11. That's approaching. Actually, it's gonna be in 2 or 3 days. So many of the e-commerce platforms started to roll out their campaigns almost like 1 month or even 2 months ago. Many of them choose to collaborate with celebrities, and one of the biggest e-commerce platform called JD.com or Jingdong, however, finds itself caught into the public relation crisis. So JD.com had originally signed a deal with several stars, including one famous stand-up comedian called Yang Li, to promote the company's Double 11 shopping campaign. This campaign was launched on October 14th. But Yang's appearance at the launch ceremony quickly angered many JD's male customers, and they flooded to the brand's social media channels and Weibo and other media platforms with very angry comments. So Yang is one of the leading roles of a new generation of Chinese women comedian. She's known for poking fun at men's ego. In late 2020, she provoked much hype when she gave her sarcastic gimmick that why men look so average yet can be so confident during an online gig. The punchline itself told jokes about men and their ego, which coined a new term called 普信男, meaning that average yet confident men. And pushback soon followed, mostly coming from men. This gender-based barbs actually made her into a very controversial figure, many accusing her of being anti-man, inciting hatred against men or misandric. So JD on the other hand, is particularly famous for selling electronic devices. And according to market research, men actually made up more than 60% of this platform's users. So on social media, you will see many users repeat Yang's famous gif of pushing Nan and argue that it was inappropriate for her to represent JD or endorse JD during this campaign. Others will also accused the platform saying things like, you are taking money from men and pay Yang Li's endorsement fee. Some even called for JD to refund their subscription to JD Plus, which is a membership scheme that's similar to Amazon Prime. So JD, of course, very quickly caved. Just 4 days after the initial announcement of this team-up, on October 18th, the company removed all promotional posts related to Yang from its channels on various platforms and even issued an apology. So on the apology, it says, if the participation of some comedians in JD's Double 11 event gave you a bad experience, we sincerely apologize. And it also said that we have no further cooperation plans with the said comedian. At the same time, we also see Yang Li deleted posts related to JD's campaign from her Weibo account. Well, this controversy actually continued to develop even after JD cut ties with Yang. But so far, I think it's good enough to make my point here. I'm not interested in tracing the development of this event, but actually to point to some interesting overlapping themes appeared so far in this controversy. So along the controversy of Yang Li and JD, a narrative that is very familiar by Chinese internet users surfaced, which is the narrative about gender antagonism. It might be even safe to argue that gender antagonism becomes a label or a symbol that's cemented onto Yang as a celebrity, despite that she never claims to be a feminist or directly championing any gender equality issues. And to be fair, Yang was already accustomed to controversies. Earlier in 2021, Intel has pulled a Chinese laptop advertisement featuring her as a response to the backlash from mainly men who advocate boycotting the company, accusing the company collaborating with a man who collaborating with a woman who insulted men. Later the same year, Yang Li appeared in a short video on Weibo with the luxury car maker Mercedes, which also drew intense criticism. And to respond to the video, some self-identified men netizens attacked Yang and called for a boycott of Mercedes by considering this comedian as a key figure who provoked hatred of men and gender antagonism. So in all these incidences and in many others, as you might probably know, that gender antagonism has been cited numerously to accuse those who inciting hatred or provoke hostility and aggression when discussing issues that involved both genders. A quick search of gender antagonism online, regardless of which platform you are searching, you probably will see a variety of textual visual materials tapping into the issue, such as proper femininity and masculinity, dating culture, intimate relationship, marriage, sometimes also like sexual violence, reproductive rights, anti-feminism, and you might also probably see some similar conspiracy theory that accuse foreign intervention in gender issues in China. So the discourse is very loaded. But I'm not so much interested in what exactly gender antagonism as a discourse encompasses or entail. Rather, I attempt to think through what this discourse can achieve with its salience, visibility, and popularity in public culture in China, particularly on the digital space, which is basically the battleground of discursive authority over gender issues. The narrative of gender antagonism actually gradually evolved as a much mainstream, indeed dominant cultural trope in policing anything that was considered disruptive of gender norms, and particularly those related to heteronormative conventions and patriarchal capitalism. In some cases, we might also find that gender antagonism serves as a kind of strawman for vicious misogynistic and anti-feminist discourses and actions intended to undo progressive politics. The narrative itself, or the discourse surrounding gender antagonism, is a result of technological, economic, cultural, and ideological confluence, which has been weaponized by some people, some institutions, even some media, to enact attacks and violence, mostly targeting women and feminists. So it is also where I started to get a glimpse of men's rights advocacy. The development of the internet, social media, and other digital technologies has once been celebrated, championed as very much democratic tools for the social underdog. In years, we do see how grassroots from all around the world have drawn on abundant organizing, mobilizing digital resources to deploy creative practices through various platforms and try their best to cultivate progressive campaigns and political cultures. But at the same time, we also see the infiltration of business interest and reactionary political agenda in the development of ICT, also quite like tainted a utopian imagination of this the internet and social media. The assemblage of digital technologies, the platform economy, patriarchal cultural conventions, states regulatory imperatives, and even media users' practices, all together, they have spawned a very powerful and oppressive set of digital discourses and acts. Many of them will be categorized by sexism, racism, homophobia, xenophobia, and many others. So if we perhaps like agree that technology is a mirror of our society, it will be shaped and also shaping the culture that we live in, foster not only convergence, solidarity, and diversity, but also equally the divergence, dissonance, and provincialism that might impede any progressive politics on emancipation, liberty, and social justice. Men's rights advocacy in contemporary cultural and political landscape is closely tied to the rise of digital media and online reactionary cultures, or you might consider subcultures. A term that worth our attention is manosphere, or precisely digital manosphere, which describes diverse yet fragmented, including those websites, blogs, vlogs, different kinds of social media accounts, forums, Wikipedia pages, or podcasts, all of this together promoting very much anti-feminist and misogynistic discourses and cultures. They might or might not explicitly promoting a movement of men's rights. But these communities focus on constructing men's identity with very much reactionary gender roles based on either the critique or the misuse of feminism. So here I show some examples of the manosphere, which takes a strong hold in China. And they are also representing some of the cases or the social media resources that I kept following as I dig more into the men's rights advocacy or practices. In the middle of it, the social media accounts, which is called Morphus, the 红丸主义 or Morphus the Red Pill, is a key information hub for Chinese audience to learn about popular ideologies and organizing practices from the men's rights movement, learning them from the West. So it translated and published many educational resources from the Anglophone men's rights communities, including those like the pickup artist, which can roughly translate it as the 搭讪艺术家, or in Taiwan's translation, they called it like 把妹达人. The red pill, which is 红丸主义, is the direct translation. The men going their own way, and GTOW, which is 米格道 in Chinese, and the incel, which is the involuntary celibates, that is like a 非自愿单身者. So the other account, also in the middle, which is a WeChat public account called 觉醒者围炉. It's like very similar to like fireside chats for the awakened. So this particular account posted more analysis and comments about local gender issues, usually employed victimization storytelling with a combination of reactionary and anti-feminist attitudes and statements. The one picture on the top right in this slide is about a popular subcultural forum on Baidu or Baidu Tieba, where millions of their male users actually posting and exchanging pictures and information about women, including those feminists that they witch hunted, but also just ordinary women that they want to troll. So this is a vicious and violent actor of doxing, trolling, and cyberbullying. And under tremendous backlash, Baidu actually removed many of these doxing posts, but the forum actually remains. The last example is on the top left, which is a subsite to Wikipedia. This is called Stone Encyclopedia, 石头百科. It was reported, created, and sustained by some of the men's rights advocates. This is a site to document many gender events in China from a standpoint of men. So it focuses on collecting cases of false accusations of sexual violence, misandry cases, and attack on masculinities or victimization of men in domestic and public sphere, so on and so forth. So this is a site according to the founders, to try to seize back the discursive rights and rewrite history. So it's his story. So it's his. The manosphere basically is diverse in its form, its presentation, and also in the content and topics they cover. But fundamentally, it undergirds, supports, and shapes contemporary men's rights advocacy and the violence it would entail. Speaking to a broader social phenomenon in a broader transnational context. As I researched this, the men's rights discourses and advocacy, to my surprise, actually have quite a long history. Some scholars have traced it back to the mid-19th century, where human rights activists and groups from Britain, the US, and some other Western countries, they concern a large range of issues that impact men and boys, such as male homelessness, mental health, forced accusations, family court bias, suicide, child custody, low state fundings or community fundings for male health issues, educational performances, and misandry in mainstream culture, you name it. And in the US, scholars consider that the discourses and practices for men's consciousness raising and their rights should be considered as part of a much broader gender liberation politics, like roughly forming after World War II. And in this liberation politics, the main idea is not simply promoting rights for men, but eventually that it would benefit those men and women. But such a men's rights discourse has disappeared by the late 1970s, or more precisely, the kind of discourse on men's liberation bifurcated within itself into two different routes. The more conservative and moderate wings of this men's liberation become an anti-feminist men's rights movement, or short as MRM. On the other hand, the more progressive wing of men's liberation basically form a much more pro-feminist movement premised on a language that we will often heard in many feminist campaigns tackling gender relations and power. It is the former, which is the more conservative and moderate wings of men's liberation, that eventually gains momentum and have much more heightened visibility nowadays, largely thanks to the access and affordability of digital technology. One of the earlier and influential men's rights platforms is called A Voice for Men, which is founded by men's rights activist Paul Allen in 2009. So this site also popularizes and inaugurated the so-called second wave of the MRM, the men's rights movement, based on many human rights principles. But essentially, this is still a very much anti-feminist, misogynist campaign that really centered on doxing women. the use of second wave, of course, has nothing to do with the waves of feminism or feminist movements throughout the 19th century to early 21st century. But according to the mission statement on posts from A Voice for Men, the second wave is to connote a surge of activities that is unique but also related to previous surge of activity in men's rights advocacy, including broadening national and international networks, inclusiveness of participants across gender, racial, class, and sexuality lines, and also generally, as I mentioned, anti-feminism, anti-misandry, and also another key thing is to anti-genocentrism, which I will talk in a bit. But even within this breed of the MRM, it actually is also a spectrum, with some, on the one hand, will call for a much peaceful, nonviolent movement centered on activism that would change cultural narratives over activities like lobbying officials to change laws, which means that they believe that the law actually is formed and practiced on the basis that against men. And others in this spectrum would align much more with conservatism or extreme ideologies, including conspiracy theory and far-rightism. And they celebrate, even promote violence, such as the atrocious femicide in mass shooting and gender-based sex crimes. Much of the vile and violent discourses and acts associated with the men's rights movement are founded in much more recent digital communities. As I mentioned before, those such as the MGTOW, PUA, pickup artists, and incels. And they will be more specific in different cultural contexts. In general, we see in academia this analysis of the rise of men's rights movement as a digital subculture. It has many new research, but it still remains a quite understudied area, especially in China. So I cannot really find much literature discussing the rise of men's rights advocacy as a digital subculture or in a digital environment. One of the popular vloggers of men's rights in China, which is the aforementioned Morpheus Rapio, which is the top left post here, and I don't know whether it's a he or not, let's assume it's just it started to upload videos on popular video sharing site Bilibili around 2020, almost toward the end of 2020. So all of the social accounts I followed has no such presence of men's rights topics or videos or any kind of discussions earlier than this particular year of 2020. So based on my limited information and material that I collected so far, I would cautiously and tentatively consider that the men's rights advocacy is started to form or to be visible as a subculture on digital media around this year of 2020. And this is the year that I previously mentioned that the comedian Yang Li coined the term of 普信男, which generates so much hype as well as controversies ever since. So it might be a coincidence, but it might also be that the phenomenal popularity of 普信男is a tipping point in which accumulated reactionary counter discourses just exploded and gradually developed and evolved into this men's rights advocacy and a series of oppressive acts and discourses. The content and discussion created by men's rights activists are largely inspired by its Western counterparts, as well as by Korean men's rights movement. Many of the theoretical and empirical resources of men's rights movement is taken from the Rapio and MGTOW that really focus on consciousness rising and a life that is separate from women in general. So the aforementioned idea, genocentrism, is introduced to China through translating many men's rights activists' YouTube video and transplanting them on the subcultural video site Bilibili. So the genocentrism as an idea is perhaps one of the most widely circulated theme and topic in MRN, referring to a dominant or exclusive focus on women in history or practice, a perspective or a narrative that's simply coming from the women's perspective, coming from the women's sides. So there are constantly debate or reminder in the men's rights movement saying that we need to retake or seize back the discursive rights to write our history. So anti-genocentrism is a foundation of the men's rights movement. I single out the Korean influence, partly because the two countries, China and South Korea, share many similarities in terms of gender politics under patriarchy and social hierarchy, partly also because the kind of intensive and effective exchange between Chinese feminism and Korean feminism, which really provoked anxiety and anger among men in both countries. Particularly in recent years, there is a powerful set of feminist practices spreading from South Korea to China, calling for women moving beyond activities focused on and benefiting men, including things like no marriage, no childbearing, no romance, no sexual relationship with men, no consumption of misogynistic products, rejecting celebrity culture, rejecting fandom, rejecting any kind of beauty standards that would sexualize and exploiting women, so on and so forth. So men, both in South Korea and China, felt that they are indiscriminately targeted as the cause of sexual oppression, rape culture, and gender-based violence. So to learn from how the Korean men's rights movement fights back is to provide clues for the Chinese men's rights activists to evaluate their digital strategies, particularly in ways to organize, mobilize, and effectively combat discourses, policies, and practices which they believe are very women-centered or benefiting women only. In general, I observed two key practices in the men's rights advocacy. One is very much appropriating this whole idea of micro celebrity or micro entrepreneurship in the digital economy. They would create alternative media, which they never relying on any mainstream media, and they deliver content centered on men's rights. This kind of practice is just like anyone who wants influencer culture. They build credibility and trust with their readership through delivering information, offering commentary to educate, and engaging in discussions with their followers. This set of practices really, in a sense, made the men's rights advocacy feel like both a culture, but also a business. Another practice is coded in the content they create and circulate, as well as in the community and the relationship they cultivate with their audience. In those content and in their communities, the men's rights activists or advocates, they try to provide a very specific social identity for themselves and their audience by representing themselves and their viewers as the social underdog in a counterculture. So this social underdog narrative usually draws from two moral or discursive resources. One of them is nationalism, and the other is so-called grassroots anti-elitism or anti-capitalism. These two might be safe to say these two are the very important and almost like politically correct moral or discursive resources that can be drawn from in any open discussions in Chinese digital space. So the use of these two resources in the men's rights advocacy almost perfectly fit the definition of populism as a thin ideology, as argued by Dutch political scientist Casmuda. So in this thin ideology of populism, the contestation is between the pure people and the corrupt elite. To replace it in the context of men's rights advocacy in China, it is the confrontation between the innocent men as social underdogs versus the corrupt feminists or bad-faced, consumerist-oriented women in general. And advocating men's rights then becomes the politics representing the general view of the people. It is the same ideology in the sense that it really needs to depend on much seeker ideology, such nationalism, to function. And the same thing can be seen in the men's rights movement. In many cases, many discourses, many of the post video they generated, we can all observe that advocating men's rights often go along very well with the message to associate feminism with foreign interventionalism. This also draws our attention to many of those so-called patriotic bloggers or influencers who practicing their micro-entrepreneurship centered on nationalism and anti-feminism. I'm not arguing they are men's rights advocates, but this have a very much proximity of how men's rights activists can draw from those resources to build up their own narrative, their own identity, and offer to their community. An example we probably can see is also from the Yang Li and JD's case. Yang has long been accused, associated with the so-called Western force, because major Western media has covered her gimmick and controversies along her whole career. And men's rights advocates partake in those controversies really entail a nationalist attack of Yang, as well as feminism. They usually also citing the gender antagonism trope. The anti-feminist message here, while not so much along the logic to continue narrating men's victimization story or how feminists or women deprive them of their rights, but really try to deploy the language of nationalism and cementing feminist movements with foreign interventionism that would aim to subvert China and threat Chinese people and social stability or security. So these two resources are so politically correct in China's context, which also endorsed implicitly and explicitly by the party state in many different ways. The kind of narrative upholding this morality, this kind of discursive resources also embodied by media platforms through their content regulation and governance. The platform like Weibo, WeChat, Bilibili, Zhihu, Hupu, and so many others that would provide a space for public discussion while try to balance the ideological and commercial interest. As I have proposed elsewhere, the toxic digital manosphere is highly visible in China, buttressed by what I called as the platformization of misogyny. So here, misogyny is not only a form of expression or an activity, but basically it's a form of governance, a platform-based technological powered governance, which allowing ideologies such as patriarchy, such as paternalism, authoritarianism, the aforementioned foreign interventionalism, anti-feminism, and many more. They partake in governing the content and the scope of public discussion with very explicit consent and cooperation from tech companies, media institutions, digital platforms, and media users as well. So the men's rights advocacy may be is the most recent iteration of such a phenomenon in the state market complex. The idea of a state market complex that I use here is inspired by the analysis of the military entertainment complex, which in its most common use is the cooperation between militaries and entertainment industries to their mutual benefit. I evoke this analogy to show the collusion of digital technology, platform economy, cultural, the patriarchal culture, state regulation, and media users' practices. So this is a very powerful assemblage. And the mechanism that digital platforms operate their business and regulate content usually encourage the aforementioned gender antagonism or antagonistic discussion regarding gender, and particularly when involving feminists. They really paved the way for men's rights narrative and spawning large amount of discussion that's relating to the cultural trope of gender antagonism. So here I have two examples. on the left side of them, while the Weibo, which follow the state regulatory policies and guidelines, it tried to solidify its governance in the so-called Weibo community contract that deal with that established a three-layered self-regulatory body to deal with violations and punishment. But the mechanism of reporting, filtering, backlisting of words, or suspending accounts, they are largely hidden in the proverbial black box. In the controversy involved vocal feminists, which the controversy itself was originally centered on the issue of smoking in public space. The Weibo CEO Wang Gaofei, he came out and offered tips to instruct users for removing accounts that share feminist views by reporting them as inciting hatred and gender discrimination, regardless of what actual content of those posts. So the instruction apparently provided by the head of the company and in general really practiced by the users to facilitate the moderation of content and enforcement of Weibo regulation. It seems to acknowledge this very highly unequal power relation among users in these instances, right? Where those who sided with anti-feminism really have the endorsement of the platform itself. When they practice trolling, and it becomes even more powerful. So by endorsing this activity of anti-feminism and trolls and removing the obstacle to their posting of violence rhetorics, the platform itself really encouraged their behavior. In another case, search engine Baidu deliberately blocked the search results of misandric terms while retaining its counterparts, that is, misogynistic terms. So here on the top right of the slides shows the search result of a derogatory term associated Chinese man with bugs. So there's no search result or displayed. On the other hand, we look at the one picture behind it, which another screenshot. When I try to search another term that is misogynistic associating Chinese women with bugs, it actually shows a list of the results. And on top of which is a post on Zhihu, the Chinese version of Quora, which accused women inciting gender antagonism. So this probably also because of the way that I search on Baidu, that the algorithm really push this kind of content to me. While not all the search results are relevant to the misogynistic term, the practice of the platform itself, right, by blocking misandric content while keeping misogynistic ones visible, apparently give us a sense of how media platforms navigate its businesses that promote and denounce certain values, ideologies, narratives, and practices. So here comes to my last slide. In this talk, I started with a controversy in which a women stand-up comedian Yang Li faced a backlash from many male netizens due to her team up with the e-commerce platform JD that has a large men users. I then considered the cultural trope of gender antagonism and how it evolves from a toxic digital manosphere that eventually nurtures the men's rights movement. By drawing connections of the men's rights advocacy from other parts of the world, I also try to show how the phenomenon in China centered on the practice of micro-celebrity and influencer culture and try to benefit from the digital economy, while at the same time relying on two major discursive or moral resources of populist nationalism and the grassroots anti-elitism or anti-capitalism to foreground their whole agenda. And finally, I briefly referred to my previous work on the state market complex, in which the assemblage of digital technology, platform, patriarchal culture, state regulation, and media users' practices all collude with men's rights in ways to suppress feminist expressions or diverse expressions, as well as spawning and furthering the culture of hatred and misogyny. Due to limited space and time and my efforts in researching this topic, what I discuss here is only a sketch of the men's rights advocacy. I don't even sure whether we can call the phenomenon in China as a movement. This may be a stretch to call it. The loose network of men's rights and anti-feminist alliances might not mount up to a well-organized and coordinated movement. For many of its famous influencers or popular vloggers who advocate men's rights, they usually have a relatively small follower basis, most of them around like 10 to 20,000, though the views of individual posts or videos might add up to millions. And in China, the men's rights advocates cannot really mobilize any protests or demonstrations on the street, unlike their inspirational brothers in US, Australia, Canada, India, or South Korea. The scale and reach of this type of advocacy might also be limited due to the niche market strategies upheld by digital platforms. But to discuss this phenomenon is to try to demonstrate the criticality of the issue and numerous implicit and explicit underpinning of the state market complex. All of this needs much more careful unpacking. This is not about scapegoating any individual man or women or group for the problems that we have regarding gender and digital culture. The men's rights advocacy, I would say it's a product of the politics of the platform, combined with state ideologies as well as the user's participation and cultural values, and all of them together spawn this really pervasive violent discourses and nurture the toxic digital manosphere. In the discourse of men's rights advocacy, many of these activists, they, rather than tackling the structure that upholds unrealistic standards and many stereotypical views and sexual roles for both men and women, they tend to form alliances to fight against feminists and some women and act in ways that we would consider sexist, misogynistic, homophobic, and sometimes even jingoistic. While it is like championing the men's rights as human rights, apparently appropriating the feminist rights, the discourse and strategies, the whole discourse surrounding men's rights is replete with entitlement of social resources and political opportunism that really suture the whole advocacy seamlessly with the patriarchal capitalism and something I would call the paternalistic authoritarianism as well. And this is all of my sharing. Thanks so much for listening, and I welcome any comments and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liao, for your such amazing research on China's men's rights movements and as well as its complex relations with media and state and like some media mainstream ideologies. So now it's time for Q&A, and I'd like to see if we got any questions from our audiences. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Yes, please.
Hello. Thank you so much for that very fascinating talk. I hope I got it right, but I think one of the things you mentioned was in this like quote unquote second wave of men's rights movements, they're also trying to use the language of, or they're co-opting the language of inclusivity. So I wonder if they when they create their content online, do they also roll out like women who support them, or do they have content that talk, or if it's not actual influencers, content that talk about how women understand the issues that men have, etc. I'm really quite curious about that and how they might co-opt that as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the question. So yes, they use the language of inclusiveness. So this is a majority centered on the kind of men's rights movement in Anglophone And many of them actually don't really single out it is like men who, it is only men who support this rights movement. Women are also welcome. And in reality, we see in many of those videos that those activists post online, they also tend to invite many like diverse group of people to speak up on their side. So there include women. We see many of the women who are much more following in the conservative side. They will be sympathetic to men's rights movement. And it's a very careful packaged kind of like language and discourse of men's rights in the Western context. Some of them didn't really go to that extreme, but really claim and centered on men's rights, human rights principles. And I think one of the important, not important, maybe one of the very interesting thing is that they promote the kind of environment that is benefiting both gender. This is a very moderate kind of like a narrative or a strategy within the contemporary men's rights movement in the West. A controversial documentary called The Red Pill also described this phenomenon of many of these men's rights activists. It's quite ambivalent and it's not really what we would often imagined, that men with like this angry faces to really resort to violent actions to call for men's rights.
Hi, Sarah. Very good seeing you after all this time. Yes. Thank you very much. That was a great talk, and I'm very happy you continue your wonderful research over there. So yeah, I'm just wondering, like, can you give us a little bit of an idea, or maybe I've missed it, about the background of these men, like who become active in China, and maybe also, if you have a sense, I don't know, in the US, because you gestured a little bit to that. And the second part of my question is, what do you see, what could be some strategies to kind of go against that, what you also called populism? Thank you.
Thank you. It's very nice to see you, like, although not in person, virtually. Like, to get a profile of this man, I would say it's quite different as I observed in the West, in the US or other developed countries, compared to those in maybe South Korea or in China. So in many of these Western contexts, most of them actually have like a public face. They are activists. They can go on the street. They are advocating for things. So if you simply search men's rights activists on YouTube or any social media platform, it will give you a list of them. So it's very public in a sense. And in South Korea, it have like this combination of publicness, but also kind of like anonymous attached to it. I'm not very particularly sure why. But in China, we usually don't have a public face for that. Perhaps it's still quite new in a sense that many of them just like very generic like pictures, and they don't really have any public speech. Or maybe this is also because of the social culture here in China, doesn't really encourage such kind of activities, right? We don't really allowing the actual protest or demonstration on the street. But in the US or in UK, Australia, Canada, we actually see a very strong alliance of men's rights activists with the conservative camp of political parties, aligning themselves with far-rightist movements or even outright movement. The one that I talk about, the incel, the MGTOW, these are well-known communities that have very much like a public faces. And sometimes they even get endorsed by many controversial figures that's really supporting many of the extremist ideologies or conspiracy theories. But this is quite different in China. I cannot really pinpoint to one public face. Perhaps like the two accounts that I mentioned, one is the Morphus the Reptile, which has like a different accounts on various social media platforms. And a quick search online would very easily point you to this particular public account or the kind of like a symbol of the Chinese men's rights movement, who basically just post and transported a lot of this Anglophone resources regarding men's rights movement and providing all this like educational resources on different media in China.
Sarah, maybe can I just interrupt you quickly?
I hope that answered your question.
Yeah. Do you have an idea about their age? Like, what's the age group we are talking about?
So this is an interesting thing. I can only kind of like a guess according to the media that they use. Many of them are really like stick onto Bilibili, which has a much younger group of audience around like 20s or like early 30s. And many of them are addicted to or are strongly associated with the Japanese anime, manga, this kind of culture, which is how this website is started, right? So I guess this is one of the guests I would have, probably like a 20s, 30s. And also in some of the videos that they circulated, you will see the person like reviewing like the face that discussing these issues. And from the image that I saw, many of them just like 30s or even younger. Normally, I would believe it's in a much younger side.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Hi Sarah，我可以用中文提问吗？可以啊，谢谢。
可以。
是这样的，因为您刚刚也讲到，就是在中国有很多男权主义者或者说 incel 男，他们经常觉得中国互联网上的男女对立是境外势力挑起的嘛，但是同时他们又比较信奉追随埃隆·马斯克这样厌女的国外的精英阶级。我不知道这是不是一种民粹主义，因为挺双标的。而且像马斯克这种明确发表过厌女言论的人都能成为名人，可能因为他手里掌握着社交媒体吧。而且并且在刚刚的美国大选里面，特朗普也当选了，然后美国女性的堕胎权也受到了威胁，所以其实有很多中国女性还是比较关注美国大选的，因为在我们自己国家出一个女性领导人还是比较困难的。但是连美国的女性领导人的竞选都失败了，就是其实很多中国女性还是挺失望的。所以您觉得这是不是美国乃至全球的女权主义的一个倒退？而且并且我们要如何应对这种精英阶级，就是比如说掌握着社交媒体的人，然后还有统治阶级领导的，就越来越浓的这样的一个厌女氛围？谢谢。
谢谢你的提问，我觉得这个问题非常好，然后也非常大。首先我觉得你的观察是对的，就是我觉得全世界在不管是哪个国家，可能都面临一个巨大的右倾转向。这个当然不仅仅是影响到政治层面，当然社会生活文化也有很大的影响。那选举可能就是可以体现，就是选举是这个整个右倾倾向的一个侧面吧。但我并不认为说这就意味着是，全世界女权运动的一个倒退，因为我觉得，就是可能就是我们暂时处在的这样的一个社会文化情境下面，你感觉到的声浪或者你能体会到的这种，非常，明显的这种就是政治焦虑。会让你觉得说，好像是不是我们逐渐就女权运动逐渐失去了阵地，包括在美国这个堕胎权就是最高院的推翻，就是之前的一个裁定，还有其他就是各个国家，比如说伊拉克等等这些妇女权益，他们都受到了很多的威胁。但我还是认为，就是尽管是在这样的一个很困难的局面下，就是世界各地的这些女权组织、女权主义者。还是有在做各种各样的一个努力， 最近那个香港中文大学文化研究的学者谭佳，他发表了一篇文章，叫做 Slow Resistance， 就是他利用了在研究那个环境问题里面的一个概念，去描述在威权主义国家下面，就是女权主义的反抗会是一个什么样的形式。他把这个命名为 Slow Resistance， 就是很缓慢的一种抵抗吧。那这种抵抗呢，有时候甚至不可见，它可能就不是发生在一些很明显的社交媒体，甚至是你可以有一个非常 public face 的这样的一个地方，它可能更多的就是社区当中的互助，或者是说一些不在公众视野范围内的一些微小的改变。那我觉得这可能就是我自己其实比较赞同，这是我们会面临的一种可能需要调整女权主义运动策略。同时更加去思考，就是花时间去沉淀什么样的策略、什么样的方式，可能更加能够去应对当下我们面临的这些问题。那最重要的一点还是就是不能丧失这个信心，因为女权运动发展本身就是走两步可能就走一步退两步。但不能因为这种可能走一步退两步的这样情况，我们就放弃了希望。那我们今天所拥有的任何一个我相信，我们得到的任何一个权利，无论男性女性，其实都是建立在之前的人不停的努力下面。所以，我不觉得这是一个女权运动的倒退，觉得还是有很多我们可以做的很微小的一些事情，就是可以一同度过这样的一个局面吧。
谢谢 ，Thank you so much. Any more questions from our audience? If no, actually, I got a question because I myself have also done some research on Chinese feminist movement as well as its rival, the men's rights movement. So personally, I'm quite curious about your opinion on the Chinese radical feminism, as in Chinese 妓女, like it's a kind of a 妓女团体. In such a cultural context embedded with gender hostile narratives, what are some effective strategies that can be used to counteract and promote a space for discussion for gender equality? Thank you.
If I understand your question correctly, are you asking me my opinion about the so-called like extreme feminism and the strategy to counter the hostility against them?
Yes. Thank you.
Well, thank you. First of all, I think even within the so-called extreme feminism or 妓女, this is a very wide spectrum that will encompassing a variety of like ideologies. Although maybe down to the bottom there are some like a common kind of goals and the pursuits of this group of women. I think this is one of the very heightened moments that we will see gender antagonism become this cultural trope that specifically targeting this group of online activists that would call themselves as 妓女, extreme feminism or radical feminism, or who embody or embrace the kind of separatist ideology derived from the second wave feminism. I don't really think there will be very rational, very peaceful discussion or online space for the kind of discussion of issues that 妓女 want to promote. I mean, I'm not optimistic. I don't really have a very, how to say, I don't really quite optimistic about the overall public discussions on digital media, and particularly in China. I think it's a space that has been so much corrupt, and almost like as I propose here that in any public discussions, there are absolute political correctness, and feminism has already been casting out. No matter you are extreme feminism or or tangentially like kind of much more conservative or moderate type of feminist, I really don't think there is a space on digital media to actively, rationally discuss these issues. That is also why I found it, in some ways, we might not really still want to cling on the idea to promote digital space or digital activism. Rather, it might be a good time to rethink or reconfigure the sociality that we built, right? People to people. We can also start to rethink things in the old way, really have like the in-person connections without resorting to digital media. Well, although I'm studying digital activism, I have to say that there's so much limitations in the context, particularly now in China, which much more authoritarian hold onto it. So this is also goes back to the previous question when I mentioned this idea by Tanja about slow resistance. And it is not something that's going to like provide new strategies on digital media, but to kind of like ask us to rethink like how the humanity and sociality in the old way can help us to further our political agenda. And this is actually also practiced in many ways. I know some of the informants in my when I study the digital activist culture, that they actually started to have much more like in-person practices, such as like build up the kind of cohabitation space, that it's like actual space without having much more discussion and publicity online, but they actually started to cultivating such a space. And there are other kind of like all women groups that organized different kind of events in the reality, right? In asking people to get together, to go on events like bird watching, hiking, but it's a very embodied way to build up the kind of connection and alliances. This is not simply a discursive battle that we try hard to win, but I think it's also fundamentally go back to how the connections, the alliances, the solidarity can be built in the much more slow and traditional way. Yeah, this is how I think about.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah. That is a very warm and very inspiring answer for me. Since our time is quite limited, even though we still got so many questions and I want to further the talk with you, but we have to like end this session for you, and we hope that we maybe in some day and we could just meet face in face and further our discussions. Thank you so much for joining us. And see, maybe if you want to follow our the following agenda of this conference, you can just watch it on YouTube or Bilibili. And thank you. We have to like close this Zoom meeting. Thank you and bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so now let's move on to our second. Sorry. So let's move on to our second panelist. Let's welcome Cherry Ruth Soriano. She is a professor in the Department of Communication de la Salle University, Manila. She plays an active role in global, regional, and national research networks on platform labor and platformization research, including Fair Work, where she is principal investigator in platform ecosystem and transactional cultures in Asia. Her books are Philippine Digital Cultures, Brokerage Dynamics on YouTube, and Asian Perspectives on Digital Culture, Emerging Phenomena, Enduring Concepts. And she will be presenting her speech with the title Platforms, Labor, and Brokerage Dynamics. Let's welcome Cherry.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. And of course, thanks to Professor Huang, Sun Chuan, and the fantastic organization of all the students who've brought us all today. I think I'll begin my talk with an excerpt from our book, which with Philippine Digital Cultures with Irvin Gabalquinto, which also presents a vignette of what I will be speaking about today. So, Carlo beams with pride as he announces to his thousands of YouTube subscribers a new milestone. He has made his million as an online freelancer, displaying his monthly dollar earnings, a new car, as well as modern infrastructure. Carlo is ecstatic to proclaim that he has made the best decision to leave his full-time call center job for platform work, challenging his subscribers that they could also achieve the same success with the right recipe of hard work, persistence, and entrepreneurialism. Second slide. Thank you. He has worked hard to achieve his current state, starting as a book chapter writer for a small client, clinched from a labor platform way back in 2011, and now a digital marketing and virtual assistance guru, working with a number of clients from the popular labor platform Upwork, and recognized as the coach for hundreds of Filipino platform workers. Way back in 2016, Carlo started to organize training sessions for friends who wanted to learn how to start with online freelancing. Now, Carlo speaks regularly at freelancer events, organizes paid coaching sessions, hosts his YouTube channel on online freelancing, and runs a Facebook community composed of freelancers, current trainees, and their network of friends. His YouTube channel, now extended to TikTok, is dedicated to regular videos on how to survive and thrive in the freelancing world, from how to build trust with a foreign client, how to earn interest for one's earnings. Now the owner of a freelancer agency after acquiring large-scale projects and a stable set of clients, Carlo now mediates between platforms, clients, and other worker aspirants. Burdened by employment woes such as infrastructural immobility and low wages, countless Filipino professionals like Carlo are found to be migrating to online platform in exchange for autonomy, spatial flexibility, and possibilities for higher earnings. So my talk today will focus on three things. Allocate digital labor, social media cultural production, and influence-making practices within the landscape of platform-mediated jobs and the social, cultural, and economic realities of the Philippines. I try to intervene in our understanding of social media and digital labor in three ways. First, by characterizing the rise and the role of intermediaries, which we call digital labor brokers, mediated by social media, and their role in global platform labor markets. This also seeks to decenter the global platform in platform labor analysis a little bit, and it engages with recent literature, highlighting what Van Doren and Bosma, for example, call actually existing platformization. It looks at for example, the things that surround the platform but actually constitute it, importantly. Second, I look at highlighting the particular process of brokering aspirational logics on social platforms as a cooperative process underpinned by local cultures of cooperation and a moral economy. Here I converse with the dominant literature on micro-celebrities and influencers, for example, the important works of Crystal Abedin, Teresa Senft, and also Brooke Erin Duffy. But I extended to attend more closely to how influence is constructed in the context of working class media, always existing precarity, local cultures of exchange, and post-colonial aspirations. And third, with intersecting platforms at the base, I examine the evolving organization of online freelancing and cloud or remote work in the Philippines, moving beyond the traditional trilateral model of a client, a platform, and a worker to reveal a complex network of local labor assemblages underlying the platform economy. So I draw from three waves of ethnographic fieldwork in the Philippine cloud work scene, starting from 2016, almost 10 years now, starting from 2016 and 2017, our first wave, the second wave, 2019 to 2020, actually with Jason Cabañas when he was still with LaSalle, and then currently the third wave, where we look more closely at the intersections of social platforms, labor platforms, and fintech platforms. So I think I should talk about brokerage. I draw from the work of Stovall and Shaw, conceptualizing brokerage, and similarly attending to their invitation to explore how brokerage manifests in different configurations. Brokerage has been central for enacting social, economic, and political transactions. When information is restricted and unevenly distributed, opportunities for brokerage emerge. Brokers gain value for their work by first putting together critical information from diverse sources and putting them together to appeal to clients who have difficulty making sense of these information by themselves. But apart from making this information make sense together, importantly, brokers generate value by being connected to actors who are unconnected, essentially facilitating new connections. Importantly, in particular social structures, they take advantage of gaps in inefficiencies in public institutions, and brokerage processes become one of a small number of mechanisms by which disconnected and isolated individuals can interact economically, politically, and socially. At the core of brokerage are economic transactions outside the view and formal control of governments and corporations even. Brokerages can appear as a set of localized alternative services associated with informal economic transactions with local infrastructures. In the Philippines, the enactment of brokerage is commonly underscored in different economic, even political processes. Brokerage works well within our pervasive patron clientelistic orientation that needs a bridge between kind of social services and ordinary people. One manifestation of this, for example, is in migration, quite commonly studied already, where many Filipinos from the rural communities would seek to migrate overseas, but will then have to navigate something like 50 signatures and tons of hours of wasted time just to be able to navigate how to actually migrate. And of course, the recruitment and brokerage agencies, the analysis of it kind of nuances it in a way that they become critical anchor points for these migrants, but also at the same time can be predatory in nature as well. But of course, I need to situate it within a long history of brokerage in the Philippines, wherein coming back to the Spanish colonial era, we have always had brokers. When Filipinos could not own land, for example, brokers or cabos, they actually would mediate between large landowners and ordinary workers so that they can get a place within these agricultural communities, also extended to maritime companies, small-time construction companies. When the cabo system got dismantled, these brokers, in fact, became the first union leaders of the Philippines, implying the extension of the brokerage system into critical institutionalization of local organization. They maintain legitimacy by being considered as the fathers of the big family, becoming also the first leaders of unions, but also brokerage practices draw from their relevance by setting up flows of new resources and
Recording
information
stopped.
in the context of the decline in trust in large institutions. So in the contemporary digital context, we can see the emergence of social media content creators who not only present their hobbies, activities, and desires, but also construct imaginaries, possibilities, and importantly, concrete processes on how these Filipinos can achieve particular shared aspirations. So here, I engaged Annette Hill's work on producing and audiencing as present tense, a continuing process of creating audiences and also producing, right? But moving beyond ways audiences can be simply mobilized for consumption, I also draw from yesterday's talk about how affect networks are created. I look more closely at how exactly is affect connected? Why do these influencers actually create influence? And how do they actually do that? And then we look at different facets of it, from feminine subjectivity and whiteness to interracial relationships, world-class labor, and then politics. But for the purposes of this talk, I focus on labor so that I could be more concentrated. Okay. So now platform work. Platform labor has experienced a significant uptake in the Philippines in recent years, with the government actively promoting platform labor as a solution to unemployment. Along with labor migration and business process outsourcing and a large informal sector, Filipino platform workers, commonly called locally Filipino freelancers, have become one of the largest suppliers of labor for cloud work platforms and supported by Payoneer to be top amongst the growing gig economies in the world. Similar to the precarious conditions surrounding many of our overseas migrant and BPO workers, a growing number of works have pointed out the precarious conditions surrounding platform work. And yet in the Philippines, cloud work continues to be seen as a viable and appealing work option. And this is importantly driven by state imperatives. Well, in reflection, it's from pushing Filipinos as migrant workers to fully embracing business process outsourcing, the government has pushed the popularity of platform labor as a solution to unemployment. So it's over half a century, right? You'll see a pattern of inability to address employment problems structurally and pushing Filipinos to embrace emerging opportunities in global labor markets, whatever that may be, and despite or in spite of the conditions or the welfare of work. Filipino platform workers have been incorporated in the national government's push for world-class service workers and modern heroes who bring in much-needed foreign currency into the country, attending again to its position in the global division of labor as world-class service workers. Part of the digital economy, but still within its periphery. Examining the brokerage process, I feel, though, helps in decentering the global platform in the common analysis of global platform work. So the global platform, for example, Upwork, Rev, freelancing.com, they are often the center of analysis in labor management and remote work. For example, we try to look and map the analytical typologies in cloud work, for example, and whether we're looking at skill level requirement, task scale, types of services, matching models, who initiates transactions, all of these circulate with the global platform at the core of the analysis. And in our work, we try to look at that particular node in the center, that brokerage dimension and the emerging local organization that configures and continually reconfigures the platform economy of labor demand and supply. And I do this by looking at two particular things: skill making and community building and re-outsourcing. So skill building happens quite actively within social media that transcends into re-outsourcing. Right. So apart from the promises or the aspirations of income-generating potential of platform-based employment and dollar earnings, this sense of fulfillment in reality typically coexists with discontent over precarity inherent in platform-dependent livelihoods. So on the left side is the common argument of the literature that it's difficult, there's seasonality of work. It's also defined by a lot of labor arbitrage, meaning your clients will look for whatever labor is cheapest, and therefore it relegates disposability of workers in the global south. There's a lot of workers competing in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh for cloud work. And that means a lot of competition and a lot of workers who are going onto these platforms and without being able to get any kind of work at all. Then third is platform dynamics, meaning it discourages long-term client and worker relationships, and it's structured in that particular way to maintain that kind of relations. But what we're seeing in the Philippine scene is that it's in fact a kind of a more complex spectrum. You have workers who are unable to get clients. They're overly dependent on platforms, for example, or overly looking for low rates, or really challenged by the seasonality of platform labor. But at the same time, you also see, and I guess having been institutionalized in the Philippines for over almost a couple of decades now, those pioneer freelancers have been able to cultivate expertise. They're able to diversify skills and platforms, generate large project portfolios, and do long-term sustained clients. And these are what we will look at as the emerging micro-celebrities of platform work. So particular kinds of workers are able to thrive and experience social and economic mobility and rise as elite workers. This is an emerging category of influential digital workers who play a crucial role in the platform labor economy by coaching aspiring workers and facilitating online communities of support, but later on also direct brokerage processes. So moving beyond the current practices of observing ways audiences are and can be engaged for consumption, here I look at influence making as a site of cooperative relations or the performance of cooperation hinged within the local concept of digital biennial or helping each other navigate precarious conditions. Emerging online freelancers and social media frame their online performance as a way to help other Filipinos who seek to achieve some form of economic and social mobility amid the insecurities of everyday life. They do this by first contributing towards building platform-relevant skills and then building freelance communities on social media. Obtaining gigs in labor platforms involves tedious, ambiguous, and fully mediated processes. Imagine there's no human resources to tap, there's no real person to ask. One has to navigate this, and often many workers, because of all that aspirational presentation by the government that this is a promising landscape, they hop onto it without necessarily really understanding how to navigate it. And so you need these people who kind of make it make sense for these aspirants at the very core. So they help them identify rates or negotiate benefits and the existence of recourse mechanisms in case clients refuse to remunerate them, because indeed, many of them are afraid or do not know if they can actually continue because of the presence of many scams as well in the industry. So despite government promotion of digital labor, mechanisms for assisting workers to navigate the ambiguity of platform labor is limited. For newcomers, platform labor can be confusing. Not only is this entirely fully mediated, but one also needs to discern legitimate platforms and clients from scams, present oneself and skills in a compelling manner. So it's not enough to have one's skills. You have to actually sell those skills within this entire online marketplace. But third, importantly, you are navigating with a cultural distance. A client who has a totally different culture of work and expectations, but also the power dimension of it, right? That you know that you are disposable at the end of the day. That client can look for another worker on your place. So in these spaces, people ask questions about, is my rate correct? How do I price this particular gig? And in the gig economy, this could be very complex on how to actually connect experience and actually how to price that skill, for example. It varies in a lot of ways depending on your positionality within a larger marketplace. As brokers, they connect global labor platforms to local workers by putting together these dispersed information useful for aspirants. And at the same time, they capitalize on their experiences as former and current workers too, and exposure to how they have managed to navigate this environment for themselves. And then they come to package this into training materials, initially free on social media, and then they will package this into books and coaching and training sessions. They visualize success as well, so it's very important on social media, the visibility on social media affords on what kinds of cars they are able to buy, how many millions have they been able to produce for themselves and for their families. So it creates a particular sense of value of what freelancers can achieve from this sphere. So they see them as agents for themselves, and literally freelancers we talk to call them my ate or kuya, big brother or big sister, and they are proud to call themselves as having been coached by them, also particularly because the freelancing community has evolved in such a way that there becomes a mentor-mentee system, and that you are able to thrive and survive if you can claim to have been coached by a particular mentor, for example. A keynote to worker-worker relationships pertains to the ways workers negotiate relationships with clients in the everyday through social media, whether in terms of sharing strategies to gain a client's trust, to posting visual imageries and norms of a successful worker-client relationship. Workers collectively affirm the viability of platform work by their own sharing of fears and concerns. In a separate paper that I wrote, I don't have space to talk about this, but I also spoke about how these influencers kind of construct a particular positionality of an ideal worker, a subservient worker in the service of a client, and how to kind of navigate that. They're pushing and pushing particular agential practices, but at the same time showing at the front a particular subversive, subservient attitude towards clients. And I expressed it in a long term. I wonder how that constructs a particular value norm within this freelance economy. But I guess importantly as well, and Jason and I wrote this in a little article on entrepreneurial solidarity, is that apart from the functional skill building or teaching about how to navigate the scene, it's also about the everyday ambient networking of it that social media affords them. So now it's escalated into TikTok, and so many freelancers are on TikTok and on YouTube. And these are ambient every day that freelancer will just watch, but it helps them affirm their choices to become freelancers, that, oh, I'm showing how my workplace looks like. I'm looking at the new co-working space where I'm working. So it's ambient and everyday, and they help affirm their choices and the possibilities of success. But at the same time, it's also a kind of indirect sharing of values of thriving and survival within this economy. Now I go to the next leg, which is re-outsourcing. So when we stopped this research sometime in 2019, 2020, we saw kind of the first leg, which is workers already re-outsourcing. So some workers, as I mentioned, are able to get a dedicated set of loyal clients and larger chunks of projects that they get to outsource with their family members, to their husbands, to their children, to their neighbors, to their villagers in the province, for example. So it draws, these workers are drawing from personal networks of trust, but as their networks on social media grow, coupled with their skill-building expertise in navigating the platform and the clients as well, we noticed in the next iteration of years, workers were already starting to build agencies where they are kind of formalizing them, some even going to the point of registering them, some not necessarily. They may have around 10 workers in their agency, and they are taking clients from global platforms. Some platforms have this officially, say Upwork, you can officially register as an agency. Others don't. They may have a loyal client base, and then it's pretty big enough. So now they negotiate for smaller workers within their agency, or what sometimes they call them teams. And we think this form of organization, local organization, is becoming quite interesting, because when you go to the larger networks of freelancing conferences now, agencies kind of thrive and really define the shape of local organization in the freelance economy. And it's interesting because this piece was published along with several other works that point out how global platforms, in fact, it's just a new iteration of the temporary agency, right? It's just reconfiguring the temporary agency algorithmically. But interestingly, it's reconfiguring that again, right? So from that global platform that tries to algorithmically define temporary agencies, now when it gets locally iterated, it goes back to the temporary agency model again. So I'll talk about three iterations. I think I mentioned the first one already, where ordinary workers, I get a big chunk from a client, and then I will outsource it to my sister, my husband, my daughter, and my neighbor. Right? But then we are also seeing local platforms getting more stabilized, some of them trying to have more cooperative agendas, and then third ones are those that are becoming agencies and co-ops as well. Okay. So there's a rise of outsourcing agencies. These are just examples of them, but when we go to these conferences, there's quite a lot. So these are examples of virtual assistant agencies, and now they have logos, meaning they're starting to institutionalize and professionalize themselves. If you compare these two photos, so the one on the right was taken when we first did our field work sometime in 2015. And you can see the role of Golans, an Australian platform, quite prominently, and also Payoneer. This was taken just in July, July. One of the last freelancing conferences. There was another one a couple of months ago, and you can see the many partners. And a lot of those logos there are, in fact, agencies that are sponsoring these freelance marketplaces now. And Get Hired is, in fact, a launch of the local platform trying to compete with a global platform, Upwork. So if you enter these networking spaces, you will be faced with booths of different agencies, and any aspirant, including students, which we noticed, included in students, interns, fresh graduates, can come through, and they will be faced by these agencies, and they can register, and they can get hired in these agencies. And these agencies, of course, still connect. Many of them still connect to global platforms. And then you still have, of course, the agency owners are also the social media influencers. And here they talk about how they have moved from their social media experience into become agency owners. It's pretty fancy, right? With all the lights and sounds and buzz and all the booths of agencies around the corner. So I focus a little bit more on the re-outsourcing agents becoming platforms. And one example is Get Hired. So in this talk, MK Bertulfo, with her permission, she was the organizer, the moderator of the large Facebook group that started sometime in 2015, FH Moms. It was popular for many mothers who were just aspiring to find work and become economically productive while having to care for their babies. Many of them were call center workers it was very difficult. Apart from the infrastructural problems of the Philippines, it was hard because you have to be working at night, and so they don't have the chance to care for their children. So MK founded that social media group, FH Moms, that grew and grew through what I was describing here as networking of affect, and then at the same time builds now a local platform. It's pretty new, so we have to watch out how it will unfold. And then there's also an emerging cooperative. It's interesting because this cooperative tries to aim that over time, they can facilitate some kind of a profit sharing. So it's like an umbrella of agencies. Right? Can you imagine? There's agencies, and then there's also a cooperative that becomes an umbrella of all these different agencies, and their goal eventually is to become able to facilitate some kind of a profit sharing, at the same time mobilize more local clients now instead of being dependent on global clients. They're not yet there. They said that there's not enough capacity from the local clientele still, but at least this is what they're trying to negotiate with government. And then at the base of all this, I think is the interesting emergence of organizational and material support structures. Organizational support structures meaning there's an emergence of training agencies, coaching agencies. You have a virtual assistant university, right? That is feeding into these agency structures. You have an emergence of modular work processes, like because there are agencies, right? They don't have money to establish large organizations, but they can buy an accounting system, a payroll system, an HR system, right? So they can do this just by their own homes, but they front-facing to a global client. They can appeal like a really professionalized organization. And then you have the material support of it. You have an emergence of co-working spaces, also booming in local suburbs, in provincial districts. Then power supply, connectivity, equipment rentals, right? We were seeing laptop rentals, blazer rentals, right? And all these small micro enterprises, right, that are popping up. And then, of course, because it's our interest in this research, financing platforms of lending and GCash. I wanted to feature GCash a little bit because GCash is part of that large mobile infrastructure. It's Globe, which is one of the largest telecommunications company in the Philippines, that grew and established the large financial super app, GCash. But why is GCash relevant? Because if you are having a global, if you are working with a platform labor, you can be getting work from a global client. That global client transfers money via a platform like Payoneer or Wise, for example. But if you have an agency model, you are transferring the salaries every so often to a slew of other workers in your agency, and GCash becomes relevant to that. So what we are finding is that this entire ecosystem is spewing, it's facilitating the multiplication of transactions that at the base of it is enriching the circulation of transactions for labor platforms, social media platforms, and also fintech platforms. And this is interesting. I think this is my last empiric slide from my fieldwork, is that you will see GoTime's bank, Maya's a bank, and also, GCash is not here, it's probably on the second page, but they are placed alongside government services. And they are placed there because they provide lending. And so the lending features of these fintech platforms is emerging as a crucial component of social support for these worker agencies as well. Am I still good with time? All right, so I think I'll end here with a few slides reflecting on all this. While labor platformization may be seen as providing the important ideological foundation for organizing labor in this economy, emerging local organization constructs the dynamics of the platform labor experience for local workers. Yet it creates also new forms of opacity and social hierarchies. A range of brokers described here act to mediate the labor infrastructure wielded by global capital in a local political economy of power relations, cooperative relations, and social transactions that exist mostly outside of formal regulatory institutions. Labor platforms engineer labor arrangements between clients and workers, yet these would not obtain much meaning at the local level without the brokerage processes constituted in the relationships across various dimensions of local capital, the local state, and familial and community ties. While the brokerage practices of skill makers and agencies may appear to circumvent, yet, the mechanisms of labor regulation instituted by labor, a closer analysis would show that the performance of their brokerage roles ultimately promotes the ideological discourse of labor platformization. From workers themselves, worker brokers are able to strategically navigate the platform labor environment that allows them to thrive, creating possibilities for workers to earn better and even possess feelings of fulfillment, kind of altruistic. I am able to help create jobs for my community. On the other hand, because many of them are dependent on platforms for their survival as well, they do not necessarily organize workers yet to bargain, whether with government or with platforms, for systematic changes that can facilitate equitable pay and better labor arrangements for all workers. Yet, it's an emerging category that some agencies are trying to push within the realms of their limitations to try to work it amongst themselves. Let's look for local clients, but not necessarily challenging the structure of the broader structure of labor platformization. Their entrepreneurialism allows them to creatively reinvent platform labor in the local, while neoliberal and post-colonial imaginaries shape and restructure the performance and discourse of brokerage. These digital practices also serve to negotiate and reinvent the legacies and lived experience of neoliberalism and post-coloniality in the Global South. Brokering presents attempts to try to remake the world amid and also due to the limitations of institutions. I have a slide that speaks about it, the practical implications of it, and I think it's important. We have been conversing with, I think the slide before this. Yes, yeah, that one. Next one, please. Thank you. Next one. Yes, this one. All right, so there are important practical implications to this as well. We asked the question because we also intervene in the policy-making space, and we talk to, in the course of our work with Fair Work, we also speak with policymakers and also sometimes with emerging agency organizations. And we think it's important to map out the larger opaque sub-economy, also because in our discussions with workers, it can be very variable. Some agencies are consciously trying to facilitate more equitable and more humane conditions for other workers, but other workers tell us that this model kind of reinforces a lot of abuses in some agency models. And so showing these divergences, those that operate to sustain, to reconfigure, but also to challenge the powers embedded within global platforms, we think is critical, and it allows us to kind of identify support structures that are tailored fit to different kinds of freelancers and agencies at different levels of needs within this larger ecosystem and within this larger transaction chain. And finally, I'll speak about three levels that I mentioned in the beginning of my talk: platforms, influence, and the Global South. So in the context of platforms, we try to surface an expanding and evolving landscape of digital labor intermediation infrastructures that seek to broker labor both alongside and outside the logics of global platforms. This ecosystem is sustained by at the base by the rise of these organizational structures, that is also supported by an intermeshing of financial, labor, and social platforms, as well as worker-led collectives and other state and market actors. Together, they assemble and broker information and opportunity to facilitate wider labor participation in the global platform labor market. It highlights the blurred lines between formal and informal, and also the cloud and the ground. But we think this holistic analysis of platform work and governance models that critically moves beyond the global platform model as a point of reference will be important in understanding how it actually maps on the ground. Second is an influence from a one-way flow of power, focusing on the individual influencer, to a more diffuse and dynamic process of brokerage, where influence is related to the capacity to broker, aspirations, and affect is configured by its situated community. This allows them to recast the narrative of platform work from simplistic sweatshops to aspirational, and for some even a shared experience of living the life in the context of platform capitalism. Essentially, they create expectations that success is possible through hard work and grit without needing reforms for broader labor structures. Meantime, they essentially help sustain the labor force for platforms and creating transaction chains for social and fintech platforms. The last, the Global South. This is particularly resonant for Global South conditions where the inefficiencies of public institutions force populations to work out solutions for themselves through the help of compatriots. It reflects the invisible hand of post-colonial and neoliberal structures that reinforce hierarchies and inequalities as it creates imaginaries, facilitates local organization, and pathways to mobility. But importantly, I'll end here. I think this digital brokering for labor can be read or situated amidst a growing number of working class videos and channels of ride-hailing drivers, migrant workers, domestic workers on YouTube and TikTok, which we're also studying continually. Because these are putting together information, organizing resources, connecting workers and aspirants to promises of social mobility. But at the same time, labor, social platforms, and fintech platforms always coalesce. In this process, transactions are multiplied, it creates data and profit for agencies and platforms and content creators, workers within this transaction chain. I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Now let's open the floor for the question.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. This is fantastic. I'm happy to hear you worked with Erwin on this great book. I'm going to buy it. I'm curious, can you speculate on how this will change the future of migration, out-migration in the Philippines?
Yes, thank you. Saskia, I think this is an important question that we're also continually thinking about. Sometime we try to study, because the online freelancing community, online Filipino workers, that's OFW also, right? But online Filipino workers is the same as overseas Filipino workers, right? So they're appropriating the same label, OFW 2.0, in terms of making promises that, oh, this is an alternative, you no longer have to go out of the country. And in fact, we have interviewed several freelance workers that have returned, specifically in the context of the pandemic. They were forced to return because their clients could no longer sustain their salaries, and then they're trying to find a way through this. And so it is a pathway, but at the same time, we are seeing this as very fluid and very, very mobile as well, whereas for a while, they might look at it and they might test it out, but then they will also use this as an opportunity sometimes. In fact, some of the workers, when they get more stable relations with clients, they will try to use this as a pathway as well to move out. Right? So it's a complex process. So it's interesting to find out which kinds of workers is seeing this as an opportunity to return, settle down, and then at the same time, which kinds of workers are seeing this as a pathway to move out also, because they're getting connected to global clients as well that might adopt them into their companies. Thank you.
Cheryl, it's fantastic research. It's so wonderful and interesting, and the examples are so vivid. So thank you. I wanted to ask you a question. One of the most striking bits of your description was how these kind of, freelancing brokers end up setting up their own kind of agencies and all of this stuff. And I was really struck by kind of what appears to be a tension between kind of freelancing and formalization, right? Because the whole reason you do freelancing is you don't want a boss. You want to get away from the office grind or whatever. So did that ever come up when you were talking to people? I wonder at what point do things stop being freelancing? When do brokers become bosses? And did kind of freelancers ever express concerns at the loss of autonomy when they kind of got involved with these kind of more local platforms or local agencies? And I'll also kind of link to that, I just wonder, with these brokers who are now influencers, I mean, did anybody ever say, oh, these people aren't authentic freelancers anymore, they're big bosses now? So, I mean, did any of that ever emerge or not?
Thank you, Tom. Both quite valuable questions as well. So the question on informality, formality, right? It's really quite important. But I think it emerges from the state of Filipino freelancers. When we started this interviewing them 2015, there was this condition where they're even earning in dollars, but they're not recognized by their family members, by their neighbors. Well, how are you gaining money? Are you doing a scam at home? Like, they're not recognized because they're just working at home. They may become able to buy a car or build better looking houses and send their children to private schools. But people are, what are you doing? How are you earning? And so this recognition is one of the aspects that freelancers were craving for, but also at the same time, it prevents them from some kind of mobility. So the recognition that they're starting to get now as agencies, and then now as agencies as well, they're able to get the credit for the clients that they are taking on. As freelancers, sometimes it depends on the client arrangement and the platform arrangement on whether you can even claim having done a particular project. Sometimes you cannot make claims, and so they cannot put it in their CVs. They don't get to claim the brand of whatever projects they have completed. And so this kind of an agency model allows them to what do you call that? Amass some kind of a reputation within this industry. But importantly, I think more what do you call that? It's that feeling that I'm being recognized by the state, and I'm part of this economy, and I'm getting counted by it. But of course, with also quite an interesting restraint. Like, will this mean more taxation for us? Will this mean more? So it also creates kind of a complex scene for regulation, because it was already complex. Are they workers? Are they entrepreneurs? But now, in the phase where you have agencies, workers, that have become essentially entrepreneurs as agencies, and this is getting pushed by the government, who now looks after the workers within the chain, right? The lower workers. That's totally invisible from the view of the government. So it's really a complex process. And now I go back to your second question. Authenticity of these freelancers, it took time. As I mentioned, the social media community building took that's why I had to, the skill making and community building is a lengthy process, and I mentioned that it anchors on a particular Filipino sense of cooperation, digital bayanihan. And so while there may be some doubts that you're profiting from us, freelancers, these agencies, influencers, also try to make sure that they give free coaching sessions. They take them on their agencies. They really give them jobs. And so it's kind of a mutually, it's framed as a mutually beneficial process. Kind of like a public good, you could say. But of course, we know that they will be earning from all these monetization practices. But at the same time, it's really a complicated, nuanced situation where they're really, having been freelancers themselves, they also know what regular freelancers need to be able to survive this without much support elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, because our time is really limited. Very quick question.
Okay. I just want to know the attitude of the workers' unions to the brokerage platform. very quick. The workers' union, like their attitude to the brokerage platform.
What is, if I got it right, what is the relationship of the workers' union?
Yeah.
In the cloud work scene, they're not too visible. So I'm studying both, this is the cloud work, the remote work scene. The labor unions are active in the mobilization, or starting to become active in the mobilization for the location-based workers. The ride hailing, the food delivery, because it's clearer. In their perspective, it's easier to mobilize for the labor conditions of these workers. But in the context of remote workers who also imbibe the identity of kind of entrepreneur, worker, it's been hard for the labor unions and the labor federations to penetrate the organization. And for them, they're happy with their own self-organization that is emerging, at least at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your answer and also the questions. But sorry, we have to like close this session and move on to our third one. So thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you very much.
Now let's welcome the last panel speaker for this panel, Pachani Malikau, PhD of University of Queensland, Australia. She is a sociologist with competence with mass in communication research and graphic arts research. She has worked in Australia, US, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Thailand in the fields of communication for social change research, health communication research, teaching and research in graphic arts, journalism, and communication in the above-mentioned countries. She has been an academic writer since the 1980s. She has a wide range of research interests from communication for sustainable social change over health-related areas such as HIV, AIDS, to mindful journalism, Thai Buddhism and social communication, globalization and Thai culture, intercultural communication and Thai culture, and currently she is senior consultant with Facon Communication Consultancy in Chiang Mai, Thailand. The topic of her speech today is the impact of social media on Thai Buddhism and vice versa. Let's welcome. It's working.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My topic today is the impact of social media on Thai Buddhism and vice versa. It is based on my book, Here, Culture and Communication in Thailand, published in 2007 by Springer in Singapore. And I updated the information on research findings from my other research articles, including the one in the Journal of Regional and Socio-Economic Issue in 2021, and with this is the book there that I use. Oh, all right. And it didn't go. It didn't go. Okay, and the book in I wrote a chapter in mindful journalism and news ethics in the digital era. All right, let's talk about the outline of this presentation so that you know where I'm gonna lead you to. First of all, I would like to talk about Thai culture and the three distinguished features of Thai culture, and to try to understand Thai culture from a historical perspective. And then we are talking about globalization and dynamic interaction between Thai culture and globalization. All right, it's a bit slow. How Thai Buddhism is how Thai adapted and adopted Theravada Buddhism over centuries. and Thai culture as a mediatized Buddhist culture. And mindful media consumption, and in conclusion. So let's start. All right. Thai culture has similarities with other Asian values like respect for the elders and cherished modesty and politeness and so on. But they also have good, unique characteristics like what I would highlight two of them, Nam Chai, or what we call a mixture of kindness, generosity, and being helpful. It can be translated into English. And the other one is called Kreng Chai. Kreng Chai is we use a lot. It's a mixture of empathy, consideration for others, and deference. It doesn't mean that other Asian values don't have this one, but they may call it differently. But this is the distinguished characters of Thai people. And there are also obstructing development characteristics, or I would say anti-democratization, like ingrained belief in inequality of people, money-oriented, patronizing, undisciplined, and so on and so forth. And I will elaborate later on how it comes in the next slide. Distinguishing Thai cultures from, before I talked about that, three distinguishing features of Thai culture in my view are patriarchy. Don't need to explain what patriarchy is, but it comes from the interaction between global and locals in the past historic perspective. And Thai Buddhist worldview. There's a unique worldview which incorporates animistic belief and Brahmanism. It's part of the globalization in the past. And village culture, family-centered through moral kindness and mutual trust. And when it is becoming urbanized, the fear of the outsiders increases, and then people have to equip themselves with certain kind of defensive methods or power or whatever there be, maybe the rich man's person or mafioso or amulets. That I'm going to talking later. So understand Thai culture from a historical perspective. I based my work on Anthony Hopkins in 2002, that he is a historian and he looked at globalization from the past until the present. And globalization doesn't happen only here now, but it did happen so many years or centuries ago. So it is like that, and we're going to skip it over to another slide. All right. So before 1500s, we have changed from female control the households and inheritance from handing down from females to patriarchy. And we still have animistic belief. And in this century, Thai, not Thai yet, they don't call themselves Thai, but the adoption of Buddhism from Sri Lanka happened here in the 13th century. And there was some evidence of artifacts of the Hindu gods in this period of Sukhothai period. And that we call it but it has a separation between the Theravada Buddhist practice and Brahmanism practices. And later on, there was a change of culture change since the Brahmanism come into infused or with the Buddhism. And you see in the rites and ritual, there were Brahmins imported from Cambodia or the Khmer civilizations in those days to perform rites and ritual. And then imported of the Devaraja or the hierarchical structure and emergence of the feudal system, Thai feudal system called Sakdina system. It's lords who had owned so many the acres, not acres, they call rice, of land. Okay, and we have, of course, exchanging with the foreigners from the West. And in the 1700s, there we have globalization, which Siam, that turned into modernity. There was an abolishment of slavery and the starting of internal globalization in the reign of King Chulalongkorn. So for fear of being colonized from the Western superiors in those days. So we organized ourselves to cope with all the threats. And in this globalization period, the Buddhist body was controlled by the state. Monks have now titles in this period. In order to cope with modernity, some certain part of metaphysics in the Buddhism in the past had been trimmed off in order to be more scientific. And monks in the reign of King Rama VI, which is early in this area, he established an education system far away from the temple-based system. So the monks had not much to do, Buddhist monks, so they confined themselves in reading Pali scripts, and some turned to fortune tellers and fortune telling and so on. And this present, we have contemporary globalization. Thailand entered the modernization period, aiming at westernization or Americanization. But I will point out only what happened with the Buddhism or the mass media. The luxury goods consumption spurred by the mass media and advertisement that we can see in this period, and hybridization of Buddhism. That's what I'm going to talk about. So it's a distortion of concept of Buddhism in order to suit the new capitalistic way of free market economy, and female subordination of sexual values, and the amulet industry, and monk scandals, and more. There's also anti-globalization trends, such as avant-garde Buddhism, which means that the notion of Brahmanism, Theravada Buddhism, and animism from the past globalization, some people don't like it that much. Some certain monks wanted to trim off that frills and keep only the Theravada doctrines, and keep on to the true teaching of Buddhas. So that we call avant-garde, and also ultra-right and left movement. And also, of course, the religious movement also put us in this part. Okay. Now Thai Buddhism is how Thais adapted and adopted Theravada Buddhism over centuries. It's not just happened in a day or in this contemporary globalization era. Thai Buddhism is unique. It's a trio of Theravada Buddhism, Brahmanism, animism that influences a number of value systems spurred by the mass media and social media. And from that, we can see it in the hierarchy of the interaction of globality and locality during the past globalization periods. You can see the language use. We have several words for I and you, and gender inequality was in there in the past globalization, there were also female subordination because there were wars between lords and the overlord would get the daughter or sister of the losers to become their other wife. And the polygamy exists then. And then power, you can see it at the way to ward yourself from also the threats from outside. Some people need amulets or talisman and worship spirit house, and also including wealthy and people who have powers. And grateful relationship, interdependence relationships, you can see it, and from the create more nepotism or child labor or voting. It's in terms of interdependence coexisting, but in a negative way, it can be like I scratch your back, you scratch mine. So the same thing of bribery and exchanging of money for services in an illegal way. Social achievement orientation, that people are indulged in titles, even bought one or bought university degrees and ranks, honorary degrees, decorations, and ego orientation. You can see it from the value towards money, that you have new lifestyles, cars, big house, and so on, so forth. And blood pressure orientation, the indulge in human interest news, gossip rumors, viral clips, gambling lotto, and so on. All of these, I didn't make it up. It came from the research done by Komin at NIDA, or National Institute of Development Administration. It was survey research and factor analysis, and pin down the characteristics of Thai culture. All right, so, and it is, and this, okay, this is part of the mediatization. And you all know that what mediatization is. It is the production and products of communication and cultural industry, record and reproduce cornucopia of social interactions, representations, and organization systems in diverse media formats. So mediatization and its impacts on individuals. So individualization as a result of mediatization, you can see in many works of some scholars here, like soft individualism, so really deeply rely on external world by connecting to a large social network available. And new individualism, in short, it means that a person who always ambitious to improve on oneself and to be in a rush all the time with a lot of adrenaline and to want to do things in fast way and re-emerge as a new person all the time. So, and then the worst thing is narcissism or self-inflation, like indulging in self. That can go through plastic surgery, new face, and so on. So that kind of individualization, that's the cause of mediatization. And that also, of course, create anxiety, depression, and also, of course, for physical health from like office syndrome or sedentary lifestyle, that you just sit there in front of the screen at all time, no time to exercise, and so on. So all of these individualized culture, we are in the, not in an empty space, we are under the free market economy, social economy, consumerism, and media framing, and ritual hypes, and that give rise to a societal kind of culture. Media spirit cows, amulet cows, magic monks, fortune tellers. So there was research done by Kitty Asa. He found that there were already at that time of about 5-10 years ago, 100 cults happening in Thailand. So the cults ranging from the spirits of the past king and queen down to superstars who passed away young. And then they were cults and the fan page, Facebook fan page and TikTok and all kind of YouTube channels and astrologers. So astrologers have their own YouTube channels and Facebook page, and they were invited to even come to predict who's going to be our new prime minister or which party going to win. Okay, they are more important than the vote. And more. Okay, so this is how the animistic belief got involved in this kind of practices, kind of weird practices, you may think, but they do it here, and it's shown on YouTube or anywhere else, that they're looking for lotto numbers. By the powdering, put the powder on O3s. They believe there are spirits of O3 in O3s, and that spirit will give you a lotto number. So you just scrub with the powder on the bark of the tree, and some people say it on YouTube that I'm gonna do some meditation, like look it until I see the numbers. And some people are even smarter. They have some education, knowing that the mobile phones have more sensitivity than our naked eyes. So they just take a picture. They take a picture with the mobile phone and look into the picture whether they got any number. All right? So that's how they do it. You can see that all the people go all around to O3s and then taking a picture, not with themselves, but just looking for a number. And every O3s or anything that's like trees that got fruit right in the middle of the trunk, or that bananas that grows into the weird form, they'll go, heaps of people will go and worship. Okay, that's the amulets that's being online for sale. I'm sorry, I have to go back. All right. Here are amulets from magic monks or from any temples that they all hope that when you have that in your possession, it will bring you good fortune and get away from dangers. And you have also invention of a new divine. That is the one there mixed with Hindu gods. So it's a new one. It never happened in history. So it's a new invention. So you can have that, and you're gonna create, accumulate more wealth. And even more worse, some monks try to advertise himself online from meditation on icy snow. So this causes some controversial issues, whether you really can meditate on a very cold floor. And that is that called meditation? And some monks also offer to go to a cave for a few months to meditate. Okay, so there are these kind of practices. Yeah, you can see it on social media platforms every day, and people are changing their practices by instead of going to a temple to pray, you can pray online now. You can do your morning prayers and evening prayers online, and you can meditate online. You have some monk who guide you for meditation practice for 15 or 20 minutes before you go to work. Or some people say, I need to go to worship 9 temples before I started to work for my good fortune today. So instead of going to 9 different temples, they just turn on a TikTok and go on to the 9 different temples that pass by. And that's it, the ritual for today. All right, so that's practices. Okay, so last two things. These toads or these frogs, we are not going to deep fry it into a yummy snack, anything. Apart from doing it with the tree, they just put powder on the animals just to see whether the animal can give you any number for the lotto mania. And the mudeng, and you have known that the pygmy hippopotamus born in the zoo in Thailand, he was famous. So they just used him to predict who's going to be the American president. So the mudeng was a good fortune teller. He picked Donald Trump. They gave him 2 baskets of fruit. One is Kamala Harris' name, and one is Donald Trump. And the mudeng picked Donald Trump right before the day that Donald Trump won the election. So mudeng has become a rise to the stardom, right? Yeah, oh my God. All right, so I would like to talk about, media literacy as a remedy of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Misinformation, disinformation, you know, all of you know what it is. Malinformation, you also know. And so I'm going to skip it right away. So I just emphasize that media literacy is the ability to access, analyze, evaluate, and create media in various forms. It equips individuals with the skills necessary to critically engage with media content. All right, so this is just to show that they are all fake news, fake information. Oh my God, how I got back. All right, so Nessie from the Loch Ness in Scotland was also fake news long ago before the digital era. And then, and this is like composed by AI, of course, just for fun. So they are fake news and so on that you need to realize that what to sift, to filter good one and use your judgment. So I call for media mindfulness media consumption. So the conscious and intentional way we engage with media and information in our daily lives. And it goes beyond consuming content, but being aware of the impact media has on us. Critically evaluating information and making informed choice about our media habits. So this is how the vice versa, and would like to, call for, of course, how the Thai Buddhists could inform on the use of the media by mindful media consumption, like promote impartiality and honesty, and realize that we are all subject to tilakkana. Tilakkana is a term in Buddhism, which means that we have all 3 characteristics in life, meaning impermanence. One, impermanence, we are all, nothing is here to stay, and dukkha, or this sufferings or dissatisfaction, that everything is that cause your suffering, being happy or unhappy, or wanting to maintain your wealth, or want to lose your wealth, or want to gain more wealth, is all make you unhappy. And another one is anicca, that is mean that anatta, that's mean, anatta, that is non-self. Non-self, that is the core of Buddhism, being non-self, void of self. So if you talk in Christianity, it says the I is smaller, the God is higher, but we don't have God. It's a religion that has no God. So we just say it is the void of yourself, so void of selfishness. And realize then you practice compassion to others who are subject to all the fact of life as well. And realizing that all things are interrelated. In Chinese, you can say, or in Thai we say, the Chinese, you pick flowers and then the reverberating you can feel in the sky, something like that. So everything is interrelated. What you do can be affected on other people. And adhere to morality, no report on conspiracy theories, no fake news, and cultivate 4 sublime states of mind, like loving kindness, metta, compassion, sympathetic joy, meaning that you are really to rejoice with other people's success and so on, not jealous and trying to spread rumors, gossip on the social media platform. And equanimity, ubekha, a balanced mind. So you just try to not to be swayed over the too much hatred or hate speech or too much favor preferences for anyone. So adhere to 4 bases of social harmony, like charity, beneficial speech, acts of service, and impartiality. So now I come to the conclusion of what I intend to say. Like I said in the abstract that we don't practice only Theravada Buddhism. We have created Thai Buddhism over centuries, which are the components of the Theravada Buddhism, Animism, and Brahmanism. And why not other religions like Muslims, Islam, or Christianity? That is a part of the work of the Sangha, the body of the monk, who wanted to keep it true to the only 3 components. And we have cults, from the migration of Indians or Chinese, we have all cults of Hindu gods, worshipping Hindu gods and worshipping Kuan Yin. So that's all. So the Sangha has been part of the state since the more than 150 years. So they have titles and so on in the hierarchy. And the economic and development have really impact on Thai Buddhism. It has changed into many ways, such as commodification of Buddhism, selling this, selling that, asking for donation, selling heaven by making donation and so on, and you can go to heaven, or kind of practices that you can go, a temple would say that I will go and offer food to Buddha in heaven. Buddha has gone to Nirvana. He doesn't exist anymore, but you still gonna go to heaven to offer food to the Buddha. So that's how it is. That's so do you see that the animistic beliefs, the cults, the Hindu gods, and so on, are intertwined in the Thai Buddhist belief. All right, and then how the Thai mass media and the new social media create hypes. Yes, of course, create hypes on this kind of thing. Any weird happenings, animals born with defects, then the media would create this kind of hype. Or superstar who die young, then we will have a hype. Then you go and make an effigy of the person and then worship. All right, so that is the end of my talk, and I hope that you get some understanding a little bit on the Thai culture and especially Thai Buddhist culture. And if you don't want to know more, then read my book. Thank you. But I'm going to update. I just met with the representative of Springer just a week ago. We're going to update on the more information on this book. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's welcome the floor for the questions.
Pat, thank you for a wonderful talk. I'm going to run and buy a lotto ticket now after seeing all the pictures. My question was actually just about, you really show us how kind of, the Thai Buddhism, Buddhist ideas, we can use them to understand social media and how they're kind of in a strong relationship with each other. I wanted to ask if you had any insights or ideas about whether Thai Buddhism ideals might help us to understand the next challenge, which is artificial intelligence. And I ask that question because, one thing that's interesting about AI is that, our mind is now somehow outside. There's this bigger image of a mind that is the big computer that you can just ask. And that's a very different, that has all the knowledge. And I guess that's a very different idea of who we are as people. And I think one reason many people are uncertain or unsure or scared of artificial intelligence is because it challenges what we understand makes us human. So I was just wondering if you have any insights. Is there any thinkings or ideals or teaching from Thai Buddhism that might be useful in this new domain, this new type of media?
I think for Thai Buddhists, they are very strong at assimilation. They have strong assimilation power and high adaptation of new technology. And I can see now that you can, instead of Loi Krathong, you know the Loi Krathong festival in Thailand, that you go and float some flowers or some bananas with flowers in a way of to ask forgiveness for the goddess of mother on the full moon in November. So instead of doing that, now people doing Loi Krathong online. They use artificial intelligence. They can morph into an avatar, and they go just float the thing. Or they have an avatar of going around a pagoda 3 times. Normally you go to a temple, you make merits on Buddhist holidays or Buddhist important days. You have to go there and do like this around the pagoda, and now you avatar yourself and you go around and you are happy, you are home, and you have made merits. So they would be a merge of more and doing that. So I think Thai people just welcome artificial intelligence because they think that they can, there is more power that is higher than intelligence, their amulets, whatever that they believe in. So you can see that a guy died of plane crash, hanging a lot of amulets. But still then, they still believe that there is a power outside of themselves, then they have to have it to make sure to give rise on their confidence. Am I answering? I think that it's going to be right because a lot of monks are carrying the tablets and notebook and so on, and they are very savvy on the platform, and they have monk chats, monk talks, and monks also have to have degrees. They have 2 universities for monks. Yes. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much.
Hi.
It's very interesting. I was particularly interested in those clips about the monks meditating. And all that. And I've been curious on whether the monks and their presence on social media and how that might be configuring a particular culture of engaging with Buddhism for young people. So I'm curious if is this done by the monks themselves?
Yes.
Are they actively on social media? And
yes.
I'm curious about how that brings about a particular culture of engaging with Buddhism, especially for young people.
There are three types of Buddhism. So one of engaging Buddhism is part of it, but it's different from commercialization of Buddhism. So the engagement Buddhism has been done in line with the Mahayana Buddhism. As you know, the Mahayana Buddhism is mean that you go in the big boat and big vehicle, so we all go across the sea of samsara, of the sea of birth, death, and rebirth. So you go across, so you make marriage, you go together as enlightened one. So that's called engagement Buddhism. So they're going to help the society all together. So it is include the youth and many volunteers and in certain line. But what we call Theravada Buddhism is like, it's a kind of, some people call it Hinayana, kind of pejorative, negative way of saying that you are on your own on a raft, or not taking anyone else. You have to reach a certain state of enlightenment first so that you can help other people. Like you got to get a PhD first in order to teach other people. You are not going to mobilize a person in a bus and you say, okay, we all graduate all together. So that's kind of the notions that you have to bear in mind, that so many lines, so many sects of Buddhism, they are not only for engagement, for community development. So certain line as for money making, like they put marketing, economics, studying into the selling of amulets or selling of dreams, or Thai dream, not American dreams, to be wealthy, yes. And there are also people who just devoted for eating vegetarian, and then you become like a holier probably. You don't eat meat and that kind of stuff. Mind you, Hitler also ate meat. Was vegetarian. So all of this is kind of beliefs, okay? Beliefs and worldview. Don't forget the worldview. And then you see it from the symbolic representations that you can see in the culture and the social interactions within the culture in the institution. And the not allowing female to be ordained in Buddhism is part of it. All right? So any female who wanted to be a female monk, not a nun adhere to only 10 precepts. The monk 227, and a nun, female Buddhist monk would adhere to 315 precepts, even more, okay? Even more, to be more strict. And there was no lie of ordination here happened in Thailand because the monk, the body, the Sangha didn't allow to because it's, the lie ended already with the last female monks in the past. But some people who wanted to be female monks, they go to Taiwan or to go to other places, other countries, not places, to be ordained as a Buddhist monk, but not in our Theravada practice. All right. So that's kind of, there's also some fluctuation, some fragmentation, and so on within the Theravadians as well. But there were also people engagement Buddhism. They say there is no such thing like Theravada nor Mahayana. Buddhism is Buddhism. You can mix. The core of Buddhism is sunyata. Sunyata means voidness, the voidness of self. That's the base of community development engaging Buddhism. Right? Am I answering your question?
Thank you. More questions?
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting talk.
Thank you.
What I kind of got from the examples you showed is how social media seems to be amplifying already existing like practices, beliefs of different all the things in Thai Buddhism. I wonder if social media also is disruptive of that. Like, does it also change things, not just amplify the practices? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, there are, of course, they have a like and dislike button and also comments, right? So such as a monk who already posted himself to meditating on ice snow or giving complimentary comments on the controversial about to be biased chit fund pool or something that working with his company, your agent, and you're gonna make you rich and that kind of stuff. So he got severely criticized by the public, and he has to take off that page or his post down. So, and now he's hiding away. So, but there are more of that. So they say, the Thai would say, there was a busload of tourists will come to your door. That means that a lot of criticism and so stones instead of flowers, garlands to come to in front of your house if you don't do it according to the norm. There are some certain morality as well. So you can see it from many scandals that happen that people still say, okay, this is not okay. Monks got involved in sex scandals or in gambling scandals or in whatever and so on. They got disrobed. You see, you don't remember that monks are part of the state. They can be disrobed by police. And then we become a lay person. You are respected. You deserve some offering and so on because you adhere to the precepts that make you higher than someone else, that you have morality. But if you lose that, you are just a lay person. That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. More questions?
All right.
All right. If no, there will be the end of this panel. And thank you, Virginie,
Thank you very much
for your speech and
Thank you for having
answers.
me.
Yeah, so this will be the end of this panel, and thank you all again for your participation. And we'll have the fourth panel, New Terrain, in the afternoon at 1:30. So see you in the afternoon. Bye. Thank you.
alive and offer. And often that is, well, without money, without a lot of the organizations and institutions that were putting us into a line. So yes, I was part of that world, or at least the tail end of the hippies. And the tail end of the hippies was where the personal computers and then the internet really came from. A little bit too young for exactly when the hippies were strong, but a lot of those principles of let's spend our time and our lives trying to build a people's enterprise so that we have a game with many winners. So we don't have just one winner takes all and everybody else is crushed. That those principles have directed me for my whole life. And when I came of age, I said, I was good at technology. How do I use technology to make a better world? And the idea of building a library seemed to be a natural thing. So I've dedicated my life towards building a library of everything, including the dreams of those that came before, so that people can learn from them and it's not just crushed out of existence by those that don't want you to know. One of the key things of the personal computer is it's a universal machine, right? It can do anything you want, right? By just programming it to be different. This is different from, say, a video game platform where it only plays the things that are told to it by the corporation. Or even your phones are basically, they're controlled and locked down. The personal computer was open. And this is the key concept of publishing or freedom of the press or where libraries are from. So the Internet Archive completely depends on this openness and empowering, where the control is in the people's hands, not in the corporations that are making a device that you have to use. The Internet Archive lives within a culture of these mega corporations, but we're kind of the old San Francisco hippies, right? We're the old, let's find ways to give it away. Let's find ways to connect people without necessarily have everybody pay for everything. Everything doesn't have to be monetized. It's not part of a VC structure where you're trying to sell out to go and make your millions. It's, the people that work here are interested in sharing and helping communities and helping lots of communities flower. And that is the part of San Francisco that lives on in this organization, and lots of pockets of the internet. I mean, maybe they're much smaller than the big corporations, but they're there. The dreams are still alive. Let's nurture them. Let's make the structures so that the next generation of personal computers will be born, supported, and grow. When something new comes along, it is sometimes disturbing to those that are very comfortable in the way they used to exploit people. And if there's a change that shifts the power more towards people rather than the corporations or the governments, they're going to push back. And we have had a long period of time in the internet actually that allowed the internet to grow and change, whether it was bulletin boards and that, like, there was still fights all the way through, but we are seeing a really strong push by governments and now corporations to try to shut down the freedoms that we have become comfortable with in such a way that I don't know how they think they can roll back time where all of their control is in their hands. But this is a constant fight, and the Internet Archive is part of the internet that is fighting for people's access. The hardest part for me is when people seem mean, when they want to crush other people without real reason or just corporate greed. That's the hardest thing to really see. That the project of the Internet Archive in general has been people just saying thank you, right? Because it is just, it's a charity. It's a way of getting things out there. It's a way of making things preserved. But then there are other people that just try to crush either the Internet Archive or Wikipedia or open source software, and they feel like this is what their corporation wants them or their government wants them to do. That I find deeply sad. I live for people to say thank you. I get a level of satisfaction. It makes me spring out of bed. We do interlibrary loan. So we go and take articles and book chapters, and I work late at night to make sure that people have access. And people just come back and say, thank you for what you do. The 120,000 people donate to the Internet Archive every year. Sometimes it's $3, and sometimes it's $5. And they often write a little note and say why. And that makes me just so happy that it is that we can find a way to help people and have people find themselves through all of this information, through past histories, oral histories of people long ago, the early internet founders, the early personal computer makers, where a lot of the early ham radio, the amateur radio people, those people are inspiring a new generation. That is just the value that makes me spring out of bed in the morning and want to go and do this. When a lot of this started, it just allowed us to touch and feel the world that was never really in our grasp. But now it's becoming sort of part of us. I mean, Facebook is even just sort of glued on. Our phones are glued to our faces all the time. We're talking about implants that were just part of this networked world. And I don't know that even some of the younger generation know what it was like to, it might feel like you were always on a camping trip. Everybody was on a camping trip, just they were unconnected. That was what life was like. Now we've got this hyper connection, and for better and for worse, because it comes with a level of surveillance, expectation that you're going to answer at all times. We need to keep going and reinventing, because otherwise we will be building our own cage that we will be uncomfortable to be in.
Hello everyone. Welcome to our fourth and the last session of our ninth annual conference. And then I'm the host for the afternoon. And then my name is Isi. And then I'm the research fellow or researcher here at the Institute of Network Society. So we have been building a lot of technologies within and then for the people in the Western world. But these technologies are also being applied to the people in other parts of the world. So for today's session, we're gonna talk about these new technologies in the new terrains. And our first speaker for the afternoon is Saskia Wittenborn, and she is a professor in the School of Journalism and Communication at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. She received her PhD from University of Washington and specializing in critical technology studies and digital transformation of migration and mobility process. She has worked with migrants from across the world, and she was also a visiting scholar in many other universities. Her research has appeared in edited collections and leading journals, including the Journal of Communication, Cultural Studies, Telematics and Informatics, and the Convergence. She's the author of Unruly Speech, Displacement and Politics of Transgression, co-editor of the Sage Handbook of Media and Migration, and co-author of Together. And let's welcome her to give us a speech, please.
It's no interference. All right, great. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to Professor Huang, and again, the fantastic organizing team. Doris even just brought me coffee It's unbelievable how wonderful and kind everybody is here, and I've enjoyed the conference so far a lot. Also, I want to say hello to our online audience, and thank you also for the gracious introduction. By the way, the picture was not my idea. That was a departmental effort by our wonderful professor, Anthony Fang, who was trying to upscaling and fashionizing our department a little bit. Yeah, so thank you. So yeah, today, this is my topic, Web3 and Deep Play, a Southern Perspective. So yeah, I have to use this one. So first of all, I just want to, before I start with the topic and why I'm doing all of this, by the way, I'm a migration and technology researcher. So I study transnational migration processes and the role of technology in them. Have done so for a while, and I work usually across continents, North America, Europe, and Eastern Asia, China, but this one is about the Philippines, the project today, Southeast Asia. And I look at how migrants use technologies to cross borders, the role of biometrics, and lately, of course, and yeah, anything related to migrant-related matters. But first of all, let me talk a little bit about this term Global South, because while I was listening, and also because we are using this term a lot, I teach on the Global South a lot, include readings with my students. But I think just as a reminder to what do we mean by that concept, right? And so, I mean, this is like the Carnegie Foundation or endowment talks about how the Global South captures the sentiment of people and institutions in lower and middle income countries to be denied agency in restructuring the global order. Basically, the argument is the Global South is not just about low or middle income countries anymore, or so-called ascending economies. It is really also about moral economy and history. And so I think it's important also then to really ask oneself, so what is the Global South? Because there are actually many countries in Eastern Europe, for instance, which I think you know, would not be counted from the Global South if you are located in Hong Kong or China or India, but according to this definition, they are. And so I don't have the final answer to that, because people will use that term in different ways. It's a debated term. I still like it because it captures that idea. But nevertheless, I think it is important to think about and not to fall into the binaries. That is my purpose also. And my idea when I teach, not to pitch the global north against the global south always, but also to look for some of the alliances. And I think Professor Huang's film kind of also shows and starts showing some of these ideas. So this was a project actually, I see I'm pressing my computer, I have to do this. The idea started several years ago, when you know these pictures came up and the whole hype about Web3, and so this was the idea of how to migrate basically from Web 2 to Web 3, and migration is a term that you will find literally. It's a computer science term, right? That people use, you know, to kind of show that movement. Originally, I came to Web 3, and again, I'm a communication scholar. I'm not a computer scientist. I was trained more in the anthropological tradition, so I can relate also with Tom. And the idea was, what does this term, not only, what does the term migration mean, but also because there was a lot of literature and hype about technology development in the Global South and using technology as an experimentation ground. I have also written about it with my colleagues, you know, on, for instance, how the United Nations uses technology to manage migration, to manage, you know, the kind of camp situation, and manage migration streams, how they talk it, how they manage humanitarian aid. So there was a lot about that, and also how refugees in refugee camps like in Jordan are trained in Web3, are trained in computation to basically promise them a better life. what was actually, important to note was that although people might be trained in, in these situations in countries like Jordan or Turkey in computer skills, they might probably never get the jobs in Silicon Valley, right? So the question is, so then why talk about this whole Web3? And there was an enthusiastic platform discussion at the time, like 3 years back, how refugees can become part of this whole Web3 economy, and that might liberate them from their, precarious existence. I'm still very much interested in that topic, but related to migration came also then something else, which kind of pushed me a little bit into that direction. Trying to press, yes. Which is the idea of Web3 as a socio-cultural and economic space. So that was also 3 years ago when I again, started thinking about what does it mean to move from Web 2 to Web 3, and then eventually how maybe to talk about migration into the digital realm. We see some of the things with the start of the metaverse, how nations like Tuvalu, you might remember that whole hype about the island of Tuvalu, which is basically sinking because of rising seawater levels, and how they are trying to build a metaverse for Tuvalu to preserve the this country as a digital nation in cyberspace. So people can remember and build memory archives and so on. So there was a whole hype about this whole metaverse, again related to migration. And at the same time, like 2019, 2021, there came this idea of gaming. And I'm not a game researcher, I don't claim to be one, but this idea of Web3 was then sold as a socio-cultural and economic space. And there were quotes by, these industry publications like Cointelegraph that says gaming, a 200 billion industry in 2021, is the way forward for onboarding users to the Web3 ecosystem. So, maybe some of you are gamers and what kind of a huge industry that is also for young people. And so that was, of course, also the time when this game Axie Infinity came along and the whole hype about this particular game. And what you could see actually is lots of things have been written on that game. And people might ask, why do we need another study on Axie Infinity? But just within that logics of migration from Web 2 to Web 3, and then also the role of gaming in that, I became interested in it just because of the discourses surrounding that game around 2020. And also because there were so many, texts coming out and also YouTube videos that hyped that game as the next best thing to lift people out of poverty. And the particular context was the Philippines. So I have two of my colleagues sitting here, so I'm especially excited because I'm very curious to hear about your opinion. So this Axie Infinity game, then I kind of paid closer attention to, and I thought it would be fun to have a little study that kind of engaged with that game. So this is, was kind of invented, run by Sky Mavis, the company. It's blockchain based, and it's based on NFT ownership. So again, I'm not talking about like the hardcore computational stuff of the blockchain. I think we have other experts here today who will do that. I'm coming more from a social science perspective and critical perspective also to understand what this game was promised to do and what it could not deliver. So this is basically how Sky Mavis also promoted that game at the time. Games with real player-owned economies will become places where we live, work, and play, true digital nations. So this was also the idea that these games run on the blockchain would not just be like games in the original sense, and this is a play-to-earn game, basically you play and make money with it, but it's literally also this idea we can move from the embodied nations into the digital space and create our own diversified multiple places where everybody can live happily together. And they were very strong, and I think it's also the idea within the blockchain Web3 community, and I think we heard it 2 days ago, this idea of community and diversity that is always promoted. They played with that idea as well, the idea of digital passports and new ways of governance. So this, how Axie and also I think a lot of these games were promoted at the time and still are. This is an example. This is a director of the film Play to Earn, which was a big YouTube hit, and I think many of you saw it. He talked about it as, and I cite here, our goal was to show the world that emerging nations like the Philippines will bring crypto to the masses. Emerging nations don't need handouts, they need opportunities. And so again, that was this idea, right? That now we have finally that product that will lift people out of poverty. And I think a lot of people started believing and still believe in that, yeah. So this is how it was promoted. So I talked about like the Play to Earn kind of documentary. Also, Leah Callan Butler, who was also involved in the film, the narrator of the film. She is also, director of Emphasis, is a Web3 promotion company based in Manila. So from within the Philippines, there was this idea to kind of push these games as this with a lot of enthusiasm at the time, and show what they can do. Also, open source blockchain like Tezos, they promoted that. And also what Tom said the other day, a lot of that NFT talk and blockchain talk and gaming talk was going on Facebook in the Philippines, but also in general on X and then Discourse. Every platform had a different function at the time. So people were, for instance, recruited, players were recruited on Facebook, discussions, general discussions started on X, and Discourse was really about gaming strategy. So there was, a very specialized idea of, how these platforms were used. Now, the objective for this particular study that I did with a research assistant in Manila was to contextualize the good old concept of socio-technical affordances. Now, this is an older concept, and again, lots have been written about it, but I became interested in it because I wanted to see more contextualization. And as I will show later also in the literature, there is the idea that this affordance literature, in a way, almost was very much based in, Europe and North America. And again, also from what we've heard before by Jason, it was always narrated as this very universalizing idea of, how we can think about what technology enables us to do. So I wanted to contextualize them and see what the role of, legal, political, but also cultural context is in that matter, and then map the affordances of this blockchain game in particular to explain and critique who are the actors, who is involved, and how can you play that game and who and on whose terms. So this was basically the start of that. Now, again, one word, what is a socio-technical affordance? It's this complicated word. But from an methodological perspective, scholars have argued that basically an affordance means that it invites social action. So this is a very social approach to affordance, right? So when we have a mobile phone or when I have this little clicker here, then I know I need to press one button and then something will happen, right? But I could also use this as a ruler, for instance. Or I think the battery maybe has just died. Yeah, I'll just take another one. This one works, but yeah. So you can have different things, right? You can scratch your head with it, or you can do different things with it. So that is all affordance. And what affordances also does, it can link humans and non-humans and technical objects and practices with outcomes, right? So an affordance is not just an outcome. So for instance, when you click a button on your phone and to ensure privacy, then that's a function. It's not really an affordance, right? But again, also what I said is that, and I think that's also a colleague of yours, Tom, right? Elisabetta Costa, and they have shown some interesting studies to try to understand what affordances mean in the context of Turkey, for instance, right? So outside the traditional contexts that are studied. So just for you now, you are many students in here, I'm sure you've taken classes on that, so I don't have to go through this, but the literature that was important for this study for me, to study these socio-technical affordances from a contextual perspective, was of course good old platform capitalism that I reread, and there are so many new studies that I don't want to go through through the whole literature, but of course is the idea of a critique of platform labor very often, right, in the new gig economy. But also interesting studies like on blockchain imperialism. There are a lot of the isms, right, that you see here. But blockchain imperialism, I mean, we can think about it, but it's interesting because this study talks about, again, how Web3 is used and new technology in general is used in smaller island states like Fiji, right? And in order to try it out, how it works, but also to aggregate data from people in these faraway places that nobody talks really about, and from the northern perspective, but a lot of things can be done, and he calls it blockchain imperialism. But it's a lot also about data accumulation. Another concept that was kind of interesting to me was the idea of racial capitalism. And here, this article by Macmillan and Cotton was quite useful to really be reminded how networked capital shapes global, in that case, racial hierarchies, but you can think about hierarchies of otherness, right? And how, so for instance, what is the role of venture capital in that? And I thought that would be important also for this particular argument that I'm trying to make here. So those were some of the things in addition to others, but I just wanted to, research questions. I don't want to kind of go too much into this, but just to cover my bases here. These were 3 questions that I was trying to get at, and that was the idea, the game affordances. What are they? What are the characteristics? How do they hang together? And what is the role of the cultural context in particular, and practices and the norms that shape engagement with those practices? Because depending on what kind of cultural values and norms people have, they might understand a certain technological object or technology in different ways and do different things with it. Yeah. So that was the kind of starting point here. Oh. No worries, thank you. We are doing like a little team practice here, I think. Yes. Again, for those of you who are interested, 40 interviews, that's the number. I mean, these were like really long interviews, repeat things. It took a long time, this project. They had to be done on Zoom because it was still, the kind of in the wake of the pandemic, and couldn't fly to the Philippines at the time. But the people we interviewed, there were men and women. They were the younger crowd. You would probably call them Gen Z. They lived in Metro Manila, but the majority had a college education. I think that's also important, educational level. But some people also worked as security guards or in call centers, for instance. We did social media post analysis, document analysis of industry reports and white papers. And all of this was built on grounded theory analysis, which I will not go into here. It's a sociological method for analysis. Then for those of you also, background, we've talked about the Philippines here already. Lower middle income country. But it's important to understand, because my question was, beyond the economic explanations, why else, what are other factors that could explain how people and why people took up Axie Infinity at the time in the Philippines? Why did they played it, right? So lower middle income country, that would be some of the economic explanation, right? People want to game because they want to make some money. Labor out migration. So that is a country with, we've heard about that also from Cheryl, a long history of migration. And initially my idea was also to think about how the Web3 economy will enable to channel migration in the future, transnational migration. Will it enable people, and some experts at the time argued that it enables people to stay where they are and they don't have to move across space anymore to other countries to work, right? There's also, of course, business process outsourcing. So, a lot of kind of industries came to the Philippines like call centers because of the history of colonialism, as many of you know, because of the very good English level. That's why we have the call centers in the Philippines. And also, we have a long history of gaming and gambling, and that is interesting because when I started interviewing, people always pointed out, like said, when I was 9, I started gaming in the local internet shop, and my brother just took me there, who was like 11. And so that was quite interesting, that history as well. So the business process, could you maybe like go back to the last slide, maybe? The last slide? Sorry. So the business process outsourcing is also important. Sorry, I forgot that in the history of like gambling, because there are special sectors in the Filipino economy where there are casino-like enterprises. So you can go and there are large gambling enterprises which actually brings in a lot of tax money to the government. But these large operations, they were closed down last year in July. Reason being that these big gaming operations, many of them also coming from China, would bring illegal migrants to the Philippines and other kind of problematic situations. Now, you also have to see that against the background of the sometimes tensional relationship between Philippines and China, and that sometimes these types of steps are taken by governments to kind of push back. So that was the quote on the right-hand side. Now I started interviewing people, right? And so this was one thing that came up over and over again, and I could not make sense of it in the beginning. And so when I read that, so this young man in his 20s, and he says, Axie is like cockfighting, just the digitized and more colorful version, right? If it weren't for Axie, people would not have digital wallets or learn about NFTs and crypto. Axie is still a side hustle for young people, and we like the flexibility of playing it, especially during COVID. And so I heard that term, and I thought, what a fun term. Yeah, I haven't really thought about cockfighting ever in my life. But then the term kept creeping up over and over again. And then, as a good old anthropologist at heart / communication scholar, I started paying attention. And so then when I, when this kind of accumulated, the data gathering, two main, how we, this grounded theory, I was working with two main ideas, themes, codes, you can call them. They started to emerge. One was side hustle, the other one was cockfighting. Side hustle was another key term, and I think that's something also that Tom talked about within the NFT Web3 community that goes back to platform logics in a way, right? So people talked about it as this was a game, we were never like into the game, and of course the context when people started playing was COVID. So you have a context of high uncertainty, right? And here comes a game that gives you the ability to just make some money. And so two of these dimensions of side hustle were, one was persistent access and the other one was ownership, right? So, but that is still part of the platform logics. I will talk about this in a second. But all of that was shaped by the more cultural factor that was called cockfighting by the interviewees, but that has two dimensions. One is family, the value of family, and the other one is gender, interestingly enough, which I didn't expect. So let's talk about side hustle. What is a side hustle? In a way, in the literature, platform capitalism and also racialized capitalism, people talk about it as labor motivated by desire, right? So people get drawn into the platform economy and platform labor by desire. You want to participate in something because it's cool. You don't want to miss out on things. But here in this particular case, how people were drawn into was mainly by the value of family. That is another one. And when you read interviews, and also in these particular interviews, the idea of family popped up again and again. We did this to help our family. And so you could start seeing how, on the one hand, that was very beneficial for the game at the time, right? So people get plugged into that game because they have that very personal notion, which then became a legitimizing factor, actually, right? Which could be exploited to keep people also in the game. And then also connectivity during COVID. This has to do, of course, with a younger age. The people I interviewed, they were like students like many of you here, but also early, like, you know, they had started just entering the economy and working, you know, in different professions. But the idea of, you know, being connected and helping family during that time, again, was related to that desire. Macmillan and Cottam, they talk about it as predatory inclusion. So again, the idea that platforms, and also that game in particular, they draw you in through desire, but also through a particular motivation, right? And then just kind of keep you circulating in that game, or in that kind of, you know, idea of having a digital wallet and start playing around with NFTs. So persistent access, so those two themes, I would call them, that were related to that idea of precarious, flexible labor, right? Well, persistence means that this game has an ongoing material and symbolic existence in coded space, right? So it is always there. But then access was determined by three main things. So for these young playing community, there was the spatial factor. So spatial flexibility was important. And that was very much what a class dependent, I use that older term, right? So people with higher socioeconomic means or more socioeconomic means, they could retreat into the countryside, which means they had their private room to play. And that means a lot, because if you've ever played Axie Infinity, you really need to focus, right? And you need a fast internet connection. You play it on your computer instead of your mobile phone. And so those with their private room had a much better chance of winning than others who had to share, who were in more like large-scale, noisy family environments, right? And just had to find a corner. And they played in the bathroom, right? They took the phone with them to the bathroom. They played at work. They also played during university lectures, of course, right? They had Zoom lectures and then played on the side. And also how people were drawn into this idea of access was through the imagination of better futures, right? And that is called scholarship in Axie. So you are promised the scholarship, and I always found it interesting how they used that academic term, right? They said, they could have said, I don't know, you know, we just give you some money, but in this particular play to earn game, they tell you, if you want to participate, we give you a so-called, you become a scholar. What does that mean? You get money and you can earn skills. So that again, it's this idea of predatory inclusion, of drawing you into that space with a particular purpose in mind, right? So This axis then was the second part of this hustle, the side hustle idea was this idea of ownership, finances and skills, right? And so Nabin talked about it, how the Web3 economy enables you with a newfound agency through cryptographically verified ownership, yeah? And so that was something that was very important. And to the people who played that, how did they define ownership? Now, in most of the literature and also the media and the, that circulated at the time, there was a foregrounding of the idea of income and money and profit generation. And so you can see that it's very typical, right? They would say, oh, we made a couple of $1,000 and then also on the side, we learned the skills. So several of the women in particular, they learned content creation skills. They then became like blog writers for large platforms like Decentraland in Hong Kong, in Singapore, or around the world. So here we have actually the global element that is starting. That was the one. So basically ownership was defined in terms of agency and skills for the future, in particular for women who wanted to enter the Web3 economy. The second one was this emphasis again on family. This is a very typical quote. We wanted to help our family. They were in bad shape. We made, all this money, and we helped them. We renovated the house, and that was also pushed as a narrative very often in the global discourse. People can buy houses, new appliances, and laptops, and so on. So this is the kind of monetizing factor that you could see quite a lot here. Now, coming back to the cultural factors. So if now I established that side hustle was this thing, people play it on the side, they have access, they have ownership. But what about these cultural components? And that, for me, was the most interesting part. Again, I don't want to culturalize, because if you culturalize, certain contexts too much, then there is a danger that you depoliticize your study. And I did not want to do it, but I still wanted to include that perspective. And so I read up on this idea of cockfight, because in the anthropological literature, there is a lot of literature on cockfighting, interestingly enough. And so, when you compare that image of, the cockfight, the picture that you've seen before, two animals in the pit and they fight each other, it's a very bloody sport, and then you see these two axes. There is actually something that is going on that is similar, and I explain that in a second. So you see here, cockfighting it's a competitive sport. I don't know if some of you have seen cockfights, but again, they get very bloody. And they were kind of, a traditional sport in many countries and many regions in the world, from Spain to Bali, the UK, and the Philippines. And in the Philippines, it's interesting because there's something like the World Slasher Cup. It's very bloody in Quezon City. You also have the Sabong TV cockfighting channel. So after COVID, actually cockfighting, and it's still happening in villages, but also in cities, right? There are cockfighting pits. But it then also went digital. So this is a betting industry, right? You have the animal and you bet for it. So this is a moneymaker, tax-paying, interesting situation. But then you also have the Philippine offshore gaming operators. So they are the backbone of an entire city, not just for cockfighting, but for a whole gambling industry. And they are called POGOs. They were the ones that I also kind of mentioned before, and several of them were shut down last year. It's just for you to see that there is a history in that country, and from a political economy perspective, it's important to look at it, to then understand this cultural aspect of cockfighting behind it and how that shaped the engagement with the game. So there is a term that is called deep play, which is also in a way the title of my talk. Deep play was a term that was coined by Jeremy Bentham in the 18th century, and he described it as, in a way, irrational play. So you do something, you bet, and for those of you who have been in a casino, it is in a way irrational because you don't know about the outcome, right? You put money in and you don't know if you win or will not. So for him, that was a very irrational kind of behavior. Now, Clifford Geertz, who is an anthropologist and who wrote a very famous book in 1973, Interpreting Culture, some of you might have heard about it, also the students, He said, no, it's not about irrationality, it's a social act, right? So why do people have cockfighting going on in the villages? It's a social act because it affirms and extends social identity. It's a social glue, like any game, any entertainment, fun activity, or anything else, that holds a community together, on the one hand, but also, if you put your animal into the pit, it extends your social status. So if your animal wins, you can heighten your social status, right? Your reputation within the community. And that is the importance of, these kind of, I don't want to call it a game, but this idea of cockfighting. And I found that quite a convincing argument when I kind of looked at what cockfighting meant when people mentioned that in relation to that game. So when we look at axes, and you saw these two angry axes kind of going against each other, one can really think about how these axes become extensions of yourself when you start playing. It's your axis, it's your NFT, you put it into the pit, into the battle, they battle against each other, and through that, you extend, you negotiate, you enhance your social status, your reputation, your role identity as a daughter or a son or a student, for instance, right? But you also learn skills why you do. You also enhance your status within the gaming community. And something else very interesting happened because you also position yourself in your gender identity. That happened very often while people played that game. So what does gender positioning mean? A lot of these women, and here you can see, they talked about misogyny. We heard it about from Sarah in a different context that morning. And they talked about in gaming, it's a very male-dominated domain, right? And they talked about how this gaming experience and this new Web3 game in particular enabled them to enter into that gaming world and to show that they are not that. So here, there are many stereotypes in online gaming, right? For women are not great players. They are too emotional, talkative. Playing gave me the motivation to prove them wrong. So that happened over and over again, these quotes. A lot of women also talked about how they experienced sexual harassment, how they were asked for pictures, how they were complimented on their voices, how they were trolled on social media after playing that game, but how they started pushing against that. And they always related that to the global gender discourse of speaking back to patriarchy, to use that clunky term. But there was a second type, I wouldn't say woman, but that was the thing that I talked about before. Those women who said, for the first time, actually, we have something here where we can participate. And mind you, they are young people, right? It has opened opportunities for me because I can leverage these skills to enter. And fintech will not be strange to me, and I can adapt faster. So that was a very purpose-driven idea. Now, you might wonder, why do I tell you all of this? Well, there are like longer conclusions, and then hopefully we have some time. I don't know how I'm doing on time, but some time to kind of discuss this. So the idea of what do we learn from this study, right? On the one hand, access ownership as these universal logics of platforms, maybe in general, but of this gaming platform in particular. But as I said, this is shaped through socio-cultural and historical screens, how people interpret affordances, and then eventually what they do with them in a particular context, right? So in the Philippines, it was driven by family. Maybe in another context, it is driven by something else, right? By another value, or maybe not by gender. But what people talked about a lot was this inclusion factor, how they, and you have heard about it probably as well, how they were drawn towards the game, and it was fun in the beginning, but then it started to become a grind. They used that term as well. They became very stressed, and it was not just the people who became scholars, but especially also those who owned the means of production, namely the axes or the teams. So they talked about how they couldn't sleep anymore, how they constantly started worrying about their investment, and how they then exited because it was just too much, right? Either depression set in and so on. So this also then kind of, led me to think in this, and this is a paper, right? So this is a longer, more complex argument here. But to think about, the role of this global capitalism and how it structures local communities. Because especially with this game, the long arm of finance capitalism, in that case Andreessen Horowitz, who's one of the largest venture capitalists in Silicon Valley, it reaches these local communities and restructures their lives. And I think that is important to understand, to then also do more comparative studies on that, on how that goes in a local context, right? And how these platforms then can also, with all the good things and the fun and entertainment they can provide, how they appropriate these cultural and historical practices that are present in a community, and how they mobilize this desire. And I think that is interesting to think about whenever we think of platforms, however we want to kind of contextualize them, right? There is always this promise of agency and especially community, and I think this is such an interesting term, because in Professor Huang's film we have seen how the early stages of Apple and so on, how they talked about community. Yeah. So this term is introduced as this warm, fuzzy idea. We do things together, we support each other. And then comes again the cold arm of capitalism that then restructures this whole idea. So Axie Infinity, I think it's from this study's perspective, is really a site for neoliberal reproduction, but also to reach national Web3 goals. The Philippines is very open for cryptocurrency, like many other countries also in the so-called Global South. And so, in Makati, you have an ATM machine. You have also the success of the whole cryptocurrency in the Philippines is so strong because of the migrants. Right? So you have all these domestic workers who work in Hong Kong, in Dubai, in other parts of the world, and they have to send back money. And so it's much easier to do with crypto. And so by having these young people play this game, it's an unintended consequence maybe, they start learning how to open crypto wallets, how to become fluent in the language of Web3, which again is not just about a game anymore, but it becomes about folded into national political and economic goals. And I think that can be quite interesting to think more about it. Now, this slide is for the purpose of the study. And again, it's almost maybe a reverse purpose, because remember, my audience actually with this article is the Western audience, is the so-called global North, right? Because I think all of you in this room know that already. However, when you read the literature, and when I talk to a lot of my colleagues, they would say that, yes, Global South is just catching up, right? And again, experimentation ground for technology. But there is not that much literature, in my view, that really talks about how players strategically adopt games, how they play, how they game the system, how they exit if they don't feel like it anymore. So very strategic, and how it helps really young people to learn the rules of the game of Web3. And so I think this is important. That's what I want to get across to my global Northern audience, to understand that a little bit better and get out of this idea that it's about the victimization of the Global South always, right? So final one, this was also a quote, "Without us, there's no game." And I like that quote because it kind of enables me to think about the future. What can be done with studies like that? I'm not sure if I will pursue it, but maybe other people can. I think it would be important to think about what are the socioeconomic and cultural moorings of predatory inclusion of platform economies, right? So what are these localized but also global conditions that you need to make Web3 games or the Web3 economy become successful? What are different types of strategic adoption and exit of these games? How do people play with it in different contexts? How they resist, basically, right? And then also, that's something that I mentioned several times, how does this global finance capitalism restructure our ways of life in ways that we might not even realize, yeah? And so with that, I want to close. This is the reflection pool of our beautiful campus, Chungman Daihok, Chongmen Dashi at Chinese University of Hong Kong. If you have questions, here's my email. Good old-fashioned email. And talk to me if you want to know more. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Saskia, for your insightful speech today. And then we actually covered Axie Infinity 2 years ago in our class. And we did some like really shallow discussion at that time, but this is like a really insightful discussion of all the, because you did like a really thorough interview of all those like players. We didn't. And then it's a really good, interesting analogy of like cockfighting in your speech. And then we will have like local audiences to ask questions, but we do have a like an online question. So I will just like definitely rephrase it a little bit. So this audience was asking, what are the differences between Chinese and the Western blockchain games? I will just rephrase it to Southeast Asian and the Western blockchain games, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I cannot ask this question because I didn't do a study on comparisons, so I can
just
only
like purely
answer
on
for
Axie
Axie.
Infinity,
Yeah,
I guess.
Yes, yeah.
But
So
yeah,
I'm
okay.
sorry, I cannot say more about that.
So okay, there you go.
Thanks so much, Saskia. That's very rich, very, very exciting. I'm curious to hear a little bit more about the family dynamics of playing Axie, and I guess it's because some of the videos that I've seen showed some communities, families, kin relations getting involved in working with the affordances of the game. And then I saw your analogy with cockfighting, and cockfighting in the Philippines can tend to be a family thing as well. You have to buy feeds, you have to raise your cocks.
The animal.
You have to raise them.
Call it
So
the
I'm
animal.
curious to hear more about the family dynamics in your analysis.
Yeah, thank you. And I didn't explain that too much here, but thank you for giving me the chance. So family was, of course, the most important thing, and it came in all kinds of constellations. So, for instance, the women in particular pointed out, when I said access, remember I talked about access to the game, and that was an affordance of that particular one. And it was young single mothers in particular who loved playing the game because it gave them like the space and time flexibility. Time flexibility because they could play at night when their young children or their baby was in bed. They could also then enhance their social position within the family because they said, look, I'm not just a mother now, but I'm earning some money for you people here at the table. That was one. People played actually, if they lived in also more crowded conditions and others, they played very early in the morning because then you had a better chance of winning. So that was a strategy. Literally, people got up at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to play for like 3 hours. So that was that. But it was interesting in a lot of the literature, and this paper is under review at the moment, and so the reviewers were pushing me also to talk more about the exploitatory manager and scholar relationship. Because there was a lot of talk in Western media also how managers, and it's true, managers are the ones who own the Axies, right? Who own entire teams, so they actually hire you as a scholar and you play for hours on end. And so they talked about how the managers are usually placed in the UK, in Australia, in the United States, right? And have like this army of players in the Philippines or in other countries who play for them. Here in this study, however, most of the managers were locals. And so they recruited each other. They recruited each other amongst family members, amongst friends. That was also something that people had not really talked about much before. So it also, what that means, if you hire, if your brother hires you to play, that you have a reciprocal relationship with your brother, right? Same with your friends. Now, this also created issues because out of a sudden, affective relationships became very transactional. And so this was also a skill that people learned. They said, yeah, we've only been in school these entire years, and out of a sudden I learned how to manage people, meaning being with close people and having a transactional, a business relationship with my brother. That almost destroyed our family. So that was interesting. And the same was true for friends as well, right? And so sometimes entire families played. Or like uncles, they hired their nieces and their nephews to play with each other. So there was a very strong, actually supportive relationship between people during COVID in particular to play that game and then make the most money, really with the idea and that was happened when SLP, right, is you know, kind of the in-game currency, when prices went down, the Axie value went down, they just like dropped it like a hot potato. But then also half of it, they kept it with very similar logics like Tom's in the NFT sector. They kept it and said, it might not be worth it anymore, but you never know. So there is always this, it's almost a little bit like the previous talk we heard about superstition and buying these amulets, right? You have it there because at some point you might be using it and it might give you a power over other people. It's quite interesting, you know, how people stick to that. So yeah, so for the family dynamic, that was interesting. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for this amazing presentation. I think you touched some of the questions I want to ask here in the previous answer, but I mean, the original question would be like, for these players, are they all for commodity? Are they all for like play to earn, or like a large proportion of them are actually just playing? And I think in your previous answer, the answer is like they always have the option to commodify what they're playing. That would be a huge difference between Web3 gaming and Web2 gaming, because in Web2 there's also a large group of people play to earn, right? But that is not designed in the system, and for Web3 it's more designed in the system. So the question would be like, the original question would be that. The formal question would be, what's the difference between Web3 gaming and Web2 gaming? And that's also something I encountered constantly in the communities I research with. People are asking, well, what's the thing that Web3 can provide?
Yeah. I mean, for them, number one, many of them were gamers before. So they were gaming Web2 style. Or they had been gaming like for 15 years with the very kind of, you know, starting kind of games in the internet shops on their little computers and so on. I think Web3 provides you this affordance of ownership. And I think that NFT idea was very enticing to people, not just making an income, but maybe at some point owning an Axie and owning a whole team. And then having it written on the blockchain. And also, sometimes for some, it was really just like even experimenting with the idea and the language of it. What is an Axie? What's a digital wallet? What is cryptocurrency? So for them, it was an aspirational idea to go and learn about that, because they said it will be here. It will not go away. So they were very convinced. Some of them said we will not participate maybe in the future anymore because that experience was too stressful. But many were very positive that something else comes along. They will experiment. And I think we have to see these games also and the whole Web3 experience within a certain type of to look at the demographic background of people. And I think age is a very important thing, because here the people, right? I mean, they were young in terms of students. They did not have full responsibilities for their entire families. They did not depend fully on income. So this is not like a labor for somebody who's in their 40s or 50s have to support entire families, right? So I think the demographic is also open. The idea of experimenting is maybe better than somebody in their 50s or 60s. But yes, I think they were very positive about it, and also about crypto in general. They didn't know exactly always where this was going, but also there was a substantive part, you know, who were very knowledgeable already in investing. So that means they had actually like stock experience, and so for them, they were the early adopters. They were the ones who already had crypto, already digital wallets, and then drew in the others. Yeah. So, yeah. I think also it was the sense of agency that was really important, because if you think back of the 2000s, and we heard that with like when Apple and all the big giants started producing in Asia, their digital objects in particular, the mobile phones and all of that. There was also the time in the 2000s when some of these large gaming companies, they outsourced their labor to Hong Kong, for instance. They had offices there because it was cheaper labor. And then if you remember the gold farming situation where there were entire gaming factories in China, right, for esports, and they gamed for, you know, Western audiences. So that was the start in early 2000s, 2010, 2017. And I think the CryptoKitties, and then also now Axie, that was the return then in start 2017, when these games started to enter the global market again, and when people started paying attention to play-to-earn gaming. Yeah, long answer, but thank you for the question. Yeah.
Thank you for your research and talk, Saskia. And I was curious to know that you mentioned this research or this paper happened more, or the interviews were more in 2022 to 2023. And I was curious if you have followed your the interviewees throughout, even if any until now. I wonder about their the lifespan of their time investing in the game, and especially if during the change or of the, for example, the blockchain market, or throughout, I guess, from 2022 till this year. And you also mentioned about some people have their social identity extension, and some have maybe exited. So I wonder what the exit is like. And sorry, and maybe to attach a last part to this question, and I wonder if it could relate to Cheryl's research in a way. I am also curious if any exiters of the game playing would be people who then kind of transit or migrate to, for example, platform labor workers, like freelance working, if the game is no longer an option for them.
Thank you. Yeah. So I did not follow up for the last year, so I can only give you the answer based on what they told me, what their we asked them about the future aspirations, what they will do. So it's based on that. And so at the time, many people exited the game because, the value, the crypto winter, everything went down, and people said, like, we don't know anymore why we should stress about this, right? But what people emphasized was that no matter whether they have this money or not, what they will have are the skills. So they mentioned that their idea, I asked them about where will they work in the future. So their majors were in anywhere from like civil engineering, statistics, media studies, psychology, I asked them also about migration, and so many of them said actually they play that they can save a little bit of money to pay tuition fee, but also to then migrate for education. And they had anything. Some of them wanted to go to Iceland. And he said, yeah, he had heard about the system there, so he was saving up for that. So they had particular things, US, to go to nursing school in the US or in Australia. But there was also this idea of really becoming a professional in content writing. So they would say, even though if you don't play anymore, but what we have learned is we learned how to write in intelligent ways about Web3 games, what makes a good game, what not. So basically working in the product testing scene, as I said, Decentraland or some of these they mentioned, they have had experience in, and they were really willing to work more for them. Also because they said it's interesting and I'm good at it, but also it gives me more money. So they would not get paid local they would get paid local salaries, for instance, to review a new play-to-earn game.
but it would be substantially higher than a local salary in the Philippines, but still much, much lower than somebody in Silicon Valley would get paid for that, or in Europe, you know, in reviewing a game. So there was a little bit about that idea of investment and money, but it was really about skills, and especially for women. The men said, yeah, we already have these skills, we are not scared, we will learn about them. But for women, it was really something where they felt they had found a new space that they could break into and not be seen as a woman, but really as a good professional gamer or a good professional like communicator, PR person about gaming. And they saw this as the field of the future also and felt maybe, yeah, they can be freelancers in the future, they can be digital nomads. And so it will be interesting to see how that crowd moves around. Yeah, thank you.
And then thanks again. I'm sorry we don't have more time for today, but thank you so much again for the great talk. And then if you want to ask more questions, please just, we still have time after the conference. Okay, so now we let's welcome our next speaker. Like her name is Paya Arora, and she's a professor of inclusive AI cultures at Utrecht University and the co-founder of FemLab and the Inclusive AI Lab. She's a leading digital anthropologist with 2 decades of user experiences in the Global South, helping shape inclusive AI-enabled designs and policies. Paya is the author of over 100 journal articles and award-winning books, including The Next Billion Users with Harvard University Press. Forbes named her the next billion champion and the right kind of person to reform tech. Her new book with MIT Press, From Pessimism to Promise, Lessons from the Global South on Designing Inclusive Tech, has gained traction in international media, covered by the Financial Times, BBC Tech Dakota, and the UX Magazine, among others. Approximately 150 international media outlets have covered her work, including the Economics, 99% Invisible, TechCrunch, and the Boston Globe. She has consulted for both the public and private sectors, including UNHCR, Spotify, KPMG, Adobe, Ideal, Google, and GE, and serves on several boards, including the UN and the World Women Global Council in New York. She has delivered over 350 keynotes and invited talks in 67 countries at events such as ACM FA CCT, Copenhagen Tech Festival, Republica, COP26, World Economic Forum, and the Swedish Internet Foundation, alongside figures like Jimmy Wales and Steve Wozniak, as well as TEDx talks on the future of the Internet and innovation. She's a Rockefeller Bellagio resident fellow alumnus, and being Indian, American, and Irish calls Amsterdam her home. Let's welcome her for this, for her talk on debiasing data to build inclusive technologies. Let's welcome her. Can you hear us? Okay. Hi, can you hear us?
Hear me?
Yeah, I think we can hear you, but can you just like talk a little bit more?
Okay.
Okay.
Unless should I adjust the volume or? Yes. Can I?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, we can. I think it's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Not very clear, is it?
Yep.
I'll wait for Doris to send me a message. Maybe Doris, if you could send me on WhatsApp or.
Okay, I think it's better, right?
Here, let me.
Yeah.
No, is it better?
Yes, it's way better. And then you can start whenever you are ready.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the patience, and I really wish I was there because it would have been wonderful to meet some old colleagues and friends, and well, it's the way it is, isn't it? But let's get started, and I really love the theme that this conference has proposed, and this is exactly why I wanted to engage with you all. But basically, I'm going to, I think one of the things that really resonate with me is, can we think about different starting points in the way in which we approach what's going on within the global south, which doesn't necessarily always peg to theories that emanate and are drawn from concerns and empirical evidence from the global north. And I think this is something that is so fundamental. And let me explain a little bit more on how this is played out in my book. So my new book, From Pessimism to Promise, basically was covering this trend that I've been observing over the last few years, which is a major pessimism-optimism divide between the global north becoming increasingly pessimistic about all things digital, including their futures. And on the other hand, there's evidence that global south is, despite all the risks, increasingly optimistic about new innovations, including that of AI. So this sort of trajectory is reflected in the headlines we see, for example, where AI is going to lead us to extinction. It's an existential risk, basically. It's destroying our democracy, our mental health, our social life. And so there's this deep sort of despair and almost like driving in a direction towards impotence towards that of the digital, right? You have books that are consolidating it, which is sad by design, surveillance capitalism. So in some sense that it's almost seems like the human is against the machine, and we are like the David Goliath situation where we're feeling so impotent because these big tech are so extraordinarily powerful that they are like squishing every sense of agency, that we have lost all control over ourselves, our bodies, our lives, right? So where oppression is baked into the algorithm. So it really is intrinsically racist. Just like as you hear, this play out in many of the conversations, whether it's oppressive, racist, and the only way we can, counter it is resist AI. So AI is basically not for us. It's something which is positioned against us, and we need to resist it in ways that can enable us to be more human. So this is the sort of framing, right, which is leading to deep anxieties in our generations. There's this notion that it's actually rewiring our brain, and it's even shifting and ruining the new generation. So we need to ban it, contain it. We need to do everything to push tech away to restore ourselves. So this is the climate we're in, which is no wonder the global north and the scholarship around it is so much about the pessimistic take on technologies. A recent headline even captures saying, why are American progressives making themselves so sad? And it actually goes even beyond it. There was poll after polls in the US, for instance, which says that the average American feels far more pessimistic about their future today than a decade ago. As somehow that despite their, economy, despite everything else, they feel that they are in a far worse situation. And of course, we know there's a lot of politics going on right now, so I can imagine the despair. But this has been happening for far longer, right? On the other hand, you have poll after poll saying that, majority of people in, say, Kenya, Mexico, China, Nigeria, India are far more optimistic about their futures, unlike those in Sweden, France, and Australia and Britain, right? And when asked about how AI has impacted workplace productivity, there's so much more positive energy from, again, India, Indonesia, UAE, Mexico. As you can see, it dwindles down when it comes to Europe and the US. And mind you, by the way, they do these polls over the decades, so this keeps going on and is quite consistent, actually. What about climate change, right? There's far more optimism, again, in areas like Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa versus that of Western Europe and North America. I mean, and this should be confounding. It's such a paradox because what on earth is going on? I mean, in fact, the Global South are at the forefront of, those who will be impacted the most by the climate crisis. We know that, right? Because they are the ones who are going to absorb it. They have far less resources than, like, say, countries like the Netherlands. They have oftentimes far weaker institutions to enforce policies. So why on earth are they optimistic compared to the rest? So the typical explanations being given in scholarship and in the media is, one, they are naive. The Global South is just so enormously naive, and it's not their fault because they lack the literacies. They just don't know. So there's a sort of deficiency model that is applied to this, shall we say, optimism, right? That because they lack the literacies, the education, the awareness, thereby it is our job as a Global North to educate them on why they should look at AI as an enemy, why it's so oppressive and racist and sexist, and thereby they can then come together to get on the same platform of being in despair, right? And then being critical of it can somehow carve a path forward. Alternatively, we can look at it in a different way. And there's a three-pronged approach that I bring up in the book. Firstly, is that it's about demographics. 90% of young people live in the Global South, 90, right? And cognitively, they are just by nature far more optimistic because they have a future ahead of them, unlike the aging Europe, right? And so, secondly, that when you're a young person, one of the key things is you want to self-actualize. And whether you're a young person in India, Nigeria, or Brazil, or Philippines, wherever you are, it's very essential that you have a little bandwidth in exercising your self-discovery, which means that when you're living in deeply conservative societies, it could be religious, it could be also, say, for example, your sexuality is criminalized if you're homosexual in majority parts of the Global South, then the internet becomes a little more of a freeing space than that of your actual lived experiences. So there is the notion that, particularly with the romance economy, right, is that majority of people will have an arranged marriage in the Global South and will have very few dating experiences, if at all. It's very hard to even get that kind of space. So again, the digital enables a very fundamental need for a young person to discover themselves in terms of their sexuality, in terms of the intimacy experience, because it's so part of becoming, right? And so this is one very major driver, and we have the stats to back it up. The other aspect is about freedoms, political freedoms, right? And political freedoms and personal freedoms webbed into one in many ways. Like extreme cases are Afghanistan and Iran, where you see women literally being domesticated and invisibilized in public space, where they can't even speak to others in public spaces in Afghanistan. They can't sing, they can't walk in public spaces. In fact, they have extraordinarily limited rights. So in comparison to their actual lived realities, the digital does allow them to rehumanize and re-engage with the publics out there so as to not be forgotten. And this happens to apply to many other groups that are marginalized, whether you're, sexual, whether you're homosexuals, that are criminalized, or you are a religious group that is persecuted. So if you bring a political group that is persecuted, so this enables for all these groups to come and use these as resources, because relatively speaking, it's a little more safe, which is, you know, turning it on its head. And then you have this notion of that economically, there is a little more leeway because governments consistently seem to not understand young people's needs. They don't want to be the, you know, a farmer or a plumber, or they don't want to do what their grandfathers or grandparents did, their parents did. They want to carve their own pathway. They want to leapfrog into a new kinds of ways of living and working. And so the creator economy is carving a little pathway where they can actually experiment and monetize, despite all the harms and risks. It's not that they don't understand the so-called extractive nature, but again, it's always relative to what, right? And so you have high unemployment, for example, in Namibia, right? When I was with a team in Namibia, about 60% of the rural youth to 70% at some point was unemployed. And they were, of course, and they were going into deep depression. And they were using the digital as a way to connect, but also to exchange potential ways of carving job opportunities, but also, you know, self-discovering in terms of how they can carve out new forms of work and living. And I'll go more into that. So we need new points of departure, which is not a black and white. Is AI good or bad? Is it oppressing or sexualizing? Is it, you know, because it kind of constrains us into approaching the global South as its own entities from different vantage points, right? So I'm going to take 5 basically theories that seem to have a sticky quality and sort of push against it. The digital divide, okay? I have been part of a number of board groups in the UN and elsewhere, and I had a very disturbing conversation recently with a very senior UN official who has been committed to getting the last mile online, and she basically explained that she was really having a moral conundrum because she felt that it was morally wrong for her to bring the global South online, because after all, isn't she feeding the global South into a data extraction machine and data colonial machine? So that is really not a right thing to do. Now you have to understand this is happening within the circles of, you know, where the digital is a right? I mean, so it is very disturbing because this conversation didn't happen a decade ago. Now it's actually a legitimate conversation whether should we even bring them online, which is completely crazy because it is a right and it is permeating across sectors and industries. So that would actually alienate the global South even more so, right? Also, there's a sort of double standard to it, isn't it? Because the ones who are talking about how the digital is so toxic in all its qualities are the ones who have very high engagement with their followers online, you know, whether we look at Geert Loving on social or Nick Coldry or any number of these people, right? They are very active on social media. They enjoy all the benefits of the digital. And so I think we need to have a sort of an intellectual honesty and, you know, personal honesty by saying that if we are consuming these social media tools and AI tools in our life in the global North with liberal democracies, right? Then why are we advocating a different standard for the global South? Unless you plan on giving up all of this, or else we think that we somehow have better tools or we are personally better equipped than the rest of the global South. So this is something that I find deeply disturbing in the trend that is going on, right? But there's another strange thing. It still starts from a sort of post-colonial mentality of the digital divide, of the haves and the have-nots, which have changed remarkably, right? In my previous book, I wrote about the next billion users that have come online. And in the last decade, India alone has shifted so dramatically from data being some of the most expensive in the world to some of the cheapest in the world. Today, the countries where mobile internet is the cheapest is in India, in China, in the Philippines, Cambodia, Israel, so many of these countries. But if you talk to a typical person in the global north, including, by the way, people who are very invested in these areas, they do not see that actually. So there's an assumption that the West has the cheapest internet. They would not have come up with that statistic. And so they still have a worldview of the past where actually the global south in many regards has gone past them. So it's not just that they're lagging behind, they're in the forefront, for example, in the way in which they're doing fintech. If you look at the countries with the most fintech applications, they're in Asia, right? So it is very, like, I also give an example about BYD. For example, a decade ago, Elon Musk laughed about BYD when asked about what he thought about the cars. And today he's begging EU regulators to block them from entering the Western market because he literally said that it will destroy the entire market. And yet, you know, we don't seem to understand that things have changed. We still hold on to these concepts and these sort of frameworks of the global south, right, as digital have-nots. The other is algorithms of aspiration, right? This is a proposition I make in the book as a sort of a contrast to algorithms of oppression. And I do want to underline here before people say, oh, are you discounting the oppressive dynamics? Not at all. But it's about proportionality. What I find in our trajectory of scholarship is that we are so invested in just looking at the oppressive, sexist, racist dimensions. And there's very little generosity in looking at it in a far more holistic lens, which gives us a sort of a downward spiral of surely nobody finds any value in AI, right? Whereas in my own work, empirical work, I'm a digital anthropologist, and I've been working for 2 decades in the field, particularly among marginalized communities in India, Brazil, Namibia, and elsewhere. We found the tremendous enthusiasm for any kind of digital innovation. In fact, in the US, the lower socioeconomic groups among African Americans are the most optimistic about ChatGPT, unlike those in the white demographics in the US. And yet we choose to invest in the oppressive dynamics without understanding, but why are they so excited about AI? And here are a couple of reasons. Because one, many of them don't have access to quality education or quality textbooks or textbooks in their own languages or dialects, right? Or teachers who even show up to schools. So in that sense, ChatGPT and other kind of AI allows them to have a person, almost like a personhood, that allows them to go deeper into conversations and is able to take them to a certain learning model in a very personalized fashion, right? So I think there's a reason why they are so full of aspiration, so full of optimism towards these tools, because they're literally using it and experimenting with it. We have found young people in these low-income brackets investing about 10 to 14 hours. They're obsessed about it because they're so excited of what it can potentially do to carve out new forms of livelihood, new forms of self-presence, particularly because they have not been visible and heard for the longest time, because the game is stacked against them. They don't have English as their main language. They happen to be in the global south. They don't have the advantages of those kind of networks. So this allows them sort of a chance, right, through serendipity, and algorithmic aspiration enables them, right? Here's an example from New Renaud, actually. So they are a village influencer in India, and they live in a tier 3 city town, which is basically close to a village, and use sort of raw materials from the village to respond to global trends. And as you can see, just one of the images gets 27,000 likes. And in fact, they have a higher number of followers than most fashion brands in the world today, right? And this is just one example of why these such people are so excited about it, because this was unthinkable a decade ago, absolutely unthinkable. And so this is creating a pathway not only for these youths to showcase themselves, but also to disrupt notions of rurality for the urban Indians. In fact, I just recently gave an internal book talk for some startups in India who read my book and said one of the biggest takeaways for them is that they didn't really think about the rural India at all, because they just assumed they were really conservative. They just focused on the urban India. And they after reading the book, they felt invigorated in why they should start to look at the tier 2, tier 3 markets in ways which are legitimate as legitimate users, consumers, and creators, right? And so this is something that is very exciting for me, is to just get people to pivot their attention, because internally too, we have our own sort of frameworks. And I'm sure in every single country, whether it's the Philippines, China, there are deep stereotypes about rural China, rural Philippines, because we have frozen them in time. And these are commuter cultures and a variety of different cultures that really needs their own considerations, right? Here's another aspirational element. So this is one of the key reasons why people get online. This is one of the participants we interviewed who was using a lot of imagery to serenade a new romantic prospect online. And you see a lot of this kind of creativity. And what is interesting is that by the way, survey after survey across the world has shown that while the typical young person in Europe and the US say they are not a global citizen, so something like less than 30% of Germans say they are a global citizen, most of Global South youth claim to be a global citizen, something as high as 80 to 85%, even though majority of them have never left their town, their city, or their country. So this is really about aspiration, and you see this playing out online, where they, even in the previous slide, as you can see, touching base on these images from and engaging with a sort of a global narrative, global media, global entertainment, and thereby becoming part of a larger narrative to be consumed cross-culturally, right? The third is surveillance of care as a proposition, and not just surveillance capitalism. And I'll give you an example. I have, in the last few years, a number of PhDs and research master students, particularly from East Asia, who have come up to me and said, I'm really struggling to get my data to fit the surveillance capitalism theory, because they seem to be really excited. Like my Vietnamese users are really excited about the platforms, and they don't see it as oppressive, even though they are aware of being monetized, they're aware of the harms, but they look at it as a way in which they can form solidarities. They are sharing info together. So the surveillance of care is that where they are helping each other out. Tips of the trade, for example, in the creator economies, right? On how do you produce certain kind of, how do you use AI, for example, among African creators? And there's an enormous subgroups that have been created, which are very care-worthy because they understand that the way in which they can push themselves as a unit is collaborative, right? And so there's also this notion of watching over each other versus watching each other. So the tracking, which is typical in surveillance capitalism, is all about data extraction. But there's a different kind of tracking, which is tracking for care. Here we did a 3-year study on ride-hailing sector in India and Bangladesh, and we found that women riders really wanted to be tracked by the company because they wanted accountability and safety, because they were getting into a car with a stranger and oftentimes driving late in the night. So they wanted also two-way communication where they could start rating customers in terms of sexual harassment or inappropriate behavior so the company could block them, right? So there is a sort of tracking, and we need to put in mind that women in most parts of the Global South don't have the same rights as men. They are, in many ways, second-tier citizens. For example, in the guardianship system, they need a male to accompany them. They don't have the same rights to public space as a male does, right? Afghanistan and Iran are the extreme examples, but they're very valid examples, right? And India is one of the biggest obstacles for women drivers to take on these jobs, even though there's a high scarcity for women riders in the ride-hailing economy, because people feel safer. Whether you want to send your kids to school, you prefer a female driver, or your elderly parents, you want a female driver, or women in the family, wives, your daughters. And so while there's a high demand, there's a scarcity of them because one of the big reasons they want to be tracked by the company, by each other, so they can feel safer. And the fourth is regenerative AI versus resisting AI. Now, when you hear a lot from scholars, critical data study scholars, in the way in which they look at AI, they said, well, you know what, we are critical because we care. And we're critical as a productive way. But when they talk about agency, agency is framed as resistance. Because how can we collectively resist against the man, right? Against the big tech oligarchs, against the oppressive forces from above. So it's really about, in fact, I'm going to another conference in about 2 weeks, and our panel, they were discussing saying, why don't we call it, how do we brace for AI? And I was thinking, why do we have such a negative connotation? How is that the plenary of bracing for AI? Like, oh my God, we need to prepare ourselves for the worst to come, right? And that mentality is not shared, and it is a very negative starting point. Whereas if you think in regenerative terms, whereas AI can be your ally, your friend, as long as the correct guardrails are being built, right, which enable people. So for example, as I mentioned in the previous example, much of hate speech we know by now is misogynistic speech. We have the stats to prove. In fact, Twitter themselves have actually showcased this deep correlation. So if you actually ensure that these spaces and have accountability is where people who create misogynistic speech are unable to use these platforms or actually experience penalties of some kind of inaccessibility to these platforms, we will create safer digital public spaces for everyone to really enjoy the spaces and leverage and optimize these tools to their benefit, right? Now, here are some concrete examples of how it is regenerative and why communities may actually appreciate that. So Iranian women movements are using AI to remind people that there are Iranian people and then there's a regime, and that Iran was progressive, and enjoyed these liberal freedoms of wearing what they wanted to wear and doing, probably kissing in public without severe consequences and bodily harms, even just a couple of decades ago. So what you see here is AI-generated images by activists, because this is an ethical way of protesting in Iran without putting actual people in harm's way. And it's a very important strategy of, audiovisual empowerment by capturing the sentiment of activism without putting people in harm's way. And this is really important. In fact, currently, I have a lab called Inclusive AI Lab, and we are investing in basically creating a repository of synthetic audiovisual narratives, of Iranians and Afghanistan women, in showcasing them. And we want to populate it into the Creative Commons so they can be, rehumanized, shall we say, to the public, right? Here's another example in Bolivia, actually, where we have deep stereotypes about indigenous communities, particularly in these areas in Latin America. And so here's an artist, Miranda, using AI in ways that are sort of offsetting the algorithm and creating a playfulness of how these communities can be seen and gaming the algorithm in that sense, and perhaps changing the way in which we can see the world and these communities. When we did a research in basically the refugee context and the border between Brazil and Venezuela, we worked for a year with UNHCR, me and my team, and we found that rather than opting out, majority of these young, refugees wanted to opt in. They deeply resonated with, the digital, and they found so much value, and they loved being online, right? And here are a couple of reasons, right? My dream is to make videos because my story is hard to tell. I had 2 heart attacks and God raised me up. There are things I want the world to understand. It's like, I'm not just a refugee. I have a story and I want it to be heard and, and I want it to be shared, right? A picture I took expressing that I felt very lonely. This picture made it to the top 20. People loved it. I like the picture because it was with that picture that I understood that I have to value myself as a person. This is a Venezuelan gay person who basically finally came out online and got tremendous support. And I have numerous such quotes, right? Last but not least is data as currency. This is a sort of a balance with this tremendous amount of literature on data extraction, colonialism, and techno-fetishization. Because people do see that data is also currency, and as well as aware that, yes, the company is gaining value, gaining insights about their behaviors, but it's always in relation to what? Especially when you have very limited resources, as I brought up in the refugee case in point, right? Is that they understand that this is their way in which they can get online. And I'm not saying that this is the ideal way. Of course, we would rather not have any data tracing. On the other hand, it's always relative to what we value because of search optimization, personalization. And we need to be honest about the ways in which people are making decisions and giving a fair chance to understanding why they make those decisions for themselves, rather than imposing a narrative of data colonialism as a default. I'll give you an example. Just yesterday, I had a conversation with some colleagues who went to India to research and called it the indigenous 5G, okay? And he was investigating the networks of infrastructure, and he came to a conclusion that that the Indian techno political space does not care about public value. In fact, they are deeply oppressive, and he's a neo-Marxist scholar. And I found that very ungenerous, because one of the things which is really interesting is that we in India have pioneered the first and the largest digital public infrastructures in the world today, which allows young people to get online and even become an entrepreneur for free without paying the mafia tax of 20 to 30% to Android and iOS. Also, the kinds of questions he asked in his methodology was that how is this different from that of Ericsson? Because he said, do you understand how these governments were taking down Ericsson infrastructure and putting their own, government infrastructure? And that is basically state surveillance. So what happens is that in scholarship from the global north, we have, particularly in the critical data studies, the global south are only allowed to be victims or as state oppressors. There's nothing in between, because users cannot possibly gain value from these public digital infrastructures, because of course they're being state oppressed, right? And so I find these very limited tropes as very derailing of entire country initiatives. And I'm not saying that we cannot be critical, but we need to find room for both. And this is also multiple examples, as I already mentioned with the BYD, but also with Angami, that is shifting and using AI to also allocate creative provenance and also allowing for AI generated music. So they're pioneering and experimenting because they're starting from a point that majority of the Global South countries have had informal economies for a long time. And we have interesting perspectives that are way before the whole gig economy literature came up in the Global North, which does not get tapped into. It's as if that since the gig economy paradigms came about, amongst academics from the Global North, that informality became a thing, when this has been researched for so long in the Global South under, international development studies and several other sort of scholarships, right? So basically, I'd like to end by saying that the way in which we can pop the pessimism bubble is by recognizing that we have very different vantage points. And if you want to be intellectually honest here, we need to see that it's not an either or. We need to map out and give fair weight to why people do what they do, which appears very confounding to the majority. So I will stop there, and I look forward to your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the talk. And then I do have many questions, but I would just like leave the chance to the audiences here first. Does anyone want to ask questions first? You? Any other? Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentations. And I got a question during this lecture. I keep wondering, like, for Global South, all the technology you mentioned, they actually can divide it into two types. So the types that own and get direct accessed by people, and the technology that is platformized and company-owned. That's a huge difference, right? Because when you mentioned the point of surveillance for care, like I'm from China, and there's like a lot of surveillance technology there, and our government are famous for its parentship for people. And I remember the very same thing, that if you order an online taxi and the driver, their phone is actually always recording, and they have their every word recorded. And for them, it's a huge pressure because they cannot have a fight with the customer, the people take the taxi, and they have a lot of rules to obey. So I'm a little not so sure about, like, there's a bunch of technology that brings resistance and brings agency to people, but there's also a lot of technologies that do not. But yeah, I pretty much agree the positive side for especially Global South. But I wonder, do you have like any comments for like different ownership of technology or different structure of technology? Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you so much for that question. And look, there is a lot, of concern. Like I'll tell you what is humbling for me is when I see these statistics, for example, where despite the, I would say, high risks and harms that the Global South face, because majority of the Global South do not have liberal democracies, right? Less than 7% of the world's countries have liberal democracies. Also, on top of it, they're conservative, and then there's patriarchal systems. So you have so much against and stacked against you, right? And not to forget, state surveillance, as you mentioned. And despite all that, why do these people show so much optimism? Despite that, why in the last 2 decades, I encounter people still feeling more hopeful about technologies. And it's because, and this is not to say that they're naive, right? And this is what I mean, is that it makes me pause. And because I enjoy the liberal democracies living in the Netherlands, I come from India. I don't live there, but I have my entire family there. And I'm very, aware of the shifting dynamics and the risks at play. But if they feel optimistic, then I have to give fair weight to why they feel that kind of optimism. And it's always in relation to what. And I think that's really important. So you're right. The concrete example about this ride hailing and constant surveillance is that there is a lot of concern because it's one way. Because if there's surveillance also on the customer side and there's accountability on how customers behave towards the driver, and there is consequence, right? So for example, we've done this like women, urban company, for example, we've researched these women who go into homes to clean and perform like services, right? Like cleaning and hair salon services. But what you're doing is actually you're entering a total stranger's home, and that person can do anything if you're a woman, right, to you. So can you have some kind of accountability where your rating of them would matter? So this is what I mean, is that but yet, despite it all, they prefer being consistently tracked if you're a woman in India, because the system is stacked against them. And there's high amounts of patriarchy and misogyny. So I think it's about trade-off, that they know that it is scary for them. And there's another, I have so many other examples, but going to the fundamental notion of ownership also is that I was reading the other day about I'm reviewing a journal article for a top journal, media journal, and they wanted to approve this journal article which said that Africa has no agency because majority of their infrastructures are owned and by the Americans or Chinese, and that they basically are just passive receivers. And I was thinking, how can you frame entire continent as having no agency? Because what you're doing is you're undermining the fact that users are very, by the fact that Africa has a majority of users coming online because they are the youngest population, and by 2030, they're going to be a significantly younger population, and they will have power in numbers. And that companies do care about their customers in some regard, right? Or they have to. And we have to be deeply cynical to think that they have zero power and zero agency. Yes, the game is stacked against them, but it's again that they come on board, and it reminds me of the ownership of public space, which is corporatized, right? Like sometimes companies on Wall Street, for example, in New York, they actually, they own some part of the street outside of their building, or in London, but technically people still use that as public space. And also they do take control of that space. So there are ownership, and then there's a way in which you can leverage that space. For example, also in Australia, right, where Facebook threatened to get out, and within a week of massive criticism, they got back in because they said, hang on, we are a company. If you push us to being a broadcasting company, we are going to leave. And so, yes, you can own something, but do you have complete power to exercise over your users and do whatever you like? No. There is some agency in being the largest user base, and the Global South is the largest user base. And we should take comfort in the fact that there is power in numbers. And so, but of course, I mean, I'm going way longer than I should. I know there's other questions, but I think it's a very valid question. And to be honest, it is something I also struggle with is I want to feel that I'm giving a fair chance and giving fair weight. That's all I'm trying to emphasize. Fair weight to why people make decisions which appear irrational. And I cannot subscribe to the deficiency model that they just don't know better, right? So that's really the gap I'm trying to tug at.
Alrighty. Any other questions from the audience? If not, I would just take it personal then. Hi, I'm here. Hope you can see me somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. I'm the host today, and then so I'm actually from a technical background. I studied computer science from college, but like I did a lot of social media and then social network studies back in college. And then I think the most important stuff in today's technology is data. And then most of the AI, well, LLMs models are trained by the Western, like using the Western data sets, especially on most of them are from like English data sets, like only few from other languages. How is it possible that like people from Global South build their own AI that's built for the people from the Global South? Because like, as you mentioned, most of the technologies like Facebook and Twitter, Instagrams are designed for the people from the Western world, for their like well-being, for their like rights. How can we use their data or like use the majority of their data to serve the people from other parts of the world?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. In fact, this is also one of the reasons why the Global South, many parts are very optimistic about it, is because, for example, for the longest time, it was very unfeasible to cater to, say, languages, okay? Like, you could not have textbooks. Like, look at India as a case in point, 22 regional languages and 20,000 dialects. I mean, it's impossible, like feasibly, like it's not financially feasible to have catered to it for a country with very limited resources. However, with the large language model, it's been a game changer because there are small language models which are literally in the regional dialects, forget even regional languages, that are capturing a particular group in India. And this is happening also in Africa and meant to create hyper-localized solutions to local problems where entrepreneurs are part of their USP building these same language models. These local language models. And so I think that is also giving them an advantage over these generic LLMs, which are from the global north. So you see this huge amount of entrepreneurship. You look at Lilapa AI. Actually, this is an area we are going into deeper in terms of research to look at what's happening in Kenya, India, Philippines, because there's so much momentum on entrepreneurship. East Asia, I just did an internal talk with C Inc., which is one of the biggest venture capital companies in East Asia, and they are showing that there is a huge wave of entrepreneurs using AI, very much catering, not just by the way to language, but also to the contextual advantages, and are able to capture and scale it using synthetic data. So there's a lot of momentum. The problem is I feel that our disciplines are not connected. So the critical data studies, for example, does not, or say, migration studies do not connect with, say, social entrepreneurship studies. Or I think we need genuine interdisciplinary dialogue in where we can capture what's going on and thereby shift our frames of thinking, because they are looking at this in like business school is very well aware of this, right? And so, or many entrepreneurship, innovation studies, they are very on top of this. So I think there's much to learn, and they do not share the sentiment that the critical data studies has. However, critical data studies and other kinds of scholarship are very useful to helping build the guardrails so we can be ethical, responsible, and safe and accountable to our users and citizens. So I think we do need a cross-disciplinary approach for us to optimize these sort of, evidence-based approaches.
All right. Thank you very much, Payal, for the great talk, the book. I'm fully with you. And I think many of us here in the room, I don't know, I cannot speak, but I think from what we've heard before, all the presentations were kind of going also into a similar direction. So thank you for that. So I'm wondering, like, you mentioned several examples, but how could we push back against like all this UN talk, this idea of like the global north always has to explain to the global south in very paternalistic ways how things are going, and just from experience how they've oftentimes frame it, right? We've gone through it and you just wait, it'll come to you just if you wait long enough. So what are your strategies, or what would you suggest to kind of intervene into that long discourse, historically existing discourse.
Yeah, firstly, I really wish I could have met you in person because it's been a long time. Anyway, and it's so nice to see you again. But thank you for that question. And, you know, I think it's like one of the most important points to start with is understanding what the average person, particularly those who are marginalized, gain deep value from. I mean, so what we tend to do is ask, what's your concerns? What are the harms? So we look at the harms and we focus on the harms and their concerns. And, you know, we double down on that narrative, but we don't capture what is the value? Why are they online despite all this? You know, and once we identify these factors, we need to put that at the center so we don't destroy that which they love while we regulate, while we build platforms. Because yes, I mean, there's a huge power asymmetry. The fact is the global north is disproportionately powerful. Financially, like the Americans have insane amount of power, especially with now generative AI. And that is a fact on the ground, right? But can we put the global south user, citizen at the center in terms of what they love, not just what they are afraid of, as we go about building these tools, so we can cater to them, as well as Europe? Can they put that, because I love the way Europe always says, oh, we build the AI Act for the world, right? But if you look at the AI Act, it's all about European values. It's all about European values. And in fact, if you do values, it always comes together as if it's something unique and different. And they talk about them building it for European users. But on the other hand, they also say that this is going to be exported to the world. And so what concerns me is that they don't even think about the global south, which is potentially cutting and pasting these policies. And it can have deeply harmful effects because it could kill like, for example, consent. This fetishization of consent in the European context means very little if you're in the Middle East where by law, you should consent to a guardianship tracking, right? Because if I'm a woman moving through a public space, I needed to give consent to my husband or brother to track me. Otherwise, I'm not allowed to go from point A to point B. And that's entrenched in law. And we don't seem to understand that consent without genuine choice is meaningless. And most of these contexts don't have genuine choice. So I think if we think about agile technologies, and this is something that I've been trying to push against, and I also sit on the Indian board for the digital economy. And I noticed we also have internal work to do, right? Because they are so proud of their digital ecosystem that they built. But all of it, when they talked about harms, they think about scams and cyber threats and all from the above, but not from the below, on how people are experiencing these technologies, which may be enabling, but why does, say, Mexico push, or why does India move away from digital tools in certain regards, specific populations, because they feel unsafe, they feel, harassed. So how do I reduce that? But also, what is it that I value a lot, like live streaming? During COVID, a lot of people who were in the markets came online and started live streaming because that allowed them to keep their jobs. And women particularly, as they got relegated to the house, they really enjoyed live streaming because they started to come up with a sense of community, and they had a legitimate reason, by the way, to use these digital tools, because otherwise their husbands and brothers don't allow them to use digital tools. So we're looking closely into how women use the professionalization angle to gain access to the digital, where they can actually be then social. And that's a really interesting angle, which doesn't seem to, we take it for granted. So I think it's, in the end of the day, what I'm just saying is that because we have the responsibility, living in the global north, to build tools that work for everybody, we need to genuinely put at the center the majority world in their concerns. Why do they love what they love? So we don't inadvertently destroy that while we go ahead with building things, and hopefully with them. Otherwise, I hope, and I see a lot of momentum that simultaneously there are different ways in which people are building in Africa, in India, which can actually create a new paradigm shift, right? And that's for another conversation.
Hello, Payal. Thanks very much for this. It's really an inspirational entry point. I wanted to ask about, well, being in the South and researching as well in the South, the internal hierarchies within the South, right? Internal hierarchies in the context of class, gender, caste, whatever. And sometimes some of the pessimism brings into the, is about technology being baked into this. And I wonder how you attend to this in your book, but also at the same time, what inspirational entry points, what creative entry points we can learn from the South in ways that attend to challenging these internal hierarchies that sometimes the global North see as the worst in technology when appropriated in the local. Oh, thank you.
Yes, thanks so much. And so I think it's a really important question because this is what's next basically question, right? How do we go from here? Now, I think it's really important, like I said, to underline that when we say that it is deterministic, what I'm finding most uncomfortable, I think, is the deterministic leanings of this narrative that, so for example, I was listening to Nick Holdry say that we have lost control of our data, ourselves, and our lives. Now, that's a very deterministic statement because, you know, he says that we have been data colonized, so we have lost it, right? Yet he is online, right? He is enjoying these benefits. So has he decided that this is worth it and he is going to be a servant to digital technologies, right? And the thing is, I'm just all algorithms being intrinsically racist. Language matters. You know, algorithms as intrinsically sexist, racist, oppressive can be very damaging because if I feel that there's a hopeless case, then why would I get out of bed to change it? And so there's a different way of looking at it, is to understand that AI is trained, you know, on data. Data sets are flawed and garbage in is garbage out. But what if we were to not put garbage in and start to build data sets which are quality oriented? So we are currently doing that actually. One is we are building synthetic data sets for recruitment AI systems as part of a large grant from in Europe because recruitment AI is very pervasive in Europe. Actually, they've embraced it most wholeheartedly. And yet we have, you know, classic case in point is Amazon recommending CEO positions to mainly white males because, well, that's the history of that data set, right? And so how do you change that to prime the algorithm to think differently about what are the virtues of that position and not by the identity? And so we are literally in process working with computer engineers and social scientists and anthropologists and to come together to build a small quality de-biased data set, and then we can scale it with synthetic data, which is basically, you know, a replication of this quality data. And this is what's exciting about technology. This was not possible a few years ago. Another project I'm doing is working with a major design company in de-biasing their visual data set. Because when you Google women at work in India, there's a lot of, you know, cliche imagery or African child. It's like poverty porn because for the most part, aid agencies were generating these sort of poverty porn images for humanity, you know, for raising funding, etc. So what if we were to change that data set and diversify the ways in which Africans want to be represented, you know? And we are literally in process of doing that. We've been hired to work with creatives on the ground in India, and we are hoping to scale in Kenya and potentially a third context in Latin America. But it's also a solidarity. We can actually do this together. this is a replicable effort to put it into the Creative Commons, right? And so these are things which I find are very hopeful, because in the end of the day, this is the data set. We are the data. It's our everyday communicative practice. And we can game the system in a sense. We can shift the algorithm by putting that sort of collective effort. And so it is happening, and we just need to magnify our efforts to shift that game, right?
Alrighty, thank you so much for the talk today. And then unfortunately, we don't have any more time because we need to move on to the next one. But Payal, if you want, you can just stay in the Zoom. And then we have 2 more keynote speeches. And thank you again for today's talk.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate all the excellent questions. Take care. Bye.
Thank you so much. Yep. And next, we're welcoming Professor Feida Zhu, and he's currently a tenured chair professor and associate dean at the School of Computing and Information Systems at Singapore Management University. And well, you know, his research interests include AI and collaborative intelligence, blockchain, data assets, and AI governance, with emphasis on their application to business, financial, and consumer innovation. And he has done a lot of things, but he just wants to keep it short, I guess. And let's welcome him to give the speech today. And on when AI meets Web3 for sustainable digital economy.
Okay, thanks for the nice introduction. I want to just cut down because we want to look at the content and we have limited time. First of all, I want to thank Prof. Huang for really organizing this wonderful forum, and thanks for East for inviting me here. Now, I mean, I'm now still, my mind is full of all these wonderful concept ideas and dialogues, and the previous speaker has actually paved a very good way for my talk about data currency, for example, and the missing of interconnection between different communities about the dialogue. So I think this forum, I mean, is a wonderful and a perfect venue where I really see people from different domains. Right? For example, myself from computer science, and we see people from anthropology, social science, media, art, and we really want this kind of forum. And so this is a really a very good occasion. But I was surprised that we don't have a panel session for that. So I would suggest next time we should have a panel that we can engage in more interesting dialogue and discussion. And next year, if we have the honor to really co-organize this in Singapore, I would really welcome everyone to come and we can do more things. All right, so thank you. Just do a little bit marketing. Okay, now coming back to our topic, right? I mean, so I'm going to talk about today's when AI meets Web3 for a sustainable digital economy. Now, a lot of the keywords here, for example, AI is a buzzword here, and Web3. But interestingly, these two words are inviting a lot of confusion right now in the community. First of all, when talking about AI, right? If you ask people what AI is, you sort of expecting answers ranging from, on one extreme, you have people we computer science, we think, we are not even sure we're reaching the real AI, so-called AGI, to the people on the street that they almost take anything using computer as AI, right? So that one is very, very confusing. And then Web3 is even worse. I mean, if you ask people what Web3 is, a lot of people think, hey, is that a fancy word of blockchain, right? I mean, then blockchain equals cryptocurrency equals ICO, ICO equals fraud. So almost like Web3 is fraud, right? So I mean, but actually it is not. So I hope, today we only have 1 hour here, or less than 1 hour, but I want to share some of our thoughts along this line. Why, I mean, Web3 and AI are a perfect match. They're not even a totally destroying set. I mean, a lot of times they are really working hand in hand, and they converge to really create a so-called sustainable digital economy. Okay, so let's move on now. For this audience, I don't think we need to talk too much about what are the great things AI has brought to us in the last few years. I just want to very quickly recap some of the main features why this wave of AI has again, brought us such a surprise. Now, first of all, as all we know, right, it's really thanks to the big data, big model, big computational power. And one of the issues that previous speaker has mentioned, today we have almost consumed all the data available out there. The next step, the challenge is, if we cannot find good source to come up with new data, there is a limit to what we can achieve with nowadays so-called these large language models. So the next step that I see the industry is coming up is how to extract out the knowledge now currently is still inside our brain, right? For example, there are a lot of domain disciplines where domain knowledge or so-called experience intuition still in the minds. So some good idea nowadays is how to come up with the tools and the platforms that we can naturally extract these things out of a mind and become new data that's available out there. The second point is multimodal, this heterogeneity united. If you look at the history of AI, we need to develop algorithms for different domain and context. The algorithm we design for handling text cannot handle multimedia, right? Cannot handle image. If we have come up with an algorithm for numeric data, it is not going to be useful to handle, for example, network data. Now, the power of this genre of AI is that we use the notion of token to unify all kinds of data sets. Now, this is very important because now we really have the cross-platform capability that we can handle all the data and use the same model, which is unified under this notion of token to handle everything. And later, we're going to talk about token again. Along the same line, why token is so important to capture the value in the digital economy, because token itself is empty. And being empty, it means it can capture anything, right? It's sort of like philosophical. Being empty means that you can become anything, right? So this is the second thing I want to briefly mention. I'll come back later. The third thing is, this is really another breakthrough in terms of human-computer interface. If you go back in history, look at the couple of times where computer really become something really popular. The first two is from, when I learned computer, right, using MS-DOS to Windows, right? This is the first time people think, oh, wow, we can actually drag and drop stuff instead of, typing command lines, right? And the second time the breakthrough in terms of HCI is when you use search, right, to use Google search instead of using those indexing or portal web pages like Yahoo Yellow Page to navigate internet. And I think, this third time we have GPT, which really enable computer to interact with us in the most natural way, which is using our human language. And if I can predict, I would say the next wave is when we really have this neural link and we can really use our thoughts to control the computing, right? Then that would be the next wave. But this is not the most important what I talk about today. I want to talk about, the thing is, given that all these recent surprises, the buzz of AI, we're seeing actually a lot of problems, with this increasingly powerful AI. AI governance has become even more pressing. Now, this is by no means an exhaustive list of all the issues that we are looking at now. And the previous speaker has mentioned that instead of being pessimistic, right? I mean, there are lots of times we can be optimistic, and there can be really, some great ideas. And I totally agree with that. Each of these topics we don't have time to really delve into. I was teaching AI governance in our university, and each topic we actually devote 1 week to talk about. For example, just very briefly, privacy, right? I mean, everybody knows. Don't want to repeat. The second point, the transparency and verifiability of transaction. Now, every time we are using ChatGPT nowadays, people are not really sure how GPT actually keep our data. Last year, Sam Altman was on our SMU campus, and we asked him actually how GPT actually store users' data, for how long does it cross-session and all these sorts of things. And the answers he gave was actually not that convincing, because we're doing instances where we can sort of like sense that the data has been kept in a way that it should not be kept. So one of the issues of using this large language model is because it's centralized computation, because we are all contributing data. So we need to really be able to verify things, right? I mean, in blockchain we say don't trust, but verify, right? And fairness and algorithmic bias, this is also something that given rise to a lot of debate over the last 5 years, I would say, because as computer AI is making decisions for many of the important things in our life, we start to see, is it actually fair, right? I mean, and is there any bias introduced? A very interesting example is some time ago, there is a facial recognition algorithm in the United States caused some trouble because people realized that that system was very good at recognizing Caucasian faces, all right, but not very good, actually very poor at recognizing African American faces. Now, as you know, this is a huge thing, right, in the US, and the people actually went in to investigate what caused that problem. Because we want to find out if there is the systematic algorithmic bias in the system, right, or is it because something else? So finally, they found out that it is not because of the algorithm. The algorithm does not contain anything that is targeted at a certain group. But instead, the problem is in the training data. Because when they trained the model, the training data was predominantly in those Caucasian faces. And they only had a very small number of African American facial images. And that was the reason why, you know, finally the algorithm behaved that way. And this leads us to the next item is data provenance. Nowadays, because once AI played such an important role in our life, there's going to be issues, right? There's going to be something that finally will go wrong. And when something goes wrong, we want to go back and find out what actually has gone wrong, right? And then we need to be able to trace back each point of data usage across the whole life cycle. And that is what we call data provenance. And unfortunately, nowadays, if you look at the business environment, very few businesses have done a proper job in maintaining the data provenance. That's why a couple weeks ago, Singapore government has come up with a law that every business in Singapore must have one new position called data governance officer. Okay, so data compliance officer, to actually make sure that there is somebody who look after data in the whole business. Now, although it's very early, and I'm not sure even they know how to do it, but at least the government has such a level of awareness that we have to do that. So the accountability model, right, is something that is we need to take care of at the same time, because we need to be able to decide who will be held accountable for the problems. Now, the next two items, unfortunately, the last one, okay, now see here, it's a democratization and decentralization of large model and the fair profit allocation for contribution of data model and computational power. These two are actually the main thing that we want to discuss today. Is now, when we think about today's large language model, first of all, it's very centralized, right? The whole, you know, human beings, AI is only in the hands of a few companies. This is, first of all, not something very healthy in terms of national security. There are lots of other reasons. So in academia, we are looking at how we can decentralize the computation of this large language model, because even if one company may not be able to afford, these hundreds of thousands of GPU cards, only a few companies may be able to do that. But if you look at those universities, data centers, national agencies, we might have hundreds of these GPU cards, right, each of them. So when we put our computational power together, we might still be able to do something. But the next question is, how are we going to allocate the profit, right? Because if, you know, we keep the system running, then we have to make sure that everybody has been treated fairly. And this leads to the last point, is the profit allocation. I'll give an example. In the future, the competition in the business is no longer the competition in the business model, because 99% of companies will realize that they're going to build their system on top of the GPT capability. But in the end of the day, what's most important is the proprietary data asset that has been accumulated through the business process. Let's suppose if we have 5 hospitals. Each hospital has some precious data about a certain disease, okay? But unfortunately, any single one of them, they don't have large enough data to train the GPT. But if we put all of data together, they can actually train a very great health GPT, for example. And suppose they have put their data together and successfully trained a health GPT, and suppose it made a good fortune, right? For example, let's say 1 million. Immediately, you get the problem is, how are we going to, right, you know, allocate this 1 million among these 5 contributing partners? Because certainly we're not going to do it naively, right? Okay, if you contribute 1,000 records, I contribute 500 records. Does that mean you get twice as many as I? I can argue that my data points play a much more important role, for example, in deciding, for example, the decision boundary or these things. So finally, we must be able to evaluate the contribution of data toward the model in terms of performance. And this is a new problem in academia. We call it data auditing. The idea is that can we actually tell how much gain the model has obtained from a piece of data, right? And that is very important in the future. So for all these problems, right? Next. It brings us to next perspective is when we talk about this digital economy future, a very important nature is that it's highly collaborative, right? Because at one point we're seeing the trend of computation is becoming more and more decentralized because all the edge devices we have nowadays, including our watch, our phone, our laptop, everything is capable of great computation. At the same time, the storage is becoming cheaper and cheaper, and the communication is becoming more and more powerful, 4G, 5G, 6G. So all these logically leads to one conclusion is computation will be increasingly more decentralized. At the same time, we have to see that decentralization doesn't mean isolation, right? Everybody realized that we need to collaborate. So when we collaborate, what would be the models, right? So here I listed out 3 models. I don't want to go into detail because we want to cover other things. But basically, you can see that the most exciting model is when we have multiple business, but then, we have some coordination among them. Now, typically nowadays we have a centralized coordination, right? For example, here I give an example. If there is a couple banks and there is this credit bureau, right? For example, that is coordinated bank to each contribute some fraud data, and together they can train a fraud model. This is something that we have been using widely now called federated learning. But I would argue that in the future, the most promising scenario is we don't even have this central coordination, because if we have somebody who is in the predominant position, there's going to be competition, and most likely many business will not join. So in the future, the most important thing is we have multiple business, but decentralized coordination, right? So this is the last model. Then we have to really look at data integrity. We need to look at consensus protocols. We need to look at governance issues. Now, that is what we're looking for, right? I mean, our goal is to have collaborative, data intelligence. But what is the current status? So we take a minute to look at what our current data ecosystem and what's the bottleneck. First, let's look at different parties in the ecosystem, right? Like individuals, business, governments, and each arrow will show how the data flow between different parties. And I listed out some of the issues here, and I'm sure you are all quite familiar with all these. In particular, for example, if you look at how individual data flows to the business, here we have unfair value allocation. We have very weak data control, right? Nowadays, it's easy to opt in, but it's very hard to opt out. And you probably cannot delete data from the platform. And if you really delete, are you sure your data is really deleted, right? And we don't have to talk about privacy, right, anymore, right? There are lots of issues. So there are lots of issues in each of these arrows, okay? The second thing, if we look at another perspective, we look at the data life cycle, right? Because to extract our value from data cannot be used, as a raw data, right? Data need to be, processed by a model and finally be put into use in the application. But who owns each part, right? I mean, first of all, individual users, right? We own most part of data, but users don't own the models and they don't own the application settings. Who owns the models? Data scientists, university professor like me, we write papers where we publish algorithms. So we sort of like own the model. But on one hand, we don't have real data, okay? For my PhD days, the data set I've been using the most is called DBLP data. It's basically a citation data set. It's not saying that that data is very exciting, but just because that's the only one data that's open, free, and available to all. So we are actually craving for good, high-quality data set. On the other hand, it's not very easy for me to put my latest algorithm into application, right? Because the best thing usually we do is we send our PhD student to a company for some internship, right, for example. And who owns the application? The company. But the company, on one side, they probably don't have good source of data because of regulation or lots of things, right? For example, in Singapore, we have PDPA, Europe have GDPR. In China, it used to be very messy, but now it's also quite regulated. And then, on the other hand, company also need to invest a lot of money in having the latest model. And not to mention nowadays, you know, most of company will finally rely on GPT. So another perspective, we also see a very isolated and disconnected picture here. So finally, this brings us to Web3, right? I mean, what is Web3? Now, Web3, on the high level, it is not just one technology. It is not even just about technology. It is when we look at these four things, right? Data, intelligence, computational power, and application. And all these four things need to be considered in the context of this open, decentralized, yet collaborative context. And we want to handle value generation, distribution, circulation, and the trading. Then, in order to achieve all this, we actually need a collective totality of disruptive change in all the different domains, including technology, including, you know, business model, including governance, including legal, including social economics. So when we put all these together, this is actually what we call Web3. So this is a very comprehensive idea, and we couldn't see the thing here. But if we do want to make it short, the two core elements is collaborative intelligence. This is the first one, because this is capable of generating all the data. The second one is called tokenized economy. Now, I want to emphasize again why token is so important here, because often there's people ask me, hey, you know, why can't we just have blockchain without token, right? What is actually the role token play here? Now, as I said, this is the biggest issue now with the digital economy is if we just treat data as information bits, if we just treat data as input to the model, that's okay. I mean, you can just work on with AI model these things. But if we want to capture the value generated by this model and make it into an asset class, and then we want to distribute these assets, trade these assets, circulate this asset, then we must, and in the future, all these are done not by manually, right, but by automatic, you know, algorithms, by smart contracts. Then we must at first make everything as a subject, as an object that can be computed by algorithm. So the real purpose of token is really to make things computable, right? To make sense, because token itself has no inherent value. It's just a data representation of something else. But why we need this data representation is because we want to secure the binding of the underlying asset with this token, and then make this token the object of computation, right? And then we can enable all this digital economy with this value that we capture. Okay, more on that later. I don't know if you have seen this picture. It's a very popular picture online. So I want to talk about this from a data intelligence perspective, because here we can see a history of how we evolved from so-called Web 1 to Web 2 to Web 3, all right? So first of all, Web 0.0 is really talking about the internet, right? So that dates back to 1993, 1995. What have achieved by the first notion, generation of internet? Essentially, we transcend the physical boundary. Before internet, if I want to read a book in New York City, either I fly there or somebody bring the book to me, right? There's no other way. But with internet, people realize, oh, wow, we can actually digitalize things and we can put them online. And the people around the world can have access to that. That gave the first push to the so-called big data wave. Okay, there are two waves I'm going to talk about. The first wave is from Web 1.0, because that wave, turns billions of, this information online. Okay, but unfortunately, Web 1.0, most of users, we are passively reading those information, right? So we call it a global library, because in the library, what we do is we passively receive information. So we cannot see here. So the word here, I said, the user access is read. So we only have the read access to the internet. Now, even that, we call it one-way data flow, right? It's a static data flow. But even that, everybody agree that the internet has already give a big impetus to the whole global economy, right? Okay, so that's the first generation. Now, 10 years later, around 2004, 2005, we have so-called Web 2.0, right? That's when everybody realized instead of just reading the internet, we can actually write things into the internet. So we have a write access. And we can share around the world everything about ourselves. Now, this is very, very different because now, since then, we have this word called UGC, user-generated content. And from then onwards, people, everybody think, oh, I'm the center of the universe. So everybody crazily share things about ourselves, about our life. And that's the second big push to big data, because now data becomes so sexy to business. Because before Web 2.0, when I was in my PhD days during the early 2000s, we also look at very big data. But those data are very far from people's life, right? We look at data of, road network, satellite data, all sorts of things. They are very big, but they are very far from people's life. So that's why the data is not so useful for business. After Web 2.0, after everybody's generating data about yourself, about your life, wow, then the business intelligence realized that, oh, we can use the data to profile customer, to acquire customer, to do risk management, sorts of things. Okay, so big data becomes really useful after Web 2.0. So that's why we call global publishing, because from then, it's no longer a one-way static data flow, but a two-way interactive data flow, okay? 20 years down the road, right, since Web 2.0, the younger generation nowadays, if you ask around, right, they are no longer excited about sharing things online, right? They take it for granted why we cannot put things online. They start to question something else. It seems like we have put all these things online, but none of them has, seems like has anything to do with me in terms of, what we can gain, right? All these big companies are making money off the auto data, but we don't get a single cent from what we contribute. This disconnectedness in terms of identity and all the data generated from identity give rise to all the problems, including, IP rights, profit allocation, sorts of things. So Web 3.0 is really looking at, how we can give the rights of data back to people, so-called the notion of sovereign data. So that's why we call the Web 3.0 2.0 is called a data bank. You see, from library to publishing house, there is no notion of finance here. But bank inherently carries this notion of value. So from Web 3 onwards, we are not just treating data as information bits. We start to see it as an asset, okay? So that's why after here we're seeing, instead of just read, write, we now have the right called own. Okay, you really own the things that you generate. Okay, so I still want to take this opportunity to distinguish Web 3 and Web 3.0, because a lot of people think, oh, Web 3 is a short term of Web 3.0. That's actually not correct. Web 3.0 is an academic notion. More than 10 years ago in academia, some professor proposed this idea, so-called semantic web. So the idea is that can we organize the internet as our relational database? So when we query, for example, Prof. Feda, instead of a bunch of web pages loosely connected, we are getting almost like Wikipedia, right? All the things systematic, organized, describing this entity in semantic way. So that's a very nice idea, right? I mean, if the whole internet can be organized this way. So that is called Web 3.0. Unfortunately, that remains an idea, never comes to fruition. The problem is no incentive, right? Think about why, as a company, why should I, work together to create the internet into a database? So that remains a very good idea. So, but you can see Web 3.0 is really talking about information organization. That is very different from Web 3, which we're talking about ownership and sovereignty and this assetization of data, okay? So these are very, very different ideas. So we are actually talking about Web 3, not Web 3.0. Okay, so now that we have discussed all these, I think it's clear that the nature of all the Web 3 application finally boils down to this unique data binding based computability and assetization, right? So for hundreds of years, there's this Achilles heels that we cannot solve. How to secure the unique binding of two entities? How can we prove two things are uniquely linked, right? So how can I prove I own this phone, right? If you think about it. If I hold it, I can say, you know, then if you grab it, then it becomes yours, right? Or I can show I have a receipt. I bought it, you know, last year. But any digital proof, you know, nowadays can be easily duplicated or faked. So it remains a very hard challenge for 100 years is how can we prove that two things are uniquely and securely binded? And it is only when we got this whole cluster of Web3 technology that we can prove the binding of two things independently without any third party based on mathematics. Okay? So this is very profound because based on this unique data binding, it can translate it into proof of ownership, it can translate it in proof of authorship, stake entitlement, all sorts of things. Underlying this binding. Okay? So all the Web3 application finally is about different identity data binding. If you bind social data to the identity, you look at all these social files. If you look at data, game data binding, you look at the game files. Okay? So you're just using different data to describe the identity, right? So, and when we talk about this data, the greatest potential, I would say, for Web3 is not to deal with this real world asset, right? Because recently the RWA notion, real world asset, becomes really hot. But to me, the true power of Web3 is really establishing all these virtual things, right? Things that we for long know that they are valuable, but we cannot turn them into asset. Things like influence, popularity, right? Data, social network, credit, right? Crowd wisdom and all sorts of these things. Okay, so these are the future. Okay, now this is not a technical talk, but I still want to share a little bit. When we want to achieve this collaborative tokenized economy, what will be the core components in terms of technology? So we are really looking at two pillars. One is trust, one is incentive. And we need both pillars to enable this thing. And under the trust pillar, essentially this is about how decentralized the trust is even possible. Okay? We don't have time to elaborate here, but essentially that's about establishing trust about the past and establishing trust about the future. Trust about the past is, can we all agree what actually happened in the past? Okay, so we establish the proof in the first place in a uniquely, in a correct way, and then also store that proof in a immutable way. Okay, so that one we relies on things like asymmetric encryption, consensus protocol, and distributed ledger. All these things collectively help us to establish trust about the past. Now, trust about the future is, can we make sure the things that we agree would necessarily happen? Okay? So in real life, a lot of the problem comes from we cannot enforce the contract, for example, right? We cannot execute whatever we have agreed. So, this is relying on the open code-based transparency and a smart contract and these tools, so that whenever the condition is met, things will be triggered and run automatically. Okay? And then nowadays, when we talk about trust, there's issues like fairness to think about. And in terms of fairness, we have two very important things. One is called AI and data pricing. Okay? So this is a topic that in the past 3 to 5 years has really gained a lot of attention. How to price data, right? This is very hard, but we have to solve it, because if we cannot solve it, there's not going to be sustainable data exchange, right? And then how to audit data and AI. So in the future, if data and AI become an asset, there is going to be issue where people might question that you have used my data without my authorization. And in court, we have to use algorithm to tell whether this algorithm has actually used a piece of data for training. This is called data auditing. And we are currently already working with companies as KPMG to study data and AI auditing. Okay? And along the other pillar, which is the incentive pillar, this is an even newer domain that few study has invested in. And here, basically, we need to look at different ways of tokenizing asset, including fungible token, non-fungible token. And yesterday, Tom talked about this NFT. I just have so many things to respond to, but And tokenomics design is so important, right? We see so many failure of Web3 projects because nobody actually cares about tokenomic design, right? And more importantly, these are all engineers. Engineers doesn't know about tokenomic design, right? We need to work with, economists, all these people to design. And we are using techniques, for example, a lot of them is in economics, right? And like market design, mechanism design, token design, game theory design, all sorts of things. And governance, right? And a lot of things. And currently we're in SMU, I'm working, for example, with our law school professor to look at DAO governance. We crawled all the more than 1,000 proposals of MakerDAO for the last 4 years. And we look at why people vote, how people vote, what's in their wallet when they vote, and what's the conflict of interest. And all these things that actually very hard to investigate in traditional financial market, right? And then interoperability. Just now, there is a talk about people ask what's the difference between Web2 and Web3 game, right? I mean, and I want to add on that. The very important thing is for Web3 game, this interoperability is so important. Think about it, okay, in Web3 game, if you get a weapon or a skin, in less than 1 minute, that weapon and skin you can use in another DeFi project to stake and get stable coin, and then that stable coin can immediately use in another DeFi project for provide liquidity, and you can do yield farming, and then you can also use to buy other assets. So within 1 minute, this skin becomes something that can give you monthly earning. And this frictionless interoperability has never been achieved in human history in traditional financial market, right? And this underlies all the logic. So the development of DeFi in the first few years actually paved the way for all these GameFi and Web3 games development now. And secure asset management is also very important because without security, we cannot talk about all these things. I want to quickly go through some examples of some of the things that I talked about, how we have applied to some of the examples. First example is this online trust and safety. This is a project with Singapore government. It's a 20 million Sing dollar project where government want to really use Web3 technology to safeguard the online safety. Because nowadays it's becoming harder and harder to actually detect fake image, right, in video. And because all these Gen AI means that if you want to chase after these bad guys, it's never-ending game, never-winning game, right? Because we know there's something called GAN, right? Generative Adversary Network. If you have a better algorithm to detect me, then I can use the same algorithm to generate even better fake ones. So this is a never-winning game. So that's why our approach is that we have to go back to the source. We need to establish so-called a trust by design prevention framework. So we try to set up trustworthy source through trustworthy network and trustworthy content. And some early example, for example, Adobe has initiated this Coalition for Content Provision and Authenticity called C2PA, where all the media generations nowadays can put the digital signature on everything they edit, they create, and they circulate. Okay, so we are now working with the CPTA to enlarge that circle to include all the content generation, at least in Singapore. And the second example is about personal data. And this is actually why I personally would get into this whole space in the first place. Because I've been working with data and AI, and whenever we get into personal data, it's always a no, big no in Singapore. Because PDPA said, okay, you cannot do this. If you do this, there's $1 million fine, right? So in Singapore, there's no big data company. Nobody knows how to handle data. And this put all the business into very serious disadvantage in global competition because we know we have to use data. And how to establish a platform where those people who want to contribute data and those businesses who want to use data can share data, use data in a transparent, mutually benefiting way. This is what we are trying to do. So I came up with this idea called Personal Data Bank almost 10 years ago. And at that time, World Economic Forum also had this wonderful white paper. The title is actually Personal Data and Emerging Asset Class. So the whole idea is that in the future, our data is just like our money in the bank, right? You can use the data for interest earning. You can use the data for deposit, for loan, everything. So for the past few years, we're working on this project called Symphony. So the idea is that we want to connect data contributors and data consumers and all the model developers on the platform where everybody contribute what you have and be rewarded proportionally, and all the contributions are counted by blockchain technology. I give an example why this platform will be useful to establish this data economy. I believe many of you are using, for example, some app to track how many steps you walk every day, right? Like we are using a watch. Now, if you go to these app owners, you tell them your data is asset. You can make money from that data. To them, it's almost like bullshit because their data is so small and they look at life from so narrow a perspective. The data is hardly monetizable, okay? But if they join this global ecosystem, now this piece of data, right, how many steps Fada walks every day, may be combined with another 10 data sources, right? The sources could be how much time I watch sports on TV, what stuff I bought from the supermarket, and all these data put together, and one model can train on this data to get the label, say how much Fada is interested in sports, let's suppose. And that label may be one day used by an insurance company when they try to pricing my life insurance. And if that insurance company is willing to pay $10, believe me, they want to pay that because I work so much with an insurance company. If they can use that label, even that little piece of data is contributing 5% toward the label. But that 5% of the $10 will be allocated to the app forever. So then you see, even you're contributing a narrow perspective data, but by putting this data together and solving the problems in data pricing, in auditing sorts of things, everybody's data now really becomes your asset. Okay, so this is an example why this system, this platform will be useful for economy. Okay, I'm gonna skip some of these technical details. Now, some other application for Web3 probably related to this forum is that, for example, we see a lot of development in so-called Web3 for science, right? So-called DeSci. We know that, for example, in pharmaceutical design, it's often very costly to get people to try for those test drugs and so on, and people are using these design of Web3 protocols for science and drug development. And there are projects working on green economy, right, deeping. Yesterday we see projects of how to deal with carbon footprint and so on. And as I said, we have seen some good projects that actually is making good progress along this line. And humanity, right? I mean, wow, this is another 2 hours I can talk about, right? So I don't know if you have seen this image. This is basically one image people come up to try to imagine what kind of relationship we can have with AI in the future, right? Either as a zookeeper, right, or gatekeeper, or the best case maybe a benevolent dictator, right? And we can talk about this, but essentially we can ask those questions on the left-hand side, right? How to cohabit with AI, right? And the alignment, so-called alignment problem. How to make sure that AI is aligned with our interest. The biggest problem in the alignment problem is who are you going to align with, right? In today's political system, are you going to align with the US or align with China or align with APAC region, right? And that's almost like an unsolvable problem to me. And what is intelligence? These are very fundamental problems that we start to discuss in academia. For example, right now, all our perspective is very human-centric, right? We use Turing test to, you used to see whether this is a real good AI. But that's a very human-centric view, right? We're thinking if you can achieve human level, right, you are called AI. But that doesn't necessarily mean that. And also, a lot of scientists is arguing, oh, today these AIs are fake AI because they don't, human beings don't think that way. But that's also kind of a fake argument because it doesn't mean that all intelligence would evolve, along the same path, right? AI could evolve in a totally different way. And there are bigger problems like, is consciousness even computable, right? So finally, I think, we can view some projects in a slightly different view, right? For example, many people know this WorldCoin project. So the way I see it is, you can see it as a proof of humanity, right? Finally, is they can develop in the project to finally prove what constitute a real human being. And even for NFT, right? Everybody's familiar with this one, right? This is actually, now, my viewpoint is that if you think about this, it's almost like a proof of humanity, because I have painted these 5,000 digital artwork, right? And right now I'm using a digital format to crystallize, to archiving all the effort. So that proves I'm a real human being, right? So you can view, if you view it that way, that's an interesting perspective. Lastly, we are currently setting up a Web3 center or institute in SMU, focusing on education, innovation, community, and covering these research pillars. If you're ever interested in any one of these topics, I'm happy to discuss. And like I said, next year, right? And if possible, I'll be very happy to welcome all of you to Singapore. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your a great little overview of Web3 AI and then the intersections of that. And
thank you so much for a really wonderful talk. So one of the kind of takeaways that I got from the talk that I'd never really appreciated before is when you explained kind of this tokenization of AI, and you call it, was it two-way binding? Is that the right term? That I found really, really interesting, because as an anthropologist of money, when I study money, economists will tell you that the economy is like this thing existing naturally, and as anthropologists or sociologists, we want to say, well, actually, no, people make the economy. It's socially constructed. And so when you talk about AI kind of needing the token, I find that really interesting, because it kind of suggests to me that you can't just create the technology. The people who create AI have to create this economy to go with it, right? Which I find. So first of all, my question was, I want to ask you, do you think that's an accurate reflection for me listening to your talk? And then the second one is the devil's advocate question, which I think we've all put a lot of forward today, is where is the limit to this? Where's the boundary of this? Because data becomes an asset. So the way it's often told us in the Web3 world is this is a good thing, because previously it was in Web2 it was the platform's asset, and now we're reclaiming it. But I mean, the real communist way of thinking about it is it shouldn't be an asset at all. It should be like oxygen. It should be just out there for everybody. Yeah. So, and there are other things other goods in society that resist that we think should resist assetization. So a good example is blood donation, right? In some countries, you get paid to donate blood, but in other countries, you just donate it, and people think it's a bad thing if that becomes an asset or becomes something. So, yeah, sorry for the two-part question. Just one is, are they creating an economy to go with the AI? And the second is, what's the limit of that economy?
Okay, first of all, Tom, I will later fly to Hong Kong to discuss with on this. But these are all very big questions. First of all, very short answer to the first one. This is really after a long journey of really thinking about Web3. I mean, what essentially Web3, right? Because if you peel away everything, you chase down to the core, you ask yourself, what exactly makes Web3 different from anything else? So finally look at it, is this really almost like a God-given thing, is that this mathematical equation gives you this unique binding, right? We call it asymmetric encryption, this private key, secret key. This binding is something, finally is the core. Everything else is just built on top of that, right? You can argue, oh, Web3 has this, but you question a bit, and then people just crumble. So, I mean, so that's why, finally you see that this identity thing, whatever we define identity, and all the things generated out of this identity based on technology, I would say this is the foundation. Okay, this is a quick answer to the first one. The second one, I think, yeah, I agree with you. This is a very, very early stage. I think we can all discuss what can be or what should be assetized and what should not be. But I want to say that oftentimes, if you think everything, everybody should know everything, usually the case is nobody knows nothing. And people talk about financial inclusion. I will give a very good example. I actually meet some, senior people, elderly people in Singapore. They don't have anything. Okay, they only have is their data. They suffer from a lot of disease and their health condition is not good. But you guess what? Their data is very precious for many research institutions and for hospitals. Now, if they can contribute data in return for some medical insurance, some medical service, why not? I mean, this is the real financial inclusion we see enabled by data. Yes, and I think the most important thing is we need to make sure people can opt in and opt out. If you want, you come in, right? You know that we are your broker for your data. But if you say, okay, forget about it, I want my data to be left alone, right? I mean, that's fine. You can keep, and we are providing technology. You can safeguard your data, right, if you want to. And if you want to contribute, we give you a platform. You can do it in a transparent way, mutually benefiting way, and you know who is using your data. So in the future, when you get that ads push, it's almost like you're now getting the red packet from WeChat. You click, you got 50 cents, okay? You see, I got this recommendation because of these 3 data. And if I'm a man, I don't like cosmetics, I can say, okay, don't push me this anymore, right? If I like certain company, I say push me more. Then I'm very happy to click on these pushes because I know exactly why I get this push. Nowadays, something very ironic is that if I push something which is exactly what you need at this very moment, a lot of people will be scared, right? Because you just don't know why you know me so much, right? You don't know what data I leaked, so that and it's very ironic because our computer scientists trying to work for a lifetime is push the right thing to the right people at the right time. So, but now people become scared, and the issue is because of data. Yeah, this is a very, very blunt and short answer. Yeah, yes.
Excuse me, Professor Zhu. I just have a very basic question because you mentioned several times about the digital asset, right? Nowadays we talk about a lot of digital economy, digital asset, but there's not a very common definition about digital asset. So could you give us some opinions about your definition about digital asset?
Okay, in terms of definition, I think in traditional financial world, we already have very clear definition by asset. Asset is, if I remember these 3 elements, value, control, and right. Okay, so first of all, you must have value. But in the setting of digital asset, first of all, is how are you going to define the value of them? This comes back to data pricing or these issues, right? I mean, how do you give a price to certain data or AI stuff? The second is right. All a very hard problem. How do you define the right? I mean, in the legal domain, nowadays, a lot of things are open. For example, for a piece of data, who actually owns it, right? For example, if you buy a coffee from Starbucks, who owns this piece of receipt data, right? Seems like a co-ownership, right? I can share people this data, and Starbucks can use it. But for some other platform, you might have already signed your user agreement without reading, right? For example, for X.com, right, Twitter. You actually already sold everything to Twitter. Twitter is selling your data with very clear price tag, and you cannot sell your data, right? In any other domain, it's all open. Nobody knows how to define it. So right is very clear, and control, now we're looking at all technical tool, how to really give people control over the data. So we are now creating all these supporting technology so that we can really assetize these data, right? Be it data about, like I said, your credit, your social network, and sorts of things. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your talk. It's fascinating to think about all these things. I'm wondering, like with the idea of data ownership, would that be one entryway of solving some of the issues that, for instance, Payal has discussed before? Yeah. The kind of global north and south and the optimism versus pessimism? And or does it just repeat what we have already seen, that some people, like poor people, could go to the extent that they, like now they sell organs if they have to, and then you just maybe have data ownership conglomerates that own people to sell data?
Thanks for the question. Now, first of all, that's why I really look for some panel we can sit down and discuss this thing. I think I also got a lot of new idea from Payal's talk. I think obviously we want to go for the first case, right? I mean, where we're actually helping people with this technology. And indeed, by using this technology properly, we can make sure that people's data can be treated properly, and because they are already being exploited nowadays, right? I mean, all these things. But is it going to be abused in the wrong way so that something bad could happen, yes, I can say yes, but it just gives us more power, and the power is more decentralized. So the important thing is this whole thing we need to examine in the context is becoming more and more decentralized. Okay, because competition is becoming more and more decentralized. That's the bigger picture, right? And each of us is capable of doing more and more computation, so that a lot of things previously is handled or can necessarily be monopolized by some central node. Now we can sort of like do it in a decentralized way. And that's actually the original intent, I think, is of Bitcoin, is a so-called peer-to-peer cashless electronic payment. I think in the future, what we want to achieve is you have the autonomy by yourself in a way that is supported by technology, but at the same time, we need to look at collaborative governance.
Yeah, but actually,
any more questions? I know we're eating the timing to the next talk. Yeah. Okay, so I think we can engage in some offline discussion afterwards. I don't want to
okay,
too much. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, but I don't think we have like more time because it's really the clock is ticking. And then so let me thank you so much for giving the talk today, and let's welcome our last speaker from the for this session, Dr. Anuko Temprasert. And he is an international resource person and currently a lecturer at the International College of Digital Innovation, actually our co-host here in Chiang Mai University. Then he holds a PhD in knowledge management from Chiang Mai University and a master in telecommunication from Maffan State University. And yeah, and then he's gonna talk about digital economy 3.0, evolution of disruption. And welcome.
Thank you.
Do you wanna? Yep. Okay.
So, is it like working? Hello.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Before I start, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Liu. Is that?
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. INS, right? And CIMA and CAA, and especially my students, is Jason would actually introduce me to this network. And also Doris, where is she somewhere? Yeah, that helped me the conversation between getting data back and forth before this session begin. But most of all, I'd like to welcome you all from overseas, particularly if you are first time here. Hopefully this is not your last, okay? Keep coming back, hopefully. But if you are, regular visitor, you know that you like Thailand, right? So I would be the well representative of your term, Global South, okay? So keep coming back, and I know that you like Thailand. I would love to see all of you here, okay? And thanks my student that actually showing up here and support me on this, okay? So my slides that I'm trying to present it today is mostly what I've been involved over my career for the past few years, actually for the past 40 years, actually. So I have the conversation in lunch. I know that most of you actually not getting born when I get involved in this sort of technology. Maybe some of you, just a few of you. But anyway, what I have tried to share today is some sort of, not academic per se, but experience that been involved over this thing, from very, would call that the early age of the internet, okay? Can I do the first slide? Okay, like I said in my slide, everything start is very simple idea, okay? When I was in college, like Dr. Su, he was in PhD degree 2009, right? I was in college, a little town called Memphis, Tennessee, in 1983. So as you can see that long spanning. When I was there, I don't think they have something like mails that we are using in that age yet. We don't carry notebook like I do today. Everything is simple. Bad day, we also use something that partially called mainframe, right? I was get involved there. I also have, black and green screen working on those things. But it was evolved rapidly, not that fast when we're talking about today. When I was finished college in maybe 1985, we are starting programming. I was finished in Memphis and get a little job in Memphis, Tennessee, and work a little bit with a little company, not little anymore, called Federal Express, FedEx, and working there for a few months before I get a job in Atlanta, Georgia, as a programmer. So back then, everything is simple. We are talking about the pre-Microsoft era. That means actually Microsoft actually have to fight in order to get the market. Like, as you know, like there are 10, 20, companies like Dr. Zhu say that, using DOS, right? MS-DOS, right? So before that, Microsoft is little guy. Before one day, they have the chance to actually put his software into IBM machine. And what I call back then is pay me now or pay me later economic model, which means that he don't want to fight with the bigger guy to get the big market. I mean, like huge revenue for the market. He want a cent or 2 cents or maybe, less than $1 for his software. But actually, the hardware guy like IBM would love it. Why? Because they get more money by selling the hardware. But unfortunately, the more they sell the machine, Microsoft know that the hardware that IBM sell, they are not the only one. The more they occupy those markets, as we know of, they become monopolize the software industry. Like I say, when they monopolize the industry, I think in 1990s or around that era, we know that they are the only software company that get majority of the market. We know that around 70, 80, or 90% of software market, it actually occupied or monopolized by just one company, right? From, you can call it around the world, 4, 5 million or more than that software company, but only, like top 3, Microsoft, Oracle, also IBM and CA, all those little companies, a few companies like that own majority of the market, except the big one is Microsoft. One company, 70, 80%. And then I think that thing get changed. I think, going back to the previous slide, the thing get changed because now, Microsoft become the enemy of the world, right? Because everyone thinking, well, why only Microsoft making so much of the money? I think that when they become competitive between proprietary software and open source, right? Everyone put the money in to be able to compete with Microsoft. I know when I was working in Atlanta, my employee, the one that working with me, producing open source for games, but for free. Everyone, plugging in like after work from 6 o'clock until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, develop games and give away for free, uploading to the board, and then people play around for free. And nothing happening until later on, after, Microsoft actually occupy a lot more market. And then everyone decided it now to put the money in the same pot to build something that would be competitive to the Microsoft. I think that when, open source become alternative of the software. As we know, then the thing changed. Now we know today, on my left-hand side, everyone know Google, right? Google, on that day, they give away the server, NetSurf for free. When I was beginning using them, on those days, I keep doubt myself. Where is the catch when I have to pay? Because those days, if you want to use software, you have to pay for it. There is nothing free, right? And then that's what the beginning, what I think it changed, the way that people perceive technology. It's not only technology itself, but it's also the business model that we are talking about that combine things together. Okay, next slide. I'm going to spend a few slides here, maybe looking a different perspective about, something that we're talking about, Web 2, Web 3, Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3. Actually, around 2000 and 2010, or before that time, people talking about Web 3 differently. I was confused when I hear this Web 3 term, recently. I say, what we are talking about back then? I think I heard different things. There are so many versions of web, including what we call, different versions of marketing. Right now, if there are marketing 10.11, marketing 12. So there are so many versions of them. So this is my interpretation of the version of the web. But anyway, referring to something that actually, we have been talking about in the last community anyway. When we talk about Web 1.0, like Professor Fieda talking about, everything is static, right? Everything is static, everything somewhat hard. Even though I was programmer back then, I was confused about the HTML tag. The tag is something, something odd. You don't have if, you don't have else, you don't have while loop. It's something you put together and it's voila, popping up on the screen nicely. We don't see that back then. It was excited, but something confused. But anyway, when we saw that the first time, it seemed like, the world are changing. Information technology are changing. Programming are changed. And then that's what we're talking about, something in Web 1 that we know of with read-only. You can see it, but you cannot do it. It's also very expensive to develop because it's new. In order to get Web 1.0 to work. Remember, and almost 40 years ago, web hosting, finding right, IP address and all those, it's somewhat cryptic. You cannot be easily find. And that's why, like we all know, Web 1.0, like we say, everything is difficult. The one that actually be able to do that get all, right? So professional programmer like me and other programmer that actually can develop those get majority of the income. You work and you get reward heavily. And that's something that we know that start from there on, something get changed, from a little thing to, one thing to the other. Okay, next slide, please. Now, I think we all know, well, some of you may, some of you don't. We know that around year 2000 and so, we know that they call those .NET era, right? Everyone launch in, invest, invest, and invest. Something that called internet back then. If you talk about internet, perception of those days is you can open the shop 24/7. Okay? That means you can open the shop every time. You can sell your product around the world with no limitation. Everyone launch in, invest. Like I have lunch with a colleague of mine, someone in Hong Kong, built something called Tom.com. And then people say, Tom.com from Li Ka-sheng, if I recall his name. Everyone put the money in, 100 million, 200 million Hong Kong dollar, and it's collapsed. And I think majority of investment in those days, in .NET era, they are not ready yet. It's the hype that we know. And then it's collapsed. Once it's collapsed, something good and something bad happening. When it's good, something come up, and then I think this is the result. Something bad, that means everyone basically go under. They calculate that a lot of money invested in .NET era have been lost, maybe billions and billions of the dollars. And then on year, like here, 2004, there are a book written by Chris Anderson called Long Tail Economy. Try to explain what happened to the internet and what is successful. And example of those is Amazon. So Amazon, right now, we know they'll sell everything, right? They sell everything that you can think of, from book, T-shirt, and everything you can think of. But looking back when it was started, no, those days, the book only sell by the bookstore. Like if you're in the US, Barnes and Nobles and those type of store. No one go and sell the book on internet. And the publisher will not let the internet guys sell the book. Why? Because they have to rely on the supply chain, which actually sell more and more books. So Amazon coming up, I don't know, by luck or by intention, he only contact the one that have rare book. That means the publisher on those days have very limited chance to sell, book on, Barnes and Noble, the bookshop. Why? Because it's not sellable to those people, for the general public. But it attracts the audience through the internet, right? So we know by word of mouth, if you're looking for this type of book, rare book, where are you going to go? Go up in the internet and find those books. And then from one to the other, the more book they sell, the more collectible of those, what we call, a little tiny bit of money flow through, like the long tail economy. It looked like the more book they can host, using those products online, the more income will generate. They'll attract more people to invest, into the internet. And that's what initial success that explain, what we call Web 2.0. That means Web 2.0 beginning right after the success of the internet through the e-commerce. We don't call this e-commerce platform as yet. We call it e-commerce, right? We call it B2B, B2C, C2C, and what all those terms, the sexy term in my generation, before you actually, most of you haven't realized that that would be something exist on those years. For the next slide, please. From that, all we know today, we say, now everything is platform. The platform mean something that you go to and have interaction with, right? The more interaction with you have, they are the third party that actually be a middle guy, the middleman on the internet that actually facilitate the transaction between the buy and the sell. The reason being because when you sell something on the internet, like you sell something the email, if I sell it to you direct, how do I'm sure that whatever you buy, you get the right product, right? If I sell and buy from you directly, if I'm the seller, if I send stuff to you, how do I making sure that you are not cheating on me? So the middleman become more appearing to the general public. Why? Because of the word trust. No one trusts each other on the internet anyway, right? So platform now become more popular. And then as you know of, they have more. Even though we don't have a whole lot of platforms available, we know of Amazon, Lazada, Alibaba, all those. We know them, right? But compare to the internet that we know, how many we have websites around? 4, 5, or even more than that sites around the world. Maybe handful of those making money. But anyway, those sites, those platforms that are available, we know of by the year around 2000, a little more than that, wipe out the retail, right? They wipe out because there is no point for majority of people to go to the shop and buy the same thing as we know that they can buy online, but cheaper, right? So price become something that internet can provide. With cheaper price, you know, the same product, the same quality, no question asked, but go to the platform. Later on, as we know of, we're gonna be talking about something later on, those platforms, they are not selling the product. What do they sell? They sell information, right? So they sell, the more sexy, the more creative you have, that product information management that we call PIM would be something that all the platform that would like to have providing to, you know, the consumer. And that's also, you know, fork off another thing that we call social media. So social media, you know, like Facebook in the early stage, they come up. This is the story, what I heard, not personally, but what I heard, there are guys in Harvard, right? I'm not so sure about this, but this is what I heard collecting information around, talking about one thing, a few guys in business school talking to Mark Zuckerberg with actually a programmer like Jason. He's the one that writing the program. And this guy coming up and say, I want the matchmaking something. Can you do it online? Eh? And the guy said, Mark said, this is something that's not difficult. And this guy said, this is the idea, you know, I can, you know, put up my profile. Maybe the other person would interest me if they can go up in the internet, and they are matchmaking. So right after those conversations, and also what I heard, you know, Mark Zuckerberg decided that he took that idea and decided to actually develop himself a web to provide what we call Facebook and Meta today. So the property on those ideas may be partially owned by the one that think of, but actually the one that writing it with its mark would actually own those things altogether. But those spin-off, something that actually been seeing it for the past 20 years, right? The Facebook is something that we are basically like and likable as we know of. And that's part of what I call Web 2.0 social media. Social media becomes something that actually you play around with. You know, you can go up and post something like myself in early years, 20 years ago. When I travel around, I would say, I'm here, you know, I'm in somewhere, you know, look at my social status. I'm happy to show it to you. You can follow me, you can comment me, what you like or what you don't like. So become a social habit, not, you know, something that you actually thinking about making money from it, right? Now today we are talking about data value, but those days, you know, it's just for social and just for fun and for something that you can, well, quote unquote, brag of without saying a whole lot of things that, well, see what I'm rich. No, you don't have to say that, but you just show off a little thing and you back, they say, you're taking the picture with Eiffel Tower, you're taking the picture with, you know, Tavori and taking a picture with something that is rare to your community, for your friends. Actually, that was a fun time for social media, what I call Web 2.0 anyway. Okay, next slide, please. I cannot do this in mine, right? So as you can see, when we're talking about social media, it is something that we all know. It's another kind of platform. The platform is no transaction. It's not sell, it's not buy. It's actually ask for you to put your information in for fun, right? Initially, it's for fun, you know, for show off, for whatever you do, to connect your friend, right? The same thing I was thinking when I used the platform. Where is the catch for me? Why do I have to pay? You know, it's nothing to pay. Nothing to pay at all. Do whatever you like, right? Again, like Dr. Su said, you know, those little bit of information become valuable to them. Valuable to them, but not to us, right? We don't get anything at all. The more you put, the more they like it. The more algorithm that the computer people will say can do with those information, right? So that's what something that we say, going back, the creator with actually the owner of data getting nothing, you know, the authorized people, the actually platform owner, get everything. And that's what Web 2.x was about, social media is about. But it become everyone connection, and then it bombard to something that called influencer, right? And it become another, you know, business that if you want to buy and sell product. Now, it's not on e-commerce, it's not the platform that passive. Now it's become active. The people that actually know the way that can show up, I mean, introduce product and introduce information and convincing other people in your network that is the good one, then they start gaining something, okay? So that was evolution of those things. Next slide, please. Okay, again, we are talking about social media. Now everyone can put something on the platform, but like here on the bottom with actually a translation, no one get paid, right? No one get paid. You're having fun. You know, you're having fun, you're having good time, and actually you wake up in the morning, and the first thing you do, you go to social media, right? What the waste if you say that, right? But anyway, we don't consider that the waste because we want to connect. That's your habit. Everyone waking up in the morning, the first thing after you open your eye, the next thing is grab your telephone, the mobile phone, actually right next to your head and look at it. Nowadays, if you look into the internet, YouTube and everywhere else, what they recommend the first hour, don't touch it. Right? So you gain your productivity by don't touch it, right? So that is something that we are basically argue today about all these, about involvement with technology, web, and so forth. But anyway, that is something that we are basically, as we know of now, everyone, you know, would be able to engage it now because this is what we call our era. When I talk about here now, you know, is our era. I mean, me is included. But before that is my era. You know, something in my generation with actually, I'm 65. I think most of you are a lot younger than that anyway, right? So those are something that happening now. And I think from that point on, you can see influencer and other thing, I think, is going to be transition us to another generation of the web anyway. Next slide, please. Now, like we say, you know, you spend an hour, 2 hours. Now your phone, actually, if you look at the phone, they also the record, right? If you look at your phone, you say, how many hours you spent on your mobile? Some say 5, some say 6, some say 8. You don't get anything at all. And now, emerging of these things, people are thinking, well, it's not right. Like she just saying a little while ago, it's just not right. It's not their data. It's our data. How can you do things? You know, how can you do something out of those? So as you can see, there are a bunch of guys, you know, in the past, I think 10 years maybe, starting from YouTube, as we know of. You know, everything now, don't read, people usually don't read now, particularly in Global South like Thailand. People like to look at something nice, right? When we're looking something nice, and then, of course, something like YouTube, TikTok coming along as a platform. So now you can go into YouTube, start your channel. You know, if you have some subscriber, then you make something out. It's like in my generation, like free TV, right? My generation is only one way. And you look at TV, and then you have commercial in, you know, soap opera or whatever that actually popular. Then you can, you know, making profit but by advertising. But YouTube, you know, go far beyond that, because now they have unlimited channel. You are compete with your colleague from the content that you make. If you make good content, you can influence people. People start follow you. The more people follow you, you making money from those activities you do. Next slide, please. This is something that actually touched me, because I'm from the programmer guy. This is the guy that actually on YouTube a while back. So he tell in his story in YouTube, he waking up every morning as a programmer. He thinking, well, what do I would do today to put on YouTube as a programmer? Okay? As a programmer, he write little short program, you know, Python program. Everyone know how to write the Python program now. Those Python programs say he will, you know, making the connection with the stock market and invest a little bit. And he show, you know, automation, you know, from the program that he wrote can make money by putting $1,000 in for next 3 weeks. Then he can make so much. But, you know, code and encode, this is the risk. You can take my program, you know, as example, do whatever you please. And then he continue. Every morning we'll say, today I feel like I want to write this program. You know, someone, you know, he start his traction by his basically follower. And then he started making money from those events. I think this is something that we know that transition us to what we call Web 3.0, one way or the other, that we call creative economy. That means now creator is the one actually own the content per se, right? We actually don't own the content yet, but you still depend on the platform to helping you to be able to basically create income from you, not only by share and getting nothing as social status. Now you can get a little bit of money coming back, or you can call it kickback as well. So this is something that I think will be going to, you know, talking about Web 3.0 from that point on. Okay, next slide, please. So after that, you know, we're talking about social media on one side, we talk about platform on the other. On the platform side, now there are something that actually start going up, you know, as part of another automation that we call the API, or Some call it API economy. That means now we are not talking about just a platform. We're talking about some intermediate guy or intermediate tool that actually connect something to, the big guy at the back. Because the big guy at the back, they know they cannot rely on the passive. That means put their website in and everyone come, to them. They need some tool, some technology to actually traction the user to use their website. So API is something that actually start by that time. For example, if you know them, if, IFTTT, if, and then, and that. That means they try to automate something, that actually, if you put something or content in their website, there you can schedule, to put product and comment in as you wish on many platforms. And then there are a number of them that actually interface with this. And actually now, as you know of, everyone on those era cannot think that technology is by themselves. They have to be able to interconnect with the other. My generation, when we're talking about proprietary, that means I write my own, develop my own, my only ecosystem. I don't want to talk to anybody because that's my proprietary, that's my thing. But later on, as we know of, everything is interconnect. And those interconnect have something like that as a tool to be able to integrate them. And then that's another chance for what I call layman people to be able to access something as, myself, a developer or creator or some integration between. Okay, and that's something that close to now. We're talking about platform. Now, in recent year, we are talking about composable commerce. Composable commerce, that means, you are some guy that actually knows something a little bit more than the other. For example, if I am the one, working on coupon, and I'm very good at making coupon, my coupon thinking can integrate with other, then my product can be integrated to those. That means from platform base would be breaking down like Hive, right? You have little program here, a little program here, a little program here, a little program there. And then you using the bridge to be able to connect. That means you have the chance to be able to make something out of those, not rather than just, using them, not rather just social status, you start making something out of those, and API is the key. And I think that's what I call starting the second round of disruption. The first round of disruption, we are talking about Uber, Alibaba, Airbnb, and all those things that actually think about platform, right? The platform is something that, okay, I don't have the product, but I can think of e-commerce. I can think of navigation. I can think of a lot of things. And a lot of things create the business model that actually fit into, the physical that actually provide. Like Uber, we're talking about taxi service without taxi, right? Airbnb or Agoda, we're talking about room reservation without room, right? So the only thing like that, I was talking about that during lunch with a colleague of mine. So on those things, you have to think. You don't have no inventory. You don't have physical. But the only thing you know is a little bit more than the other. Like myself, I was talking to him, well, if I have thought about that, making those connections, I wouldn't be here talking about that.
because I'm the guy that actually would be able to write e-commerce, would be able to write, GPS, navigation, but have not thought about those concepts as a programmer. I say, oh, this is something easy. But someone else, from the business perspective, I say, that is a chance. But I myself, even though I'm an IT guy, was actually born with writing program. And most of us in the IT people, would happy to, encounter difficult challenge writing program, but never thought about the business sense. But anyway, those are something that we are talking about. The first disruption, a little bit more. Now, you're going back to a little bit more that if you want to survive as going up, you cannot think big. Maybe you have to think small, right? You have to be basically niche in your area that you're good at. But there are facilities that allow you to connect. And nowadays, you can look at them. There are a whole bunch of tools. We call in, technical term that we call it low code or no code. That actually, if you understand the logic, you can build the program without any line of code at all. You have two examples already show. The ITFF is one of them. But there are a bunch of program or tools that are available now that you can do without have to write any single program at all at the moment. The other thing that you can know that website today is not that difficult to build. You go to the Wix.com. There are templates that actually provide you, from just information into interaction to e-commerce and all kind of thing. With a few clicks, ping, 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 you get the website. They may not get anything from the template, but what they hope for you, it hosts your web to their data center. They will get the revenue as part of the business team, right? So as you can see, more and more business model would be more and more complex along those ways. So it's not technology, it's not the business model, but it's combined. The combination we see from the first disruption, people get fun from those idea and convincing that this idea is sellable, it's a platform, whatever they do. And they get fun and get product out. And now, second one, going into this area more and more. Next. Now, what we see in Web3, as we know, right? Everyone want a piece of pie. Data now is not free, right? You want to own, like, Professor Su said, if you have some creation, some asset, you don't want to have them as the asset. You want to be yours, right? And those are not something new. Something that I can relate to, and actually something that we've been around with them for hundreds of years. Banking, right? We know banking. For so long, banking is the IT business from the beginning, right? It's 0 and 1. The only thing they have is the system. So disruption, we talk about e-commerce that wipe out retail. What about banking? Banking so far, you go to the bank, right? You put the money in. They reverse your money to become the loan. They're making profit from those. And then they charge whatever you do for transaction. I'm not blaming them, but this is the business model they have, right? And that's, I think, more and more we're talking about that, why blockchain is so sexy. Now we don't have to rely on trust, we're going to be relying on the system. I think that is one thing that we're talking about Web 3.0 at the moment. Everyone wants to be creator. Everyone wants to make money, a piece of it. Everyone wants to say, this is mine, including data from our health that actually hospitals have those. And nowadays, it seems like we are argue who is that data belong. Well, go to the hospital, say, give me my data. They say, no, that's not your data. It's a hospital data. So we are still argue until now. But anyway, it's going to that direction anyway, regardless of what we are discussing. We want to be our own. We want to depend, on something systematically. And I think that's more and more that we are discussing on Web 3.0 today. With totally different, a few years back when I was initially engaged on those terms. Next slide. Okay, so you can see from the beginning when I say something starts simple, right? Something starts simple, that means proprietary. Whatever you do, you buy and sell. But, from the internet after Google involved, and that now Google are on the very top of the food chain, right? Because they are not selling, they are service. And getting data become their product, and they can, do multiplication, whatever you using them as with actually what we call the walking asset become their asset. Because everyone to be their subscriber, you have, bounty head on you, right? Because you can be calculated at potential income. The more people using the system, the more valuable, on the head count they have. So now we can see everything almost free. So the user and the provider, user and the seller have no financial transaction, right? You use Google for free, using Facebook for free. They recently announced their what we call advertising model anyway, right? So they ask a third party to pay for their service, not collecting from us, but collecting from someone that actually want to know you as their potential customer. So the third party, which is the one willing to pay those money because they want the access, you through me as a platform, right? So they will come and say, now I give you service. The more I give, the more you're happy, the more you like me. The more you like me, the more people will pay for me, right? Because you and me are friends. They are not. They are the one that want to sell you people, right? We, including myself, if I get something for free, I would love it. But if people start charging me, I say, is that fair? Right? We say, but if thing free, this is fair. But if it's cost, then we say, we are thinking about, is that right amount? Then, how much should I pay? The best way is this guy, pay me, getting to you into the right group, into the like mind that actually you want something, you want something, you want something, and they can connect to you, say, I can get the right customer segment. That would be the best and would be direct marketing cost rather than, throw in the air and get nothing in return and hopefully someone have a look at it and interest, right? So they called it what we call, bi-direction marketing, right? So they know they can test if you are the right market. If you are the right market, that means, potentially they can make and making the sale more effectively rather than,
one-way advertising and the free TV. Anyway, all these is example I've been collecting around over the year, you know, from free, freemium, you know, these whatever you call it, but it been around anyway. But anyway, it relating to the service free between, you know, provider and the end user, which is customer, right? So those are something that we are talking about on my early year about IP, intellectual property. At my generation, intellectual property is applied to the software. When people making the software, they do not like for someone else to use them if they don't pay for it, right? But today, you know, you going around into the web, they give you what, 3 months, 6 months, free of charge. Play with it. You know, if you like it, you pay. But give me your credit card first, right? If you give me credit card, you can access to my thing, and then 3 months later, if you don't like it, you know, unsubscribe it. But this is the business model today is, you know, buy subscription, buy services rather than buy and sell. And more will go this way, right? I think it start, you know, at least 20 years that I know of, you know, at actually someone convinced in the stock market that, okay, if they are subscription model, they can multiply that more in terms of revenue generation for the tech company in the NYSE, if I'm not bad recall. So if you buy and sell product for $1, you get $1. But if you buy services for 10 cents, we'll say those 10 cents, you can multiply it by 10 or 20. That means you will be, you know, 5 or 10 or longer year for the customer as the services. But anyway, those are something that we know of that evolve over those period, over the years anyway. Now, we all know that we are just about to go into what we call Web 3.0, as we know of. Something that realizes that providing us into Web 3.0 to beginning with is definitely blockchain, right? AI, when I have these slides, it's long way. We are not talking about AI back then yet, but we know blockchain is something that is a new technology. I think this is not too far along, about 6 or 7 years ago, not too long. But we all know that's something that we are called walled garden ecosystem, right? This is the term that we call walled. That means once you're in the platform, you cannot get out. And that's why Web 3.0 trying to think about blockchain as part of something that unlock the walled garden. So it will become yours once you own it. And then, you know, the thing that come along with those walled garden is what we call open platform. The open platform, like Dr. Tom that mentioned about those, what they call liquid economy, right? Those open sea and all those is a part of mechanism that we use today that actually yours is yours. You know, it's not them, because you can buy and sell. You know, people had look at it and enjoy all those. But anyway, all those are something that we are challenging with before we go into Web 3.0. And there's something that say, why walled garden? Like I say, example, like Facebook, e-commerce, first thing you know, you have to be registered to them, add them member. That's the only thing you know. Once you register to them, everything else is there, right? Including Facebook, picture, and whatever you have in the Facebook and other, you know, platform. Next, please. I think this is something that I'm trying to come up with when we call Web 3.0. You know, on the horizontal, those are something that we know are part of the new generation technology. We know artificial intelligence.
This is something that recently popping up when we're talking about Web 3.0 later on. But semantics, it's been around. We've been discussed that for a long, long time ago since I was developed the program. Semantics, that means you're talking about ontology, something that relate, you say pizza, and it's the same part of bread, then you call it something else, a part of, animal. If you're talking about animal, maybe including, tiger and all those. So semantic and ontology are come together. But like Dr. Zhu said, it's no value because there is no money in it back then. And then Web 3.0 was static back in those days anyway. We're talking about 3Ds. Nowadays, Web 3.0, we're talking about, rendering high resolution and all those as part of technology. Ubiquitous, definitely, internet connection, whatever you call that you can connect, through the internet and part of the network with part of it. We're talking about blockchain, we're talking about decentralized, we're talking about edge computing. When we setting up ICDI 6 or 7 years ago, we're talking about IoT. Now, IoT have dropped down interest. Now it's become a part of, a part of Asian computer. But the other thing around it that we know of is sort of blur and sort of merging in. We're talking about metaverse, all kind of thing that you can connect together. We're talking about cryptocurrency. We're talking about IPFS, which actually we're talking about in our college that, you write the program now, with less complicated blockchain and other. We're talking about NFS, non-fungible token contract. Next slide, please. I'm gonna go as fast as I can. Maybe I should stop, at certain point of the year. This is something that we know, basically the same thing as you say, but I'll add it more on YouTube. Next slide. And this is something that example of metaverse. This is something that creating by, top architecture firm in, I think in Dubai. He come up with the Liberland. Liberland is a concept of blockchain many years ago, okay? And then this guy coming up say, now I'm gonna build, the real, metaverse that you actually can buy the land in from those. Next slide. I'm gonna go as fast as I can. This is more detail on Liberland. Next slide. Now, the thing that I'm thinking about, I can make the connection with, liquid economy is something on the left and on the right. On the left-hand side, as you can see, the early on Web 2.0, we're talking about platform. The platform actually give, the technology give a platform an edge of multiple duplication. The more duplication you have, the more money you make without investing anything, right? You don't have to have physical. And those here is one of what we call disruption. But look at now, NFT, the same thing. You can duplicate anything. But if you're using blockchain as identity, that means you can limit it, the digital copy to be one of the kind. And those one of the kind can make the most valuable, like he said. Now it's become one of the most expensive product from the community as we know of. At that, I think me, for example, spend a lot of time trying to think about this and say, something wrong, from, many duplication as much as you can. Now we are limited access to just one copy and make the value out of those. Next slide. I have, again, this is something that we're talking about. The apps, which actually, it used to be very complicated to write the program, using blockchain as connector. Nowadays, we have
very easy access, really, actually example you can copy and, further develop. Next slide. That's example that I use in my class. If you know React, it's just a programming, you can actually copy those, and they have what we call the Grenade, with actually local, blockchain that you can test and before you actually going live. Next. Again, I think the last one may be a little bit relating to the AI. On my year, computer vision is very difficult. Now you can see here, the CNN neural network, you can using them just 1 or 2 line of program. I'll let the system do it for you. Now they can basically segment the picture to make sense out of those with little program off, right? So they call it, convoluted neural network. Next slide. Again, this is something that we are now discuss more and more with actually AI in terms of, something that we call generative, go the long way, if it's starting from 1940 as machine translation until now, we have a ChatGPT. And if you look at the number here, on the top, 500 billion parameters, it's taking $100 million to build one. Okay, next slide. I'm almost done. This is something that changed, technology drastically from 2017, something called Elmo and BERT, which actually give birth to what we call transformer, with actually the workaround principle, what we call generative AI today. Okay, next slide. I'm gonna almost finish. This is example of one of Google product that, from let's say call about 8 billion parameters that actually understand the language, to 60 billion, and to now 540 billion parameter to be able to understand the language as complex as this, just narratively. They understand the narrative conversation for the human. The next, I think my last slide. And this is something that we recently aware of, something called Jarvis. If you are Iron Man fan that Jarvis can communicate with us, right? Now Google say it could be done, and it could be done soon. And the question that we all want to ask, what next? We don't know. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for the insightful talk. And then I think we don't really have the time for Q&A because it's a little bit over time, but we do have the chance to ask after the conference. It's been a day, and then I bet like people are already a little bit tired, but just like, but you can always catch him like after the conference. I don't think he's gonna.
You're welcome back to Thailand again after Singapore.
Oh yes, it would definitely come back to Chiang Mai. Yes. Alrighty. I guess it's so like I guess this is the end of the session, and so also the end of our 9th annual conference. And thank you all for coming, and thank you all also from the online or like local audiences. We will have our 10th annual conference next year, so make sure you guys come back again. For, I don't know what we're gonna talk about next year, but it's gonna be fun and interesting. And then thank you all again. Thank you. I guess we're done, dismissed. Yeah, let's take a group picture of. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's still like take a. And then all the other stuff, please come up, like come down. Especially the stuff from back. I know you're watching. Just join us, please. Yo, I'm talking about you. Just come.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you all.